All fine, sir. I hope, Dr. Pai.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, प्रधान साहब आप कलकत्ता में हैं कि आप दिल्ली में हैं?
No, sir. I've been shifted from Delhi to Bhopal.
Okay, Bhopal.
Yeah.
Good. Bhopal is a nice place, actually.
Yes, sir. And in many other respects, it's a very clean city.
Yeah. No, very good city.
Yeah, almost no pollution.
I have been to 2-3 times in ISAR, and then in the city also. It is very good, actually.
Yeah. I think few more are yet to join now.
ইউটিউবে দেওয়া হচ্ছে।
Hello, Miss Kazri. May we start because it is already 2:30?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if Mr. Babu allowed, then let us start.
Yes, we may start. In just 1 minute, I would like to wait. Dr. Bandyopadhyay will join. He just requested me.
No problem.
Just 1 or 2 minutes, then we will start.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Kajri, you may start because sir has just joined. Sir will join within or
Okay, thank you. Hello and good afternoon to all the dignitaries present in this program. Today, I am delighted to announce that here we are present in the inaugural ceremony of SAIARD, Center of Climatic Research and Studies, an international e-conference on possibilities and prospects of climate research and studies in the contemporary era. So to announce that we have some well-known resourceful dignitaries who will deliver their opinion about their research. So now I am Kajri Sengupta, Executive Officer of SAIARD, is officially inaugurating this program. So now I am requesting Dr. Roy Choudhury to deliver his inaugural speech on behalf of Team SAIARD. Over to you, Mr. Roy Choudhury.
Thank you, Ms. Sengupta, for inviting me. And also, on behalf of SAIARD, I would like to give a special thanks to all the resource persons, all the dignitaries, those who have joined today, especially our chief guest, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pai, our guest of honor, Dr. Duari, our guest of honor, Dr. Sanjeev Bandyopadhyay, sir, DDGM from IMD Kolkata, even our resource persons, dignitaries, the Dr. Sahai, Professor Midda, Professor Mahapatra, sir, Professor Shaha, sir, Professor Alexander Gagnon from UK, Professor Emin Rao from USA, Professor Meher from all over the world and all over the country they have joined. And today is a very auspicious day, especially a special day, of course, in case of SAIARD.
Please unmute your mic.
Microphone.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah,
No?
you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for joining us, because today is a very special day in case of SAIARD. We are going to launch our center, new center, that is the Center for Climate Research and Studies. And in this auspicious gathering, I am really thankful to all the dignitaries who have joined today, especially Dr. Pai, Dr. Duari, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, even our resource persons, Dr. Shahai, Professor Midda, Professor Mahapatra, Professor Shaha, Professor Alexander Gagnon from UK, Professor Emin Rao from USA, Professor Meher, to join with us to make this event, this inaugural ceremony, along with the international conference, more successful. On behalf of SAIARD, I'm really thanks to all of you for joining with us. Before going to inaugural speech, I would like to say something regarding SAIARD, that SAIARD has developed, particularly for the three aspects, mainly for the skill development, capacity building, and the research-oriented perspective, so as that it can help in our society and our students also. And that's why from the very beginning of our institution, we have taken several lots of initiative through the different academic modes, either in training, course, workshops, skill development programs, conference, seminar, webinars, in different way. Even several universities have already signed MOU with us in this regard. We are working with them. Even the Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, on behalf of their one organization, that is the NATMO, National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, they have signed MOU with us. And not only that, throughout our journey, we have already associated with the different government bodies to organize different capacity building programs. Even before, also during the launch of the center, we are already started 2 courses on behalf of our Center for Climate Research and Studies in association with the IMD. Though we have already worked IMD in different capacity building mode in last year, from the last year. So in this very different aspect, we are mainly wanted to develop a platform, because which is very much needed in case of Eastern region, that is the Climate Research Center. We have already developed 2 another chapters, another centers on behalf of our SAIARD, that is the Center for Applied Geoinformatics, Center for Urban Planning and Management. And this center, we are also developing this center with the same perspective, that in the Eastern region, there is a wide perspective in case of climate research and studies, but there are very few nominal institutions or maybe very less institutions who are working on that particular field. So with this center, we are planning to associate not only the government organizations to work, but also wanted to work in the industry levels, where by preparing some students, by preparing developing the skill or the capacity building of the different students through the center, either through the course training workshops. And as that, it can be a supporting center both for the government as well as can be industry. And also we can generate with a vision that we can generate some skill-based human resource, as that it can support to our government also, private sectors also, even in the academic and research field also. So with this perspective, today we are planning to organize this webinar through this inauguration of this center with some auspicious and renowned resource personalities throughout the India. And on behalf of SAIARD, I will be very happy and requested all of you, if we can work with you in collaboration in different academic or capacity building mode in future with your institution, with your organization, with your universities. So we'll be very happy if you give some chance, as that we can generate several employment opportunities, as that we can generate several skill-based manpower who can work in collaboration with the climate research field and help to develop this sector in the Eastern, as that it can be developed and supporting capacity building center, both in case of Eastern and Northeastern region, and also in case of our Indian perspective. So with this, once again, I would like to give thanks to all of you for joining with us, and hope we will get your assistance in future also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Now, I'm talking. I want to call upon Dr. Devendra Pradhan, sir. Dr. Devendra Pradhan is former Additional Director General of Indian Meteorological Department, IMD. He joined IMD in 1990 as meteorologist at Mumbai. He was Deputy Director General in 2005 at IMD Kolkata. He is Doppler weather radar meteorological instruments. He has got 30 years of experience in Indian Meteorological Department at different positions with diversified responsibilities that focus for public aviation industry and hydrologists for quantitative precipitation estimates, instrument procurement, installation maintenance of the network, till the execution of bigger projects, including procurement of Doppler weather radars and establishment of a large network of such as for flash flood warning, rainfall measurement for ecological purposes. Has been involved in R&D.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe there are some issues from the internet connectivity. So I think.
Anyway, in absence of her, I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Pradhan sir. Devendra Pradhan sir is already well-known person, and he is also associated with us from the very beginning of this SAIARD platform. And I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Pradhan sir to say something in this August gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, scientists, delegates from the different organizations. It's really a privilege to me to get associated with SAIARD, the institute which is coming up very fast in many fields of science, especially the research, coordination, cooperation with the other institutes for the development of the science, climate change, and many other issues are being taken care by Professor Rai Chaudhary. So I would like to welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Shivanand Pai, Dr. A.K. Sahai from IMD, Professor Arun Chakravarti, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Mahapatra, Professor Midya, who is known to me for the last many years when I was going to Kolkata University, Dr. A. Gagnon from the Liverpool JM University, UK, Dr. M. Nageshwar Rao, Dr. Jitendra Meher, and other scientists who have joined this webinar and the international conference here on such an important topic, which we all know. So this is just a beginning in this area where we are going to conduct many such webinars. I should say the series of webinars will be there on the different topics associated with the atmospheric science, meteorology, climate change, and many other aspects will come forward. I'm really fortunate that I have worked with Dr. Shivanand Pai, who is a very close friend of mine, Dr. A.K. Sahaji, who is a very renowned scientist in Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, and many other my friends with whom I have worked here. But when I'm interacting with in this seminar, I'm getting the opportunity to see and to have the interaction with many other scientists, not only from India, but from uh, NCAR, NCEP, USEAR, and from this thing, Liverpool GM University, Dr. A. Gagnon, and others. So once again, I would like to give you the best wishes to Professor Rai Chaudhary for doing such an important webinar or a series of the webinars, which we will have in future also. And really, we all have to make the science in such a way that it should reach to the public here, and it should be it should have a very great output and the outcomes here which can be utilized for the public and the society, and not only the India, and the students and the institute should go for the entire universe and the world. So with these words, once again, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Rai Chaudhary, to all the scientists and dignitaries, speakers, those who have joined this international conference. Thanks very much on my behalf and on behalf of SAIARD. Thank you, sir. Professor Rai Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Maybe I was suffering from some network issue, so disconnection. So sorry for this interruption. Thank you, sir, for some excellent words. Next, we are very proud to announce that our guest of honor, Dr. Shunji Bandyopadhyay, DDGM, IMD, GOI, Kolkata, to address this session. Dr. Sanjeev Bandyopadhyay is the Deputy Director General of Meteorology and Head of the Meteorological Services of Eastern Indian Region, West Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, Sikkim, Jharkhand, Andaman Nicobar Island. He obtained his MSc and PhD from BCKV University, Mohanpur. He has 20 years of experience in weather forecasting and experience in agrometeorology, instrumental in implementation of Gramin Krishi Mausam Sheba, a flagship scheme of MOES. He is also the nodal officer for FASL, forecasting agriculture output using space and land-based observation system. He attended many national and international seminars and also published several research papers in reputed journals. Thank you, sir, for as you are here with us. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are audible clearly.
Yeah. So, first of all, congratulations to Professor Rai Chaudhary and the entire SAIARD team for taking such an initiative for establishment of Climate Research Center in Calcutta for covering mainly the eastern and the northeastern region. Because in eastern and northeastern region, we have rather very limited research scope for the climate studies. So in this way, the establishment of such an organization in Calcutta definitely will lead to further research in the present scenario of the climate change and the climate variability what we are facing day to day. So there are different experts in this field. Dr. Pai is there, Dr. Shahai Sahib is there, whom I know are very good researchers in the field of climate research. So there will be different technical lectures also. So not I'm going to details of those climate, but very briefly, I just touch few points. First of all we are aware of the different components of this art system. So what is my suggestions to SAIARD, that this climate research and development program, it is very much essential mainly to understand the physical, chemical, biological aspects of the different component of this art system, number one. Number two, the causes and the consequences of this climate and this land use pattern, what we have. Third, the vulnerability and the resilience of our art system, because we have seen in the field of agriculture, how much vulnerable our agriculture is because of this climate system and climate change system, and what resiliency in agriculture we can build up in the agriculture sector. And one more thing, what I feel that unless we understand the past climate very well, it will be difficult to predict the future climate. So understanding of past climate, how the present climate developed from the past, if we have a better idea on that, definitely whatever projections will be made about the future climate, that will be very good, helpful. So this is the basic requirement for SAIARD to work on. Definitely what Rai Chaudhary has expressed his desire to come up with association with IMD, IITM and other climate research organization. And it is needed also, because for a new organization like SAIARD, with a very limited manpower and limited financial resource, until or unless the government organizations or the organizations which have the manpower and the resource also come up with tie-up with such organization, it will not spread all over the country. So department and the other organizations, they have a role that depending on the feasibility, that studies, they will definitely think of how best we can help SAIARD in different areas. One more important thing, what we have seen, that in the 20th era, the whatever resource which were available earlier in a very cheap and plentiful manner, that is coming to an end. So the resources are not sufficient right now, be it water, be it energy, whatever we consider it for these climate change studies or climate research studies. So if this resource is limited, then definitely how best we can utilize these resources in a very sustainable manner, so that the resource which are already limited should not be further degraded. So this is another aspect of the climate change studies and all those things. Finally, if we see the resource management sector, then we have to do something. First of all, to achieve a resource that is the water efficient and the climate resilient economy. Because until or unless we have a climate resilient economy and society, then we will, maybe we may not be survive with the present change scenario. So to protection and sustainable management and these natural resources and of course this ecosystem, the research is essential, particularly in the field of climate and climate related issues. So main actions what we can have in SAIARD is that first is the climate action. Climate actions means what I intend to mean is that people or the concerned persons in different sectors, they have to take informed decision for the climate resilient, ultimately the low carbon society. That should be our ultimate objective, climate resilient low carbon society. Then second is the art observation that IMD is also doing, IITM is also doing. So we have to take all the observations, particularly the disastrous events. So that observation will also help us. Then nature-based solution. We have some solution, that viable solution of the natural ecosystems what we have. That was also to be taken into consideration. Then systematic innovation, eco-invention, what we can say, that generating and sharing economic and environmental benefits. So whatever economic and environmental benefits we are getting it in different places, that has to be generate and share also with the other organizations. So with this, once again, I congratulate Dr. Rai Chaudhary and his entire team of SAIARD for coming up with such an initiative for establishment of organization. It's not a very easy task, and almost it started with the very minimum resource, be it a financial, be it a manpower. But what I feel that such type of organization should come up in all major institutes and universities in the country. And as we have discussed the different components, the physical, chemical, biological, so it's not that every institute can cover all those components. So each institute can cover one component, and ultimately if we can have a good coordination and liaison, if we can share the output of different institutes, and finally we can have a informed decision for this low carbon society. So in this connection, as because my background is in agriculture, I can say you that SAIARD can have a talk with the BCKV because all the agriculture universities, they come up with a very good project of NICRA, that is the climate resilient agriculture. And a lot of research has been done in different centers of the country with good data generation and very good smart practices also. They have recommended to come up with this mainly to face with this shock and stress that the farmers are facing because of this climate change scenario and the climate change issues. Mainly the aspects of this resilience is only to how to combat and recover from this shock and stress. So this is another aspect SAIARD can think of. Tie up with IMD and IITM, no doubt can help in the basic research, but tie up with the other universities, particularly the agriculture universities and other universities which are working since long for this resilient agriculture sector. That is also one of the major component in a country like India, where it's basically an agrarian country. So we can have use this expertise and knowledge of those universities also in SAIARD, because BCKV it is in Kalani and SAIARD is Calcutta. So they can have a good rapport with those universities, and there is a very good resource persons in BCKV, both existing and the retired officials also there. So SAIARD can have a meeting with the officials of BCKV in this regard. I think those who are associated with this project, how to use this manpower and these resources for the Climate Research Center of SAIARD. So thank you once again. I thank you all for organizing such a good webinar. All my friends are also there. Pradhan Saab, Sohay Saab, Pai, Shaha from BCKV. Some of them I am not aware of. So thank you once again. I hope today's discussions we will have some definite guidelines
नाम
and
नंबर है
path.
सुदीप आ रहा है ना इधर नाम चेंज करना सकते हैं
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent words. So now, I want to say some words about Dr. Devi Prasad Duhari, sir, who is present here. He is presently the Director and Research and Academic of MP Birla Institute of Fundamental Research, MP Birla Planetarium, Kolkata, and Honorary Faculty Physics Department of Presidency College. He did his BSc and MSc in Physics from Jadavpur University and PhD from Inter-University Center of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune. He was a postdoctoral fellow of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. He was associated with a number of distinguished academic institutions, including Institute for Advanced Studies, Iran, University of Cambridge, UK, and Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, UK. He is a fellow of Royal Astronomical Society and a member of International Astronomical Union. He has around 20 publications in international and national journals of astronomy and astrophysics. He has delivered around 1,500 lectures, both technical and popular, at different schools, colleges, universities, and science workshops, and also given around 350 live television interviews. Duari sir,
Yeah. Good
over to you,
afternoon.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a
Good
warm
afternoon,
introduction. Yeah. So good afternoon. I'm happy that I'm getting the opportunity to be present at the birth moment of a center which holds the promise of playing a big role in our future. I wish to thank the South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development for giving me this opportunity at the inauguration of their climatology center in Kolkata. I have to admit in the very onset that I am still a student of astronomy and astrophysics mostly. And in that sense, I'm a dark horse today in today's gathering. And I hope I'll be tolerated by the dignitaries and the stalwarts in the field, because as a concerned global citizen, I try to understand and gauge the importance and impact of climate on our very existence and our progress as well. Because as I know, climatology is a study of the atmosphere and weather patterns over time. And this field of science focuses on recording and analyzing the weather patterns throughout the world and understanding the atmospheric conditions that cause them. It is sometimes confused with meteorology, which is the study of weather and weather forecasting. However, climatology is mainly focused on the natural and artificial forces that influences long-term weather patterns. You all know, I think I should not mention, but for a completeness sake, the first studies of the climate can be traced back to ancient Greece. But climate science as it is now known did not emerge until the advent of the industrial age. So the march of civilization, especially with the advent of the industrial era, that climatology picked up a special significance as an important field of active study and research. Every aspect of developmental progress, be it agricultural, as mentioned already, industrial or technological innovations, depends crucially on climatic conditions and its effect on the environment and ultimately on the human population. Climatology is now a cornerstone of our understanding and further planning of the pathway for the developmental progression of the human society. It is extremely dynamic as well and evolving at present. And at present, it is one of the major multidimensional interdisciplinary subjects involving not only meteorology, but atmospheric science, oceanography, biodiversity, and affecting many more like agricultural practices, habitational ecosystems, technology innovations, and disaster management. In recent times, climatologists have increasingly focused their research on changes in Earth climate that have occurred since the industrial age. This effect, which is called global warming, basically is a particularly important object of study for them. By studying it, climatologists can better understand and predict the long-term impact of human-caused climate change. Climatology seeks to understand three main aspects of climate. First is the weather pattern that governs the normal conditions in different regions of the world. Second, to understand the relationship between different aspects of weather, such as, for example, temperature and sunlight. And the third is to investigate the ways that weather changes over time. Results from this type of research have shown that human activities are really affecting Earth's overall climate, such as with the increased global temperature. So the human causes of climate change is also one of the most important aspects of the climatology research. Additionally, as you all know, mostly for the students I'm saying, climatologists look at natural changes in air and ocean currents like El Nino or La Nina or something else, because the oscillation between the warm El Nino and the cold La Nina phases affect climates around the world. And these ocean current patterns result in changes in the normal difference between the atmospheric and ocean temperatures. And that can cause real effect on the whole weather pattern. As a result, also, you know that some natural events can contribute to global warming, like volcanic eruptions, release of large particulate matter, which can cause so many changes in our understanding of how the nature should behave. However, much of the climate change that climatologists study is tied to human activity, as I mentioned earlier, particularly human use of fossil fuels. And that is very, very important in this aspect, as mentioned by my previous learned speaker. Because the carbon budget and the carbon crisis, I will say in some sense, is really a daunting challenge to our human society nowadays. So studying the impact of these gases allows scientists to understand not only how the Earth's climate has changed as a result of human activity, but also show that how it might continue to change if humans continue to release in the same way that they're doing. Given a brief introduction of the subject of climatology as I know, I'm not saying this is a textbook definition. This is my understanding as a common man, I'll tell you. Since I'm a student of astronomy, I think there is a tremendous amount of potential in that respect as well. Basically, the sun and the climate connection, two aspects. Because the sun is the source of the most energy that drives the biological and physical processes in the world surrounds us, in oceans and on land. It fuels plant growth that forms the base of the food chain, and in the atmosphere, it warms air which drives our weather. So the rate of energy coming from the sun changes slightly day to day. It has been sometimes suggested by some school of thoughts that changes occurring in solar output might affect our climate, both directly by changing the rate of solar heating of the Earth's and atmosphere, and indirectly by changing the cloud formation processes. Scientists also consider the effects of the solar activity and the variation in solar energy that has over the climate change. Over the timescales of millions of years, the change in solar intensity is a critical factor influencing climate. For example, say ice ages. However, changes in the rate of solar heating over the last century cannot, and I impress upon this word because in very developed countries, there are tremendous amount of debate going on, till some days back. Hopefully from January, it will not be that changes in the solar heating over the last century cannot account for the magnitude of the rise in global mean temperature since the late 1970s. Scientists have considered the sun climate hypothesis to explain Earth's rapid warming. The evidence collected show that the sun noticeably affects our climate over millions of years, but it is not cause of the recent warming. The rate at which the sun's from the sun, the energy reaches the top's Earth's atmosphere, basically total solar irradiance that is called, it fluctuates day to day, week to week, month to month. But in addition to these rapid short-term fluctuations, there is an 11-year cycle in the TSI measurements, which are related to what is something called sunspots, happening 15 crore kilometers away from sun, but affecting the Earth. But the increase is only 0.1 degrees if that happens during heightened sunspot activities. But effect of solar storms, flares, and what are known as coronal mass ejections. I should mention the $1.2 billion project for the Parker Solar Probe. It is not just to understand the sun, but the new dimension of what is known as space weather. Because that space weather is directly getting connected with our Earth's atmosphere and weather as well. Basically, it is the effect on the ionosphere extending from 48 kilometers to 960 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The radiation causes the medium to be ionized, you all know, and which helps in our radio and telecommunication systems. But lately, schools of thoughts have emerged which have tried to link changes in degrees of ionization by sun's activity, which in turn affects the overall climatic conditions. For example, enhanced cosmic ray activities has been directly linked with cloud formation volumes in terms of what is known as cloud condensation nuclei, CCN, and seeding also, cloud seeding. So the connections between atmospheric circulation, ocean currents, and Earth's climate are both simple and wonderfully complex. It makes sense to start with atmospheric circulation because ocean currents are driven by wind. then the basic pattern of surface ocean circulation is caused by wind and the factors that produce large-scale wind patterns. Now we need to start by seeing how solar energy input on the Earth and the poleward transport of heat by the winds sets up large-scale atmospheric cells that produce the easterly, for example, the easterly and westerly winds in the three main bands from the equator to the poles. So, briefly, what I wanted to say, there is a vast area of opportunities, tremendous potential to explore the effects of the extraterrestrial activities as well, which directly affects the major natural factors affecting the weather patterns and in turn over a longer time period on the climate as well. It is now high time, I personally feel, that countries and agencies initiate sustainable and intensive programs for research and academics, both in theoretical and technical domains, to confront the challenges posed by the rapidly changing climatic scenarios, and also to investigate and formulate mitigation procedures to encounter the adverse effect of the changes, both at the macro and the micro level. So in this regard, South Asian Institute of Advanced Research and Development's endeavor to start off the Climatology Center in Kolkata. By the way, you all know the first meteorological observatory 1785 was in Kolkata first. Then came Mumbai and Chennai, other places. So the ball started rolling from here only, right? By the East India Company that time. So I sincerely believe that this center's development's endeavor to start off the Climatology Center is a welcome approach and timely. I also sincerely believe that the center will blossom into an institution of extensive academic and research programs, which ultimately will give rise to employment as well, because the employability is the call of the hour nowadays, right? And that institution will be involved into academic and research programs supported and catalyzed, by the way, by relevant agencies, including governmental, which was mentioned earlier, and which will try to identify and the very important aspect of educating the people about the need for intensive activity of research in climatology, in addition to just weather data predictions and subsequent measurements and other predictions that general people believe as the only output of the subject. At this auspicious moment, I wish the newborn baby, the center, a healthy, long, and meaningful life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an elaborate and excellent lecture. Now, I am requesting Dr. Javed Akhtar, faculty, CCRS, SAIARD, to vote of thanks of this session. Over to you, Dr. Javed.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Javed, you are audible. Go ahead, please.
Honorable Chief Guest Dr. D.S. Pai, Head CRS IMD Pune, respected guest of honor Dr. Sanjeev Bandyopadhyay, DDGM IMD Kolkata, Dr. Devi Prasad Duari, Director of MP Birla Planetarium Kolkata, Dr. Devendra Pradhan, former Additional DG of IMD, Dr. Vishwajit Rai Chaudhary, Chairman of SAIARD, Honorable Resource Persons, Dr. Sahai from IITM, Professor S.K. Midda from Calcutta University, Dr. Abhijit Saha from BCKV, Dr. Somnath Mahapatro from IITM, Dr. Alexander Gagnon from UK, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Meher from Create Energy, Dr. M.N. Rao from UCAR, USA. Very good afternoon to all, and I wish to convey my heartfelt thanks to all that who are joining this event. Today is a special occasion for me to be part of the inaugural ceremony of Center for Climate Research and Studies, CCRS, under SAIARD. The major goal of the center is to nourish research on the climate science and allied fields, and as well as to promote the climate studies especially in the eastern and northeastern part of our country. Through this conference, we wish to be enriched by the eminent scientists, professors, and other researchers of this field, take their inputs and suggestions, and spread their thoughts to the broader audience, which will in turn help to grow the climate research community, which is much needed in this present era. Now, I wish to invite our chief guest, Dr. D.S. Pai, to provide his special lecture. First, let me introduce Dr. Pai. Dr. Pai is the head of Climate Research and Services, India Meteorological Department, Pune. He joined IMD in 1992 and has served in different capacities, including research, operational services, teaching, etc. Dr. Pai has served as a member of WNO CBS expert team on extended and long range forecasting. He was the co-leader of the WMO task team on regional climate outlook forums during 2014 to 16, and also as a leader of this team from 2017 to 18. At present, he is the co-lead of WMO intern program expert team on regional climate activities. Since 2010, he leads the team that prepares the seasonal consensus forecast outlook for the South Asia region under South Asian Climate Outlook Forum. He has made some outstanding contribution in the field of weather and climate services and published 55 research papers in various national and international journals and 20 research reports. Dr. Pai is the recipient of Award of Excellence for Outstanding Performance for the year of 2008 by IMD Pune. He received the Certificate of Merit in Atmospheric Science for the year of 2010 by Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. He received the IMS Best Paper Award on Weather and Climate Services in 2011-12. Also, he received IMS Award for Best Paper Published on Monsoon Research in 2015-16 and Certificate of Appreciation of Services to the WMO Technical Commission for Climatology during 2014 and 18. He is a right member of India Meteorological Society and Indian Climate Congress. Now, I request Dr. Pai to give his special lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Javed. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please provide your
Yeah.
lecture.
Javed, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So, respected Devi Prasad ji, my IMD colleagues, Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji, Dr. Pradhan ji, Dr. Sahai ji, Dr. Bishwajit Roy, distinguished scientists from India and outside India who are participating here, students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm really happy to be part of the inaugural ceremony of the SAIARD Center for Climate Research and Studies and the International E-Conference. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this inaugural function of this important research center and the E-Conference. Dear colleagues and friends, in recent time, weather, climate and climate change, etc., has become topics on many people's minds. You can start from school students to advanced researchers, politicians, or up to business leaders. I think there are two main reasons for this. One is that extreme events like heavy rainfall, heat waves, cyclonic storms, drought, etc., which generally have a severe impact on various climate sensitive sectors like agriculture, water, energy, health, and risk management have in recent times become more frequent and more intense. These changes are being attributed to global warming and climate changes, mainly caused by human activities. And second is the significant improvements in the scientific knowledge about this extreme weather and climate events, and the availability of modern technological tools to detect, monitor, predict, and warn about this system events, extreme events, which have immensely helped this society to adapt to these events. That is, to adapt to the climate change events. Or I can just give you an example of our cyclonic early warning system. So you may be remembering in 1970, the Bola cyclone, which hit Bangladesh and the West Bengal, the eastern part of our region, had actually caused deaths of about 3 lakhs to 5 lakh people. Whereas when it came to 1999 Orissa cyclone, the death toll was around 10,000, significantly reduced because of improvement of our forecasting system. And then when it came to 2013, you see that the cyclone Falin had caused only 45 deaths in state of Orissa where it had hit. And during recent years, you will see that deaths have reduced to only few deaths have been recorded always. So whatever cyclone which I have mentioned, they are all belongs to post-monsoon season, which is the main cyclonic system for the country. It just indicates that the improvement that we have made in the early warning system. However, we have to do much more. Much more is desired to be done to better adapt to these events, and even, if possible, to take advantage of these events. That sometimes we say, to make climate smart decisions. For this, we need to develop new and more efficient science and technology based tools to detect, predict, and warn about these events. However, we need more investment both in terms of manpower and money. In this respect, I think the decision of the SAIARD to establish a Center of Climate Research and Studies is timely and should be welcome, because such institute will provide us the manpower that is necessary to use in the early warning systems, etc. So when you will have a manpower ready, naturally the investment will come, funds will be also will be coming. So as such, I think the topic of this e-conference also is a well thought decision, because when you will start this kind of institute, you need some direction where what to be done, what are the possibility or the prospects for more to be done in the climate research, and where we should give more importance to that. And therefore, I think this is a very right decision to have an e-conference also, along with establishing of this institute. Dear friends, in my brief presentation, I will try to discuss different aspect of very fundamental aspect of weather and climate and early warning system for hazards related to this weather and climate. And I will try to bring out the scope for research in each field of this work. So I have chosen the same topic of this e-conference to give just to speak on. So this is what we call a climate system, and you can see that in the climate system, when we say it's a very complicated, you have so many components. It becomes atmosphere, ocean, land, and then you have got a biomass, living things, non-living things, chemical aspect. You have got a hydrological cycle, and there are all these components are actually all this biological or atmospheric, oceanic, all that they interact to each other, and therefore they try to actually change continuously to each other. That is the issue. Now, current issue is that there is a strong interaction between human contribution and the changes in the climate. It is seen that the changes that human making through its activity, as earlier speaker said, because of the use of fossil and emission of more greenhouse effect, actually it is getting, climate is getting changed. And the worry thing is that when you have got a climate is changed, it is causing a lot of changes in the extreme weather and climate even, and that has got actually impact back to the human life in the to our society. So there is a strong feedback. So you can see that in order to understand the climate system, you should understand interaction between various components of the system. So this is a very important research study. A lot of things has been already done, but so many things to be done to understand various components and its importance to the observed changes that we are feeling, actually experience, and likely to experience as projected by various climate projections. Actually, interaction within and among this Earth system component forced by the solar radiation from outside the climate system, you can say that it generates the Earth system, and this interaction and variation in this system actually produces change in the climate system. Now the question is how you will study about that, or how you will monitor what are the changes, or how you study the interaction between that, for which we need to observe the weather and climate continuously. So you can see that this shows actually a global observing system consisting of ground-based observation and remote sensing observation, consisting of radars, satellites, aircrafts, and also in the ocean you have got ships, buoys, and even observation within inside the ocean. Many high technological instruments are being used, and then all this data has to be brought very quickly into a same place, and this has to be processed very fast, and then has to be provided to the models to be run. So you see that in each aspect of observation, whether the sensors that has to be necessary to monitor or sense this weather and climate, or the state of the climate, or remote sensing observations, radiances measured by a satellite or the radars to convert into useful indicators of the weather and climate. It's a very huge, very specialized study, and you need to actually put a lot of efforts to understand that. So again, this is a very important aspect of research study which are available to now. Now coming to just to say what is to understand what is you mean by weather and climate, just for students, those who are present here. Weather means it provides you the physical condition or the state of the atmosphere at a given time and place. It is just like a sudden picture that you take at an instant, three-dimensional picture of the climate system. So that is called the weather. And as the time passes, the weather will keep on changing. See, many times common people make a mistake. Suddenly when you have got rain or sudden temperature occurs, we call it is a climate has changed. That is a wrong thing. It is actually the weather is continuously changing, but the climate means long-term average of the weather, along with scientifically, if you say accurately, it is nothing but the statistical description in terms of the mean and variability of the relevant quantities over a period of say 32 more years. Actually, in broader sense, we can say climate is the status of the climate system. And other words, we can just say climate is what you expect and weather is what you get. Climate information are, however, necessary to prepare users to understand the weather they will actually experience. And already people talk about, earlier speaker Duari Sabi said how the climate variability is being caused. There are both natural and human-made causes. This actually, this energy which is coming into the climate system, that causes inherent fluctuation within the system. They are generally called, climate variability, and they occur in a various time scales from seasonal to annual, or even decadal, or even more higher scale, like little ice age of the 15th, through 18th centuries. And similarly, examples of seasonal fluctuations are El Nino, La Nina, etc., mentioned earlier. And however, climate change is any long-term significant shift in the average climate. At present, we generally attribute climate change, we say that climate change is caused by anthropogenic forcing. However, because of the natural climate variability also can also be attributed. But at present sense, when we call climate change as a modern, the way climate change is generally the change occurred in the climate due to the anthropogenic force, that is due to man-made changes in the greenhouse gases, land surface distribution, etc. So this is just an example of climate variability. Climate variability of in a monsoon rainfall, you have got a day-to-day variations, or year-to-year variations, decadal variations, or you can see that epochal variations. When you see the rainfall, it is seen that as a long term there is no changes as a whole. Long-term changes are not there, but you will see that there are multi-decadal variations in the rainfall, like you can see. So in some early 30 years, you had quasi multi-decadal oscillation below normal rainfall, then above normal. Now we were passing through a below normal rainfall, and as per the extrapolation, it shows that after some years we will again enter into an epoch of above normal rainfall. So this type of idea about the variability gives you idea in what phase we are, or what is the magnitude of this climate variability, and its importance of its impact on extreme weather events, etc. So by attribution, how this variability is happening, what are the mechanism behind this variability, and how this variability can be can be included in the model, simulate in the model, is a very important scope for research. Just coming to mechanism which is causing climate variability, there are external mechanism, mainly solar radiation, volcanic eruption, etc. We call it a natural, but anthropogenic, external is called anthropogenic. They are not natural because it is caused by human activity. And other type of forcing are from the internal, that is caused by internal dynamics and internal interaction between various components of the climate system, and they cause the natural variability. Now, coming to as I said, we need to actually simulate this climate variability, and to understand the climate mechanism, and then we have to put into the model. Then only we can make a prediction of future variability. How well we can predict the climate or weather, or if we can predict them at all, depends on our ability to understand and model the mechanism causing the climate variation. So it's a very great challenge for the people. A lot of things has been done, but still there are many things to be understood and to be modeled, and that has to be included in the model. So generally, how a model is being run for weather or climate prediction. So the various observation that you get, from the observation network, global observation network, consisting of surface, aircraft, buoys data from ocean, from the radar, etc. They bring together, and it is processed, quality control, and then using data assimilation, they are converted into three-dimensional grid point data, and they are given into as an input to the NWP model. And then whatever forecast is coming, you can have, has to be post-processing. So even each stages of this making the model and post-processing of the model output is a very challenging, and there is a good, very large scope. Actually, for example, the model output that we prepare you have to convert them into local forecast, what we call model output statistics. That itself is a very specialized topic, as such, and a lot of people are working on that. So there is a big scope for many things to be done. And once you have got observations and predictions, and that can help you to generate climate information, we can use them into weather and climate early warning system. I'm just giving you some examples of models currently being run by various institutions within the MOES to generate forecast for weather and climate forecast. So you can see that starting from air pollution models are there, preparing in city and all in the resolution of 400 meter, or a fog model, or you have got a regional model at 1.5 kilometer and 4 kilometer. We have got a global model to make a prediction of short to medium range up to 10 days at a resolution of 12 kilometers. Global ensemble models for extended and seasonal prediction. I hope Dr. Sahai will explain more on the global ensemble prediction. And then you also have got a coupled model for seasonal and extended prediction. And even for climate prediction, there is a 150 kilometer extension to make prediction of multi-decadal prediction and climate projections. So you have got currently a lot of data are available, but this has to be post-processed, calibrated, bias corrected, and it has to be improved so that that can be used for application in various sectors and for making a decision making. So they are the backbone of our main weather and climate early warning system. So there is a big scope for processing of the model. Just giving quickly, I will go through various services being provided currently by IMD. Nowcasting system, it is being updated, currently given 739 district, 8994 stations. It is being given 3 hourly for all the extreme events like heavy rainfall, lightning, thunderstorm activities, etc. And based on that, we give every 3 hour warnings are being given. So you have to actually update it so frequently. And future, we are trying to increase location based large. It may go into say thousands of points. You have to give a nowcasting service has to be given and has to be updated frequently, and several severe weather has to be given. So once this has to be done, doing things manually, processing all the data, model output, etc., will be almost difficult. There comes actually application of artificial intelligence or machine language that can be applied. So again, there is a technological, lot of research has to be done how to use this type of new technology to update this type of providing this type of services. So that is one type of scope for further thing. So this is just again one kind of lightning alert based on surface data and satellite data, a mobile app developed by IITM to help nowcasting, and it is being readily available for download. And similarly, IMD also supports the heat warning system by through providing seasonal extended forecast, district level heat warning action, heat action plan in different states and state like Gujarat, Maharashtra, cities like Ahmedabad, Nagpur. It is very famous actually, and this is being provided by by combinedly co-produced by IMD and various agencies involved, health, the state level, local government, etc., to prepare this type of warning. Again, there is a lot of things to be done to make a technological applications are necessary. We need localized, has to be localized highly, and for that specific field experiment has to be done. A lot of research has to be done to further improve that. Thereby, you can save a lot of life due to heat waves. Similarly, we are giving forecast for health warning for vector-borne diseases. We have got a flood warning monitoring and forecasting. For example, recently we started for the entire South Asia flood forecasting, which is being updated very regularly. And the forecast is being provided based on QPF. and also for a river basin, for next 3 days, and now outlook for further 4 days are being given with the coordination with several agencies, Central Water Commission and IMD and many research institute, etc. This is being provided. Similarly, we also have got urban flood warning system recently implemented in Mumbai. We are planning that to similar to do in cities like Kolkata, Chennai, and many other cities. So again, a lot of research has to be done to make this flood warning very localized. Even you have got region to region, by knowing geography of that, locality of that, whether it is a low-lying area, how many peoples are working, what are the installation can be get impacted by the flood. So based on that, you have to very local specific flood warning system has to be implemented, and that has to be readily, very fast has to be given this warning reach to the people. So there are a lot of scope for more research. And similarly, river basin monitoring and prediction, cyclone warning, I need not specifically say, people currently know very much through our cyclone warning system. We know that, as I mentioned earlier, we could save a lot of life. And currently, though we may not be totally, save entire installation, etc., but a lot of things could be saved, like crops which are ready for harvesting, etc. Those could be saved if we give warning well ahead. And currently we are able to give a warning well ahead 5 to 7 days already early. And then we have got impact based forecast. If you currently, the main is that it is not only you give a weather forecast, you need what is the weather is not important. You have to give what will be the weather in your locality, and further what the weather actually can cause in that locality. And further, if you have got this type of impact will happen, what response has to be done. So various aspect has to be done, has to be included in the forecast. So there is a need for more and more work to be done, so that we can actually have a very improved early warning system, and that can help people. Similarly, drought monitoring and prediction is a very important topic. We have got agri advisories, as mentioned by Sanjeev earlier. So currently, we are providing almost this through warning through SMS to almost 43 million people are being given. Both warning are being given twice in a weekly, and similarly, for next 5 days, similarly warning based on extended range is also being given. Again, it is planned to give warnings to now almost 6,500 block level. So again, when you have to give a block level, crop level, and frequently, again, there has to be ANML has to be included when you give quick services. So there is a big challenge, technological and scientific challenge, to reach these services to to the last people. And similarly, we are also providing South Asia services, like Regional Climate Center is providing seasonal prediction for South Asia. There is RSMSC providing a tropical cyclone warning to the South Asia. Training, our meteorological training at Pune, giving capacity building in there. We have got SASCOF activity, all just like already mentioned, South Asia flat flood guidance, etc. So there are several activities being done in South Asia, and as a SAIARD being for the South Asia, giving more importance to the South Asia, I think that this, the center that you are planning will be really give, take more importance, and all this aspect, particularly early warning system, which are very essential for the region, particularly East India as well as the South Asian country. You will work on that. And another aspect that is necessary is about the dissemination of and communication of the warning. You have to apply a lot of technology has to be done, mobile, social, this thing, internet, etc., and through the government sources. So we are providing, but more has to be done so that people can benefit, particularly when extreme weather events like cyclone is affecting, and when you have no power, how these things can be properly warned, etc. So for that, a lot of developments are to be done actually, and I'm sure whatever the steps in my presentation I said, dear friends, actually as seen in my presentation, weather and climate early warning system is a multidisciplinary subject, and scope for doing research and developing all aspect of this topic is open actually. So there is a lot of scope for doing research in all the aspect of this climate change and early warning system. And I am also happy that this system this department center is coming in Calcutta. Just for your information, as Duwari Saab said, first observatory was in was in the Calcutta. If you know that in the post independence we had a 20 director general of meteorology of IMD. Almost 7 of them came from they are Bengalis, so it is just like Bengal is a very good fertile land for climate science. In fact, there are many our Bengali friends are working in IMD and many of our meteorological organization, not only in India and many outside the country, and so, and they are contributing significantly. Therefore, I think that this center coming in Calcutta will be a right place, and many people, very intelligent people, are available here. Many people will come. As I said, we need a lot of manpower is necessary, to actually to reach to their to improve our early warning system. So I'm not going more on that. I'm just ending here by expressing my sincere appreciation for SAIARD for their initiative in starting this center for climate research. I wish all the success to CCRS, and also wish successful end to this e-conference in the next 2 days. I hope valuable recommendations will come, and guidance will come out from this conference, will help in actually shaping what has to be done, what will be the plan of this research institute. I thank particularly Dr. Bijoy for giving me a chance for to be there in the inaugural session. And I thank you all for listening me. I just took might have taken some more time actually than what is you allotted. Thank you once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. D.S. Pai, for his valuable and highly informative speech. He has given a very detailed information on the weather and the climate, different modes of climate variability like interseasonal, interannual, decadal, and what is the difference between climate variability and climate change. He has also mentioned different types of climate model, global model, regional model, and he has given what is the ongoing early warning system in present in IMD, like flood warning system, drought monitoring system, health system, and different agro advisory system. So it will provide a very good guideline to all the participants, especially for the students, to know this topic. And I once again, on behalf of CCRS, like to thank Dr. Pai for his valuable time and for his very informative lecture. And we wish we can get your assistant in future for our center, and we can do some collaborative research with help of you. Thank you, sir.
Definitely. Thank you.
Next, we will move forward to our technical session. We have 2 technical sessions. Technical session 1, it will be coordinated by Dr. Bappaditya Nag, and the technical session 2 will be coordinated by Dr. Suman Maiti. I just briefly introducing our coordinator. Dr. Bappaditya Nag is presently working as project scientist at IITM. He is also a guest faculty of this center. He has completed his PhD from Florida State University, USA in 2016. He has the expertise in numerical modeling using the CFS model, and his present focus of study is to improve the seasonal forecast of Indian summer monsoon rainfall. And I will also like to introduce Dr. Suman Maiti, who is a research associate of Sun Yat-sen University, China, and also the guest faculty of this institute. He has completed his PhD from IIT Kharagpur in 2018. His topic of PhD was regional modeling of Indian summer monsoon rainfall. He has also worked as postdoctoral researcher in IIT Bombay in aerosol modeling group, and presently his research focus lies in the ensemble forecast evolution. So I would like to hand over this session to Dr. Bappaditya Nag. Bappaditya Nag, please carry forward this session.
Thank you, Javed. Thank you, Dr. Javed, for the nice introduction. Now, I have given a Herculean task of introducing some of the very well-known uh, persons in the field of atmospheric and ocean science. So, to start with Dr. A.K. Sahai, I'll give a very brief introduction because I'll not take much of his time. Dr. A.K. Sahai is a scientist G at IITM, and he is the project director of Monsoon Mission and leading the group Extended Range Prediction at IITM, Pune. He has been the head of Climate Research Services, IMD, in Pune for 2017 to 2018. He had his PhD from the University of Allahabad in 1992, and he has published more than 100 scientific research papers in very well-known peer review. The cumulative impact factor of 250 and citations over 2,400. Dr. Sahai has been appointed as a member of Scientific Steering Committee of the World Weather Research Program 2019-2022 of the WMO. So I hand over the session to Dr. Sahai. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nag.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Rai Chaudhary, the chairman, and my friend, Dr. Pai, Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Bandopadhyay, and Professor Duari, and other dignitaries. So I will be delivering a talk on monsoon variability, climate change, and monsoon prediction. So I don't know how to delete this. Okay. So as you, my talk will be more easy because Dr. Pai and Dr. Duari has already led the stones for this workshop or webinar. So as you know, both has emphasized that sun is the ultimate source of energy which is distributed in the earth system. So everywhere we receive solar energy, and that is earth again re-emits, but there are different geographical features, land, ocean, and other things. So this heating will be different over land, over ocean, and this gives rise to different type of climate and weather systems. So my outline will be monsoon variability. Then I will talk some observed changes in temperature and rainfall. Then projected changes in monsoon variability, and something on monsoon prediction in extended range. So what is monsoon? Its origin come from Arabic word motion or season of winds. But the modern definition is given by Rameze is a wind system that influences large climatic regions and reverses direction seasonally. So as you see, generally we talk about southwest monsoon, so winds are from southwest, but there is northeast monsoon also is associated and also very important for particularly for southern peninsula. So the wind system is reversing seasonally. So therefore, there are locations for in the regions over the globe, and one very important is our region and Southeast Asia. But versions and in also occur in China, Australia, Africa, Arizona, and even many more places. So this is you will see June, July, August, September, and November, December, January, February, how the precipitation is distributed. So you clearly see that the sun is in the northern hemisphere in June, July, August, September, and in the southern hemisphere in the November, December, January, February. So the convection is mostly centered in northern hemisphere, and therefore you get the monsoon, and we will come how we get this difference. So, and if you see the sea level pressure and wind, that also you will see that you will get low pressures in the June, July, August, September in the northern hemisphere, and high pressure in the southern in this low pressures here in the northern November, December, January, February in the southern hemisphere. So this is the high pressure, this is the low pressure. So why there is low pressure? Because land is heated more, and then air will be lifted up, and therefore there will be pressure from other. So pressure will be low, and then the system this circulation will start, and again the air will be lifted, and convection will start, and then it gives monsoon rains in June, July, August, September over these regions. And if you see over South Asia, so this is particularly over India and Bangladesh and Nepal, Bhutan, and this. You see how is the distribution of rainfall in June, July, August, and how is December, January, February. Actually, there is almost very less rainfall, less than 25 mm here. So winters are dry over mostly over Indian region, and summer is wet. And how it happens that, so as I told you, this wind is rising due to heat over land, and low pressure will be created. And again, this due to intense solar radiation and this, and then high pressure will be created over ocean, and then this circulation. So winds from ocean to land will come in the summer season, and similarly it is opposite in the winter season. So Indian monsoon caused by differential heating and other monsoons also. And since we have maximum heating in April and May, so air is over land is heated and rising, and to be replaced by flow from the southwest of the Arabian Sea or from the Bay of Bengal. And Indian monsoon begins in June and in south and reaches Delhi by the end of June and covers the country by second week in June. And monsoon begins to withdraw in the last week of August, and by October departed from the subcontinent. I don't know how these lines are coming. Okay, so Kalidas has written about the onset of monsoon. So you see the monsoon, how important since ancient time. So the clouds advance like elephants and enormous and full of rain. They come forward as kings among tumultuous armies. Their flag is lightning, the thunder is their drum. So this is how he describes the onset of monsoon. And Dr. Pai has given nice information. So we have daily, so this is 122 days rainfall from June to September, 86, 87, 88. So this is the daily rainfall. And then we have 30 to 60-day filtered rainfall in this. And this is the seasonal mean in 86, 87, and this is the mean in 88. So this seasonal mean will give you interannual variability, and this 20 to 60 days or 30 to 60 days will give intra-seasonal variability, and daily events are giving you synoptic. So there is a synoptic scale, there is intra-seasonal scale, there is an interannual scale. And this interannual scale is mostly driven by El Nino and La Nina. So you see the red ones is El Nino and blue ones is La Nina. Generally, La Nina is associated with good monsoon and El Nino with bad monsoon. And there is also decadal, Dr. Pai has also shown this, decadal variability of this is 31-year moving average. So there are epochs with above normal rainfall, and there are epochs with below normal rainfall. So these all ranges of variability from synoptic, interannual, intra-seasonal, interannual to decadal variability, we have to understand it in a very better way, because if we are going to give a forecast and all those things, these temporal scale interactions, because they interact, it is not independent. So intra-seasonal will give, so if there will be more, suppose prolonged breaks in the monsoon season, it will drive towards drought type of situation. So intra-seasonal variability is linked with intra-annual variability, intra-annual variability is linked with decadal variability, and also inter-annual variability drives intra-seasonal variability also. So many studies are there and evidences are there to interaction of different temporal scales among this, and we need to understand this. This is just one dry year of 1987, drought year, and flood year of 88 with the rainfall in centimeter. And this is your anomaly from long-term mean in 87. So this is a dry anomaly over almost everywhere except in the northeast. And this is, you can say, good positive anomalies everywhere except some parts of the northeast. So this is the interannual variability. If the year is drought and flood, then almost all over India we get good uh, simultaneous, either it is dry or it is very flooded. And then there are intra-seasonal variability, and among these, first I told you synoptic variability. And this synoptic variability is due to the movement of monsoon trough. So one trough goes from head bay to Ganganagar and Rajasthan and up to Pakistan. So when it is south of its normal position, the monsoon activity will be very good. When it will go to north of its normal position, the activity will be bad. So this is what the synoptic scale variation is due to the movement of this trough. Then there is another variability which is 10 to 20 days variability, and this in Bay of Bengal the system is forming and it is moving along this monsoon trough up to Rajasthan, and this 10 to 20 days, this gives to 10 to 20 days variability. And there is another variability 20 to 80 or 20 to 75 or 60 days, 30 to 60 days, whatever you say, that is called MJO time scale. MJO is actually eastward propagating, but there is a northward propagating also in this time scale, which was shown by Sikka and Gadgil and later on by Yasinari and Singh and Kripalani. So this variability is the system, cloud system is formed in the just south of the equator in the southern hemisphere, and then they move up to the central India and above in this over Indian region. So this is your intra-seasonal variability. So there are these three types of variability. in the intra-seasonal scale. And therefore, what happens, you get, and this I have shown for, but you will also get active and break conditions in OLR also. So OLR anomaly will be positive. This means there will be cloud-free atmosphere. Most of the radiation will be going up, and there will be trapped in the cloud, and active condition will be there. So even in the rainfall, in the OLR, and other things also, it is there. Then, so this will be your weak monsoon and strong monsoon, 2002 and 1961. So you see the anomalies. This is a negative anomaly, positive anomaly, and similar type of anomaly you will find negative anomaly and positive anomaly during break and active period also. So large scale flood and drought conditions over a large region is seen, either it is active break or it is weak, and this thing. And such extreme conditions adversely affect agriculture and water resources, infrastructure, lives of millions over Indian subcontinent. Now, so I will come to what is the observed changes in temperature and rainfall. Mostly it is shown by Dr. Pai. So this is the all India annual mean temperature, and you see how this temperature is increasing after 80s with more positive anomalies, and the trend is 0.64 degrees centigrade per 100 year. And if you see, due to this, these are the heat wave trends. So these are the significant trends if it is filled and up. And but heat waves are reducing, you can say, over West Bengal. And severe heat waves, there is some improvement, heat wave and severity, but generally it is decreasing over West Bengal. And if you see the cold waves, so cold waves is decreasing, and severe cold waves are showing increase. This is just station data, so maybe only 1 or 2 stations will be there, or 3. This is over West Bengal annual mean temperature, and you see that temperature is how it is increasing, and the trend is 0.31 degrees centigrade. So it is lower than the all India trend. And this is your maximum temperature trend. This is also increasing compared to minimum temperature. Maximum temperature increase is more, and this is minimum temperature increase. And then if you see district wise, so what is the trend in minimum temperature in the winter? So this is the trend. So increasing trend significant is here, and the decreasing trend, non-significant decreasing trends are also there. And this is your minimum temperature seasonal mean. So this will be like 15 to 18 degrees. So it is slightly warmer, then it is colder, 12 to 15 degrees, then it is much colder, 9 to 12 degrees centigrade. So this is the normal, and this is the trend in temperature, minimum temperature. Similarly, this is the trend in maximum temperature. So maximum temperature, though there is some increasing trend here, but that is not significant, but here it is significant increasing trend, and here it is decreasing non-significant trend, and these are the normals. So again, this is the warmer 33 to 36 degrees centigrade. So this is the warmest region, and now it is like this in other regions. And if we come to rainfall, this all India we have already seen, and this is decadal means again. So as it is shown here, it is epochal behavior. So this is your above normal, and this is below normal. And as Dr. Pai told, that now we may enter in the above normal epoch. So this is an all India monsoon rainfall, and but on different spatial scale, there is a difference in this trend in the behavior. So here in over Bengal, this portion is having increasing trend. And if you see, this is how decadal trend is increasing trend. So West Bengal is having increasing trend in monsoonal rainfall. And this is what the extreme northern districts receive maximum rainfall. Here 2,643 mm to 3,064 mm, and then this is 2,220 to 2,642, and here we are getting very less, 955 to 1,376. And if you see the trend, this is significantly increasing, and this is your increasing but not significant. This is decreasing also but not significant. So this type of mixed trend is there, but mostly it is increasing trend. And this is another groundwater from remote sensing GRACE. So this is almost minus 0.5 meter per year is the water table is going down. So it is very serious in these regions, and we have to really think about, because the high priority zone, we have to think very give more priority on this, because groundwater is going very down. Now I will come to projected changes in monsoon variability, and here is the challenge in assessment, because wide variation in uncertainties among IPCC AR4 and now AR5. Now we are going to AR6 report and AR5 report, and synoptic biases, systematic biases is there in simulating a spatial pattern. So therefore, it is very difficult to assess how monsoon will going to behave. So what we did, that we took 21 models, and then we saw that how they are doing different variability, mean, seasonal cycle, and all those things. And if out of 6 this monsoon characteristics, if 5 are simulated well by anyone, we take that as a good model, and therefore we have selected 4 models. And we are also in subsequent slides somewhere we will give multimodal mean also in B4 we will say. So this is your projected changes. This is the future projection, and in precipitation, how it is changes. Mostly it is a positive change, except in this model. And multimodal is giving positive change. And then circulation also will be more strengthened, the southwesterly flow. So these are some statistics on this, how mean is changing and how other circulation features are changing. So this is Webster and Young index, Webster and Fan index, and monsoon Hadley circulation index, how it is changing. And so we will see that strong monsoons, that is, you can say flood years, will be increasing in all the models. And if you take the average of multimodal, it is showing that almost 30% and more than 30% to 40%. Strong monsoon is also increasing, and drought years are also increasing. So what it means, that normal years will be less. So either it will be drought year or it will be flood year. So extremes will be more, either it will be drought or it will be flood. And a special extent is also increasing. And if you see future projection, daily rain rate, so this is low and light rain, so that is decreasing. So low rain is decreasing, and very heavy high rainfall is increasing. So projected increase in intensity and frequency of heavy rainfall events over Indian land. So this is what we have the models are projecting. and adjoining ocean regions also. And this may further decrease the potential predictability of Indian summer monsoon. And also the low frequency oscillations are, you see here, how dominant it is shift from low frequency to high frequency. So low frequency is decreasing and high frequency is increasing. So this type of and again there is a if you see active and long spells, so active spells are increasing, and break long spells are increasing. And if you see daily rain rate shows increase while percentage of wet days shows decrease. And in such a scenario, prediction of extreme events become and if you see this is strong monsoon, this is weak monsoon, and this is a strong monsoon. So weak monsoon, this is for active. So this is long spells are decreasing and break long spells are increasing. So a strong monsoon could be more wet and weak monsoon could be more dry in the future due to increment in longer active breaks. But special characteristics, there is a problem. So what is the remark from this study is the model projection suggests greater than 30% increase related to present climate in both a strong monsoon and weak monsoon in future climate, and response to increased this is in response to increased greenhouse gas emission in future climate. An increase in heavy rainfall events projected that could further elevate climate related vulnerability over Indian subcontinent. A strong monsoon could be more wet and weak monsoon could be more dry in future due to the increment in longer active and break spells. So however, the projected changes are geographically varying among the models. So models are not consistent in the geographical extent, but still it is suggesting like this. So the results suggest the need for profound adaptation measures and better policy making in future, and therefore the prediction of monsoon becomes more challenging. So I will touch upon some monsoon prediction in extended range. I think I have taken long time, but this is what Dr. Pai has also shown, how we provide the climate service. So first is the at IITM, there is a Center for Climate Change and Research, and now this is also SAIARD is also starting this center. So this climate trend and change, so trend will be with the observed climate, and this will be the projected change. This will help in long-term planning. Then seasonal forecast, which India Meteorological Department is issuing for rainfall, temperature, and other things in all the seasons. This makes you ready. And then sub-seasonal forecast is setting the scene. And finally, there is short range forecast 3 to 5 days, which is say the go what action you have to take. So this, therefore, the access to relevant climate information can empower stakeholders to anticipate and confront climate-related risks and opportunities, and therefore the whole this 4-5 type of services, and even there is a nowcast also in between in the center of this. So all these are provided by India Meteorological Department and Ministry of Earth Sciences. This is just the extreme of Indian monsoon, and these are, we see that 61 and 2002, 61 was the flood year and 2002 was drought year. And this is for each year, there is a different type of temporal variability. So this is 72. In this period, you are getting very dry, but in same period, you are getting wet in 88. So this period is not constant, and it is intra-annual, intra-seasonal variability is very much dominating. And also, I have shown you that there is a propagation from equator or south of equator to the Indian mainland of the center equation, center of India. So all these features has to be by any model, if it is predicting, these features have to be captured. And Therefore, I am we are here. I will say you extended range. So below this, up to 1 week, this is actually driven by initial conditions, and above this is driven by boundary condition, and then the climate change and decadal change by anthropogenic forcings. But this is in the 2 weeks and 3 weeks, this is between initial condition and boundary condition, and therefore it is very difficult. So we have started this system, and now it is operational in India Meteorological Department. We are having these 4 models, and we are giving multimodal, and we are at par with any other word center, ECMWF, and UKMet office. This is UKMet office, and so and we are also, Dr. Pai has given in detail how we are giving the services. So drought monitoring activities, and anticipated weekly soil moisture change, and then advisory for based on this extended rain forecast for agriculture advisory for Kerala, Maharashtra, and all over India. And also we are giving for particular, this is for Maharashtra, one particular season grapes could suffer more because there will be temperature going and dropping below 4.4 degrees centigrade. So this type of, and there will be some pest and disease due to heavy rainfall. So all these forecasts for agriculture are being given. Then health guidance for heat wave, malaria, and other things Dr. Pai has already shown. So heat wave, this is another disaster, but it is not classified as disaster. But you see, this is the number of deaths, more than 2,500 in 2015. But after that, National Disaster Management Authority has taken, and then we started this forecast not only on extended end, but from seasonal to even short range, and then it has drastically decreased death due to heat wave. So we are giving this type of forecast. We are also giving forecast for dengue and malaria. We are also giving forecast because power sector needs how many days will be maximum temperature will be high and minimum temperature also will be less for their demand and this balance. So all these forecasts are being given, and this is my last slide, that monsoon intra-seasonal variability is modulated by synoptic, interannual, and decadal variability. On top of this, climate change is also modulated by MESO, and MESO also modulates it. Climate change also modulates MESO, and hence their prediction is a great challenge. And significant progress on operational forecast at various spatial temporal scale has been made, and we are providing services for this, and we are at par with the top global centers and different as Dr. Pai has told, artificial intelligence and other things we are adopting. So a strong collaboration between weather climate scientists and stakeholders, research and data exchange, and co-production. This is very important. Co-production is a prerequisite for further improvements. Means what for different sectors, what they require, that we have to produce. So thank you. With this, I finish. Again, thank everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Sahai, for providing such a overall view of the monsoon. I guess students have noticed that how we have seen Dr. Sahai summarize the monsoon to land and sea breeze, and then he went to the different variabilities, temporal variabilities of the monsoon, and then we have some warning. The maximum temperatures over Northwest Bengal, those increase with the minimum temperatures decreasing in north of West Bengal. That was the trend for the last 100 years. And for the projections also are worrying that we have more wet monsoon, flood seasons with drier droughts. So that is also a big concern. So that was much informative. Thank you, sir, for providing such a wonderful lecture. Then we move on to Dr. S.K. Midya. He is a professor of the Department of Atmospheric Science, University of Calcutta. His research interests includes air glow emissions, ozone depletion, solar physics, interstellar molecules, earthquake, and tropospheric phenomena. He did his PhD from the Jadavpur University. He has published 125 papers in national and international reputable journals, 8 book chapters, and more than 20 conference papers. So, with this, over to you, sir, Dr. S.K. Midya.
Thank you, Dr. Nag. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and you're visible too.
I'm visible, but my PowerPoint, now I am sharing my screen. And now I think it is.
Yes, sir. We can see it.
It is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is perfectly fine. You sir, please go ahead.
So good afternoon, everybody. At first, I like to thank the organizer for arranging this type of seminar because it is very useful for everyone. Climate is related to everybody, and we know the climate is changing abruptly now in this period, and we are facing different types of perils, and we see to solve this problem by lithosphere, atmosphere, ionosphere coupling theory. And I will mention this theory in this name, not but Professor Mitro, he was the first scientist who established preliminary theory of this coupling theory, lithosphere and ionosphere, atmosphere, and ozonosphere and weather, and ionosphere and weather. And actually, this name was given by other scientists. This name actually given by Poulinets in the year 2009. Now, my topic is this climate change and perils. Perils, what type of perils we are facing nowadays? We see the abrupt rise of temperature, which as mentioned by my previous speaker, in the last 150 years, we see nearly 0.5 degree rise of temperature and rise of sea level, and this is snow coverage, that is decrease of snow coverage. And these are the perils. And another perils is the ozone hole over Antarctica. It was detected by Herman in the year 1985, and there are different theories are already proposed by different scientists. But ultimately, in the year 1995, chemical theory was established by Kurzen, and we know that he was awarded Nobel Prize for his chemical theory. And sometimes we see the splitting of the ozone hole, and ozone hole splitting is observed in the year 2002. And actually, what is the effect of this ozone hole on our environment and on our climate? That is the important, that is very, very important topic for atmospheric science research worker. And I like to mention what are the perils we are facing here. And perils, we see that this is a NCRB report, a National Crime Record Bureau report. And during the period 2004 and 2013, and during this period, we see the death toll of different hazards. And first position we see that the lightning strike, death toll by lightning strike stands in the first position, and then other calamities are here, and there is heat stroke, cyclonic disturbance, and flood, etc. These are different types of hazards we see, but actually the unpredictable phenomena till now is lightning discharge and earthquake. Other, if we minutely observe this curve, the death toll gradually decreases due to cyclonic disturbance, because due to the perfect forecasting arrangement of IMD, and this is decreases abruptly. But whereas earthquake and lightning strike, death toll gradually increases. So critical research is required for to solve this problem, and for perfect forecasting arrangement, we have to make some arrangement, experimental setup, or any early warning system will be developed. And first, I like to mention the electrical system, the sources of atmospheric electrical system. My earlier speakers have already mentioned sun plays the important role in all atmospheric phenomena. We see that here is sun, and this is solar radiation, and it is galactic cosmic ray, which is directly related to our electrical system. And here is the electrical system, which is also encouraged by global rise of temperature. With the rise of temperature, that is, cloud is formed, the different types of clouds, thunderstorm cloud, and other clouds are also formed. And earthquake cloud is also formed, I will mention in afterwards, and that is also very important for electrical system of our globe. And this is the earthquake. When earthquake preparating zone, we see that in this earthquake preparating zone, radon is emitted. When radon is emitted, the atmospheric particles are ionized, and due to the ionization, and step by step, earthquake cloud is formed here. And this is also one source of electrical system of the Earth atmosphere. And now come to the theory, that is lithosphere, atmosphere, ionosphere coupling theory. And this theory I have already mentioned that Poulinex established this theory in the year 2009. And actually, according to this theory, the total atmosphere, we have to study our atmospheric phenomena as a whole, not tropospheric phenomena, not stratospheric phenomena, or ionospheric phenomena. If we consider the total atmosphere by LAIC model, then we can explain the unsolved problem of atmospheric science. That is the idea of this theory. Actually, when this ionization starts from the ground surface during earthquake phenomena, due to the process, this type of global electric circuit is formed. And this is updraft of the ionized particle, and it superimposes in the ionization of solar radiation in the ionosphere. And with ground and ionosphere, the potential difference nearly 250 kilovolt. And from the other side of this is updraft, from the other side of the globe, there is downdraft, and the circuit is called the global electric circuit. And this is one observation which was observed over Greece. A major earthquake occurred June 8, 2008, and ionospheric layer thickness variation. Anomalous behavior of ionospheric layer thickness was observed over Greece before occurrence of earthquake. That also supports the LAIC theory, because ionization starts from the ionosphere according to this theory, and it superimposes the ionization of the ionosphere. So this type of anomalous behavior, that is anomalous layer thickness thickness was observed. That is, some scientist claims that if this type of anomalous behavior is observed, then we can expect there is a chance of occurrence of major earthquake over that region. And I like to mention the work of Professor Shishir Kumar Mitra long ago in the year 1945. And he measured the night sky intensity over Calcutta University campus Rajabazar and measured the critical frequency. And this observation was published in Nature in the year 1945. And this is critical frequency square, variation of critical frequency square, and this is night sky intensity variation. And we see this is observation for 2 days, and we see that there is a covariation between these two curve, and from this curve, Professor Mitra concluded that there is some relation between ionospheric phenomena and lower atmospheric phenomena. Based on this observation, first equation of atmospheric science was developed by Barbier, and that is known as Barbier equation. Till now, this equation is valid, but nowadays science is developed and filter is developed, and so total night sky intensity, in place of total night sky intensity, if we plot the specific line intensity, then we also get this type of result, but with some modification. But equation is known as modified Barbier equation in the same name. So this observation is very important observation of atmospheric science. And I like to mention, this is the first observation of atmospheric science, experimental observation of atmospheric science over our globe. And we know that Professor Mitra was awarded a FRS for this work. And he also wrote one book, famous book, and that Upper Atmosphere, and the name of the book is Upper Atmosphere. In this book, he has written 2 chapters. One is ionosphere and weather, and another chapter is ozone and weather. Actually, Professor Mitra, I think, mentioned that there is a relation between upper and lower atmosphere. We have to see the total atmosphere as a whole. And this is the background of LAIC theory, which was mentioned by Professor Shishir Kumar Mitra long ago. And this is observation of cyclonic disturbance phony over Baliganj Science College campus, and this is our observation. And we measure VLF observation during this period, and we are lucky that the instrument was okay during that disturbance. And this observation, from this observation, we see that during the disturbance, the D layer, actually VLF is reflected from D layer, that is lower layer of the ionosphere, and from D layer, when it is reflected back, then this type of actually ionosphere is also disturbed. So we observe this type of disturbance during the landfall of cyclonic disturbance. And different stages for different days observation is reported here. And this articles is published in JGR in the year 2019. And from this observation, we also concluded that LAIC is applicable for this type of to explain this type of observation. Actually, cyclonic disturbance is tropospheric phenomena. When troposphere is disturbed, ionosphere is also affected. So there is a relation between troposphere and ionospheric disturbance. This is, I think, coupling theory. And this is another observation which was also reported by us in the year 2018. In the Tokyo observation, that is on major earthquake on this date, Tokyo earthquake, and it was major earthquake. And if we plot the 6300 Armstrong radiation, ionospheric radiation, no doubt, before occurrence of earthquake, and this is our result, the enhancement of red line of oxygen is prominent. This is the date of occurrence of earthquake. Before occurrence of earthquake, there is a prominent enhancement of this line. Actually, red line is emitted by dissociative recombination, completely ionized reaction. And before occurrence of earthquake, radon is emitted, so ionization of the ionosphere also changes, and this enhancement is occurred due to that change of ionization. As ionization increases, so intensity of 6300 line also increases. That was our conclusion. That is also our published articles, and this is for green line observation. And green line, there is one component also which is emitted from the upper ionospheric layer, F2 layer, and for this is also prominent, but 6000, in case of 60, it is more prominent because there is only origin of 6000 line is nearly 250 kilometer height. But in case of green line, one component is emitted from those region only. Major component is from lower atmosphere. For this is prominent but less prominent with respect to 6000 Armstrong line. So we can demand, if enhancement of this type of radiation is observed over some region, then we can expect there is a major earthquake, probability of major earthquake. But this is not forecasting, but it is hindcast method. Earthquake occur, and we have collected data of those stations for those days, and before occurrence of earthquake, 15 days before occurrence of earthquake, and after 15 days, and then we plot and we get this type of results. And this is a well-known cloud, thunderstorm cloud, and thunderstorm cloud, this is mature stage, we say, and this is unveiled structure. Structure of the thunderstorm cloud is this, but in case of earthquake cloud, this type is peculiar type of cloud. This is completely ionized cloud. For this is stable cloud. This is not displaced. It will stay for a long time before occurrence of earthquake. After occurrence of earthquake, this cloud disappears. So this is the difference between CV cloud and earthquake cloud. And this is the lightning activity. Nearly 70% lightning occurs over land. Actually, over land, severe thunderstorm activity occurs. So lightning activity is nearly 70%. And lightning report over India, actually, our department is included in the Earth Network, Global Lightning Networks zone. And we have set up this instrument over our roof, over the roof of the building. And this is lightning detector. We are collecting data regularly. And this is the report for the year 2019. And total lightning strike over India is this. And this is two types of lightning. Here actually intercloud means summation of in-cloud and intercloud. And this is cloud to ground lightning, in-cloud lightning and cloud to ground lightning. This is total lightning. And this is the percentage. If we take the percentage of lightning, that is 27.4% CG lightning, cloud to ground lightning, and 72.6% is other lightning, that is cloud to cloud, in cloud and intra-cloud lightning. And a state-wise lightning count Odisha stands in the first position, and then West Bengal, Jharkhand and Andhra Pradesh, and then Madhya Pradesh. And this is statewide ranking of lightning strike. And what about earthquake trend? Earthquake trend during 1900 to 1916, occurrence of major earthquake trend is just like this. It was decreasing. Major earthquake trend was decreasing up to the year 1962. But after 1962, occurrence of earthquake trend, major earthquake trend is increasing. And actually it is taken from JGR, IJP, and 2014. That can be explained by Sun-Earth interaction theory. Actually, sun plays the important role in every phenomena, and if we explain this phenomena by Sun-Earth interaction theory, that is magnetic field of sun, the Kp, Kn, index, etc., and their variation, we can explain this trend also. And this is interesting result, rainfall trend. Actually, urban rainfall trend increasing with respect to non-urban belt. And this is non-urban belt rainfall over Telangana subdivision. And up to 1953-52, rainfall trend was increasing, but afterwards it was decreasing, annual rainfall. And monsoon rainfall also follows the same pattern. Monsoon rainfall also follows just like total rainfall trend. Up to 1953, it was increasing, and afterwards it was decreasing. So urban rainfall trend is decreasing. It is also alarming because rain is required in the urban belt for cultivation. But in the country region, that is non-urban, urban rainfall trend actually unwanted. Cultivation takes place on non-urban belt, but reverse trend we observe here, and this is due to heat island. Actually, heating effect is produced in the urban belt, and as a result, cloud is formed there, and non-urban belt rainfall is decreasing. It is also one important observation which was obtained by our student. And I have also mentioned here the already mentioned Antarctic ozone hole, and that is the variation study effect of Antarctic ozone hole in different atmospheric phenomena. If we study the lithium 6708 radiation over Antarctica, the variation of lithium line gradually decreases, just like this, with the decrease of ozone concentration. Actually, it can be explained from the chemical kinetics. Actually, lithium is emitted from this reaction, lithium oxide plus O, lithium star plus O2. And LaO is actually at its superoxide. It is very, very unstable. And lithium excited state is produced. And when this comes down to the ground state, it emits 6708 Armstrong. And lithium oxide production takes place by these three reactions. And if we study, the third reaction plays important role for the production of lithium O star. Actually, LiO star, in the production of LiO star, ozone plays important role. So if ozone is depleted, then we can expect the depletion of lithium intensity. So this type of observation was obtained over Antarctic region. Now this is the cyclonic disturbance, track of cyclone, different cyclone. We see that the track, the cyclone follows this path. Sometimes we see that cyclone is deviated, path is deviated, and this path is deviated, and this deviation nearly 30 to 40 degrees. And before at the time of landfall, it is deviated. And this is track of Oki. and track actually initial direction was just like this. And nearly we see that there is 130-degree deviation. So there is no forecasting of this disturbance, landfall of Oki over this region. So we see that this is the destruction of Oki, that is Kanyakumari district, Kerala, and this is kind of collected from net. You see that tremendous destruction takes place over this region because there was no forecasting about this landfall of Oki. And now, if we plot the wind speed and rate of depletion of ozone, then we get this type of curve. That is, rate of depletion of ozone increases, wind speed of cyclone also increases. So this also supports the LAIC theory. And now we introduce another term, which is atmospheric refractivity. Atmospheric refractivity, it was established by Bevis et al. And it consists of two parts. One is dry component, another is wet component. Dry component is almost constant part, but if we observe the wet component, there is a variable part, that is P vapor. P vapor, that is expression of P vapor. There is relative humidity term. Q is the temperature term. So this term is variable. So in that case, Lieb established this equation is very important to study the atmospheric phenomena. And we have tried to verify some phenomena by using this Lieb equation. And this is the variation of wet component of atmospheric refractivity. And this is the date-wise plot of wet component of refractivity. And during monsoon period, we see that it is gradually increases, and afterwards it attains almost the constant value. And this is the onset date. Almost this is the onset date of monsoon. During monsoon period, it almost constant. And this is observation of another wet component variation for another period. We see that it also follows the same pattern. And this is observation for 2018, and this increases just like this, exactly same pattern. So we conclude that the monsoon occurs when WAR, that is wet component of refractivity, attains nearly this value. And when it becomes constant, we can say monsoon onset takes place. We have verified it. The onset date of IMD as declared by IMD, but there is lag of 2 or 3 days. For 2017, it was 3 days. 2018, it was 2 days. Because actually, when water vapor enter into the into our atmosphere, our Calcutta University campus, we get this type of curve. But monsoon is declared afterwards because there are some condition when satisfied, then IMD declare monsoon. Only water vapor inclusion in our atmosphere is not the condition of rainfall. When rain takes place to certain days for few days, for some days, and this type of condition when satisfied, then IMD declare monsoon onset. But our observatory instrument detect the actually the presence of water vapor in our atmosphere. For this type of lag takes place. And this is for lightning activity. And we see that the variation of WAR gradually decreases and peak current gradually increases. And when peak current WAR attains the minimum value, peak current attains the maximum value. And at that time, lightning strike takes place. CG lightning takes place. And this is also observation for another and this is for 23rd August, Calcutta. This is also one day of severe lightning activity over Calcutta, almost same curve. That is, WAR decreases and peak current increases, and opposite trend is observed. And actually, we demand that this observation, this type of when it decreases sharply, then we can conclude we may expect one lightning strike may take place over this region. That may be one of the precursor of forecasting of lightning strike over a particular region. At present, when flash count exceeds some limit, then it is expected that lightning strike takes place over that region. But sometimes we see that this prediction fails. But if we study the WR variation, then I think it will be more perfect. And this is also where in the Tarakeswar region, one nor'wester when moves, and our instrument of record this type of movement, and this is landfall over Calcutta, over this region. At 17th April, nearly 17 people died during this period, and when it strike over Calcutta, and our instrument record this observation. This is also actually a sharp fall of weight component of refractivity with increasing peak current over on these days, the days which I have mentioned previously. Actually, this is one of the perfect forecasting arrangement of lightning strike over a particular arrangement. Actually, this is our findings. So in conclusion, we can say that weight component of atmospheric refractivity when begins sharply decrease, then we can say there is a high probability of lightning strike over a particular region. And decreasing trend of weight component of refractivity may be considered as a precursor of lightning strike. I have already mentioned, and certain places and occur, and the prediction track of thunderstorm can be predicted. Track detection of cyclone is also can be detected from lightning disturbance. Flash count, if we observe the flash count, then track detection can also be possible from this observation. And ozone layer protection is also essential to protect our climate, because there is a significant effect of ozone depletion over our climatic condition. So different ODS, according to the different protocol, Montreal, Kyoto, or etc., the different ODS should be restricted, used, and ozone depleting substance should be restricted, and substitute of ODS should be used. And lastly, I like to mention lithosphere-atmosphere ionosphere coupling theory, which was established by Poulinet, but initial idea was developed by Professor Shishir Kumar Mitra long ago, should be applied to solve the unsolved problem of atmospheric science. So thank you all. This is our findings from our department, and I see our ex-student of department, Dr. Nag.
Yes.
After a long gap, I am very happy to see you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So what we have learned so far is lightning can be used as a precursor for earthquake, and also lightning can be forecasted through wet refractivity of the atmosphere. That is what Dr. Media sir stressed upon. This is much informative and much new to our area. We have been used to numerical modeling, but we haven't done this type of study. So this is a very new area to our background. And also, we have seen from Sahaj sir that how monsoon can be treated as a land and sea breeze. Over here, we see that urban heating can also alter the circulation, which leads to the alteration of the rainfall pattern. So thank you, sir, for providing such an informative lecture. Thank you, sir. Next, we move to Dr. Somnath Mahapatra. He's working as a scientist in monsoon mission at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, from 1994. He has been a part-time senior scientist at the International Climate Monsoon Project Office, hosted by IITM from 2017. He has also been an adjunct professor at Savitri Phule Pune University and an executive council member, joint secretary and secretary of the IMS Pune chapter. Uh, Mahapatra sir did his MTech from ISM Dhanbad in 1989, and he has important contributions for compiling Monsoon Mission Science and Implementation Plan 2014 and achievement of Monsoon Mission Phase 1 reports. He has published more than 50 publications, including 22 research publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals, in 18 scientific articles, and many abstracts. So over to you, sir, Dr. Somnath Mahapatra.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay. I'll start video.
Okay. Yes, sir, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm sharing my presentation file, but before that, I will thank all the organizers for inviting me for the inaugural ceremony of SAIARD Center for Climate Research and Studies and the International E-Conference on Possibilities and Prospects of Climate Research and Studies in the Contemporary Era. I am very thankful to the organizer to put me in a very renowned dignitaries, just like Dr. Devi Prasad Dawari, Director of MP Birla Parliament in Kolkata, and Dr. D. Sivananda Pai Ji of IMT Pune, and Dr. S. Bandopadhyay of IMT Kolkata, and also our senior Dr. A.K. Sahai sir, and other various faculty members like Dr. Arun Chakrabarti, Professor S. Kamitya, Professor Lalu Das, Professor Abhijit Saha, Dr. A. Karan, and Dr. Nagesh Sharai, Dr. Jitendra Meher, etc. And I'm also thankful to the organizing committee, Dr. Bishwajit Chaudhary, Dr. D. Pradhan, and organizing secretary Dr. D. Pradhan is also faculty in this SAIARD team, and conveners Dr. Javed Akhtar, co-convener Dr. Bappa Dityanag, and co-convener Dr. Shuman Maiti. So I think we can start this. And before starting, I will tell you that this there may be some repetitions because there have been certain presentation by Dr. T.S. Pai, and he has told many things which may be common here, and also certain slides may be common with Dr. Sahai sir. So because actually this is prepared in very hurriedly, so I could not assemble many new things, but whatever the things are available with me with a very small notice actually what I could prepare. So I think here I will not take myself as a scientist, rather as a teacher, because when I have been invited as a faculty member, so I think I should think more for the students. And for that, actually, I will go for very basics, actually. So the basics of this in the Earth's climate system, and this Earth climate system actually creates that climate system. And the change in the climate system is designated by both system as well as us. That means who are living on the Earth. So regarding the climate change also, I'll come into that. So my topic will be the Earth's climate system and basics of climate modeling and climate change impacts. So climate already it has been defined just like by Dr. D.S. Spicer, that climate of a place or region is nothing but it is a long time average of the weather conditions. So we should not say that today's climate is like that, because climate refers to a long time period average, It can be for whole season, it can be for the whole year, or it can be for a decade, or it can be for century. So whenever we say about some climatology, so we take at least 30 years of data and take the average values of that. So here actually we can say very basic things, just like weather is what you see directly, what is just instantaneous, what is happening, you see that, and that is called weather. Whereas climate is what you expect. That means what should happen, what is to be done. So
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. Will you please share your screen? I think you have forgotten to share.
I have shared actually.
You have shared?
Okay, once more actually I'll see.
Papaditto, have you seen? I mean, is it possible for you to?
I could see him actually. Maybe
Okay,
some
okay,
of
no
the
problem.
some of
Yeah,
the members
maybe.
some of the members were not able to see, but I could see and hear him actually.
Okay, yeah, hearing
Yes,
is not
sir.
a big deal. Yeah. Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So actually, in any problem, you just kindly give a chat India or something. You can give that. So these are the things. Actually, it is the mean state. That means the average conditions of the ocean atmosphere system, in which day-to-day fluctuation of the weather, which normally the mean. That means the average things of the whole things. So there can be seasonal mean, there can be annual mean, there can be decadal mean, etc. And the particular climate of a particular place or particular region, it depends on certain things, just like latitude. Just like we can have that whatever the climate is here, we see in India may be quite different from that of Alaska or Canada. Oh, they are very cool places. Actually, there will be temperature much less. It will depending on the altitude, just like in Himalayas, or you can see Darjeeling, you can have very cold climate. Whereas in Pune, it will be quite moderate climate, where in Jaipur, it will be quite hot climate like. So then, and also it refers to the proximity of the water bodies. Just like if you go to Goa, the climate is quite temperate.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, can you click on the share screen button
once more
below? Yeah, share screen button below. So green signal, green with an upward arrow.
Just check. Just
So below your video, just below your video.
Below video, no? Something is coming. 1 minute, huh? Just here it is not coming. Presentation I have given. Just wait, please wait. 1 minute, please wait.
Yes, sir.
Can you see now?
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes, sir.
it is. Everybody
Yes,
can
sir.
see it. Yes, now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Okay. So, is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So I will go. So you can see that it refers to different system. Actually, it can be there can be high terrain, there can be sea level, there can be just like beaches. So that means it is also covering all these things: water, soil, rocks, silts, etc. So here, all this climate system actually depends mainly on the sun and earth. This how the sun actually is giving radiation, earth is accepting it, but and the distance between earth and sun, that the geometry between the earth and sun. So that's why the this climate system, what is available in the earth, may not be available in some other planets. So that means this proper distancing between the sun and earth is one of the very important thing, and the presence of the atmosphere is also very important thing, which is may not be available in many other these planets, etc. So this type of climate system is not available in other places, which available in our earth. Now the radiation, actually this is just It is not a definition or something like that. I have just prepared one slide where radiation is solar radiation, which is very vital for this whole Earth system. So that I'm telling that there is some part which is getting reflected, that is called reflection, and the part of the solar radiation which is getting reflected, that is called albedo. This word actually scientific word, albedo. The another is the absorption, then diffusion, and it also refers to scattering, and then irradiation and attenuation, transmission, and then incoming solar radiation. That is very important. That we call insolation. That is incoming. So how much solar radiation is coming to the Earth? Then outgoing long wave radiation. That is called OLR. Actually, already it has been told by Dr. Pai and Dr. Sahai sir that outgoing long wave, that is OLR, is vital for knowing about the monsoon. That monsoon, because when the monsoon onset is there, there is a change in the OLR, and this different clouds, etc., that will be changing this OLR. And the N is referring to net radiation. So this is actually innovative thing. It is not a copybook thing. And this Earth, we are telling that Earth is also emitting, because it is absorbing the radiation, then also it is emitting. Emission, then absorption, reflection, transmission, and heat. EARTH, we are referring for this. So scattering also bringing the whatever the night, these colors actually in the early morning, the dawn, and in the afternoon, that we are getting different colors. That is because of the scattering of the solar radiation itself. So these seasons actually, seasons are also happening because of the positioning of the Earth with respect to the sun. And we see that Earth is not rotating in a circular path; it is rotating in some elliptical path, and the distance between Earth and sun is changing from time to time. And that's why we have got different seasons, actually different time, different amount of solar radiation is coming to us, and we are getting different kinds of seasons. And that's why we see that if we have got in the September, that means so we can have autumn, we can have winter in the December, and we can have March, we have got this, spring season, and the summer again. So this actually, we can see that there are different, actually location wise, there is a change in the amount of solar radiation coming, and accordingly the climate system. And also there is another thing, that is the Earth is tilted. So Earth is tilting with the main axis of rotation. So that tilt is also very important, and that also gives rise to that one part it is little more towards the, that is receiving more sun, another part is receiving less sun, so solar radiation. So that's why there is a change in the total energy gained from the solar radiation. So these are actually from the distance it is coming, and here where it is reaching, there is a temperature gradient over the altitudes. That means in the vertical direction, if I go, then initially you will find that from the surface up to tropopause, the temperature decreases, gradually decreases. Now question is why the temperature is more at the surface of the Earth? Because the solar radiation is coming from the top. So why it should be more at the surface? It is because the solar radiation, which is a this is actually is not giving the effect of the heating. It is actually when it is absorbed by the Earth, and Earth is radiating their outgoing long wave radiation, the temperature comes into fact. So that means gradually temperature decreases from the surface to up to certain level, and it can be called the tropopause. Up to the troposphere it is there, and then in the next season there will be, because of the presence of ozone, etc., there is a increase in the temperature and in the stratosphere, and then again it get decreased in the mesosphere and in the thermosphere because of the ionic reactions, it will be increasing. So this way we can see that Earth actually, it is also rotating and as well as revolving. It is rotating around its own axis and it's revolving around the sun. So it is actually, there is a, because of this rotation, there is some force comes into play, and that is called Coriolis force. So this thing comes actually, so that means whatever the platform we are there, this platform is not a fixed platform. This is a rotating system. So we have to think further. When we model this Earth's climate, we have to understand that we have certain things which is not fixed at one location, which is changing the position from time to time. So then this is climate system already. I think Dr. Paiser also already said in much detail. So this is the totality of the atmosphere, biosphere, hydrosphere, cryosphere, geosphere. So all this together is making the climate system. So here actually we have got several. That means we get to land, we get ocean, we get higher terrains, we get atmosphere, we get cryosphere, etc. So here actually this there are certain forcing we call the natural climate forcing, and this natural climate forcing is also It is a change imposed on this planetary energy balance and typically causes the change in global temperature. So there are two main kind of external forcing and internal forcing. One is that external forcing, it is caused by the variation of the agents outside the climate system, such as the solar radiation fluctuations. So just like the sun is changing or sun's geometry with earth is changing, or this thing we cannot change, because we can just see whatever we can regulate, but the sun's things we cannot regulate, because even going to the sun it's also very difficult. So here actually we can think about the internal forcings which are actually on the earth, and in that also there is some, just like volcanic eruption, that is also with inside the earth, so that cannot be also changed slightly, but there's carbon dioxide increasing, and that is creating what is called global warming. That part is depending on both outside as well as inside. So that actually is also anthropogenic. That means man-made part also is there. So that means just like we are emitting much more carbon dioxide, and that is creating more heating, that part actually you can regulate. Other things just like the volcanic eruption, etc., we cannot regulate. And then also ice sheet changes also occurring because of the global warming. So climate change, that means it is depending on the insolation. That means the change in the solar output, how much solar energy is coming, and then at different places the albedo is changing. That means something is getting reflected more, and certain places it is reflecting less. Just like if you see the water bodies, the albedo will be less. But if you go to some place which is very cold country, just like there is ice sheets, just like if you go to Antarctica, etc. So there the maximum part of the solar radiation will get reflected. So albedo is quite high there. So naturally, how much energy is coming to the earth, how much is getting absorbed, how much is reflected, that is very important. So, and another thing is the atmospheric compositions. At different levels, it is different. At different locations, it will be composed. So here actually we are having certain gases are nearly fixed, just like nitrogen and oxygen. But water vapor is variable. So at different places, water vapor, the amount of water vapor is changing. Similarly, some other gases also, it will be changing from places to places. So that's why that composition changes. So it is a mixture, but it is not a, we can say, not a definite value everywhere. So then there is a change in the way the distribute according to the seasonality. At different season there will be changes, different type of, and then there will be change in the circulation pattern. Wind patterns will be different at different places. So then there are the certain continental distribution. Actually, that also depend upon that which continent. Just like if you see Australia, it is surrounded by ocean from all sides. But our India, some part is toward the land side, some part is toward the ocean side, and certain places it will be completely within surrounded by all the continents. So that means this distribution of continent also important. Then location of the mountain ranges, that is elevation. Some places it is elevated, some places it is not elevated. So all these things matters with the climate changes. Now we say the climate changes, there are very slow changes but very long time period changes, and these are called the Milankovitch variations. And then there are some solar activity also, that also was mentioned by earlier speakers. And then there are some other causes. Now Milankovitch, these are the actually, if you see that the depends on the geometry of this system, and this, just like I told, that the orbit is a kind of elliptical orbit, and there is some eccentricity. And this eccentricity that slightly varies, very slowly varies, and the cycle is very large, and actually it is the 1 lakh years actually to 4 lakh years. So quite slowly, but it can slightly change. And then obliquity, that is the tilt angle also slightly changes, and it is a cycle of some 41,000 years. That is 21.5 to 24.5 degree. Within that range, actually, the axis tilt changes.
আরে এখন প্রচন্ড ব্যস্ত আছি, আমি তো পরে কথা বলতে পারি, কারণ আমি আপাতত একটা প্রোগ্রামের হোস্ট করছি।
Sorry, sir. Somebody has
kindly mute.
অলরেডি একটা ওয়েবিনারে হোস্ট করছি, আমার 5টা থেকে সেশন স্টার্ট।
Yes, right.
Thank you, kindly mute.
হ্যাঁ, কি বলছিস?
Okay, then another is the
7:30.
Okay, then there is
maybe extended up to 8, কারণ 5টা স্পিকার আছে, একটা ইউএস, একটা ইউকে, বাকি 3টে ইন্ডিয়া।
So
তুই দাঁড়া, চেপে যা, এখন আমি রেখে দিচ্ছি।
So I'll go a little faster. because I think there is some time constants. So we have got some long period actually background. Actually, you can see in the million years actually there have been changes in the continental distributions. And if you go in the past geological, then India was with South Africa and some much earlier, and then now it has changed, and the southern part of India was with South Africa, whereas the northern part was with Eurasia. And gradually there was some continental drift, and due to the continental drift theory, and then gradually it came, and then these two parts actually, the Indian, that South Indian part and this were clubbed together, and that was the rise of the Himalayas. So initially Himalayas was inside the sea, and actually when that there is a collision between the Indian Peninsula region with the northern region of India and the Eurasian plate. So that together made the Himalayas, and that Himalayas is becoming a very important thing for Indian monsoon, because had the Himalayas not there, then the monsoon could have gone to China and Russia. So that's actually, it is a very boon for us that the monsoon currents actually is remaining within our country, and it is giving a good rainfall, having the food security for the country. And this actually, this all this variation is given by the Russian scientist actually Milankovitch. I will not go in my detail. So there is a lot, there can be changes, natural changes because of the eccentricity, obliquity, insolation changes, etc. And then there can be changes because of the sunspots. Actually, sunspot actually what one of the earlier speaker mentioned also, that there is some 11-year cycle, and that due to this actually there is a small change in the brightness of the solar activity, and that's around 0.1%. And then during this, there is a little increase in the solar radiation coming, and so that can impact on the decadal change in the climate. Actually, we say that 10 years variation, if you say it is nearly 11-year cycle for the solar sunspot, so we can have some decadal changes for that. So more sunspot number, brighter the sun, and stronger the solar radiation. So then this big, that means the very large time scale changes are there, 21,000 years, 43,000 or 1 lakh years Milankovitch cycle. But this we are not going to study much because this is very slow. But we have got there other significant short-term climate variability, just like we have got ENSO, El Nino, and southern oscillation. Its periodicity ranges between 2 to 7 years, average you can say 4 years. And then TPO, PTO, AMO, etc. So all these are actually different variation, climatic variability, and this variability can make the changes in the climate. So this actually, for this climate variability, short-term climate variability, ocean plays very important and vital role and maintaining the mean equilibrium kind. And ocean has got the specific thing that the water has got very high specific heat capacity. So that means it can absorb a lot of energy. And that's why it can make it, just like we can say it is a kind of air conditioner for this whole Earth climate system. So otherwise what happened if ocean would not have there? So this ground would have been very hot or very cold, just like in the desert places. You will find the daytime it is very hot and nighttime it is very cold. So, but when you go near source and you can go to the seaside, you find the moderate climate prevails. So this ocean plays very crucial role, and ocean and atmosphere also interact between them. And there is actually what called ocean atmosphere interaction causes the different things, just like you can say ENSO, IOD, Indian Ocean Dipole System, and many other actually variability. And now this variability is very important for actually prediction of monsoon. Actually, we give the seasonal prediction, and this we find that this ENSO, IOD, etc. very much correlated with the Indian summer monsoon rainfall. And that's why if you know about, because this say ENSO actually peaks nearly in December. So that's why actually name ENSO, because ENSO means the child Christ, and Christ actually date of the earth in 25th December. So in the December month actually El Nino actually peaks. And so if that time at the December you get the signal, from that we can give the prediction of the monsoon season, which starts from say June to September. So we are getting some signal 5 to 6 months in advance, and that helps us to give the seasonal prediction of monsoon by different dynamical models. Also with the statistical models also you can use, and dynamical also. So this signal of the ENSO and IOD etc. is very much useful for giving the seasonal prediction of monsoon, and we are using it very nicely. So this El Nino southern oscillation is a very important factor, and we are also having that within the ocean there is some ocean current, and that regulates the heat budget also of the whole Earth's climate. Just like I said about that albedo also is a very vital thing. and that there is a changes in the heat budgets that is also we calculate. All these things has to be calculated inside the climate model. And just like if you see, there is actually a Gulf Stream hitting, and if this Gulf Stream would not have been there, so then England could have been like Greenland, because near the England there is a hot ocean current is going, which is making England livable. Otherwise, it will be just very cold, and it will be because its latitude, if you see, it is very close to Greenland or Iceland. Like that. So this actually makes things better for many of the places. And this warm but less salty shallow water current helps to modulate this climate in various places. Whereas some places there will be very cold and salty deep currents, and just like in Antarctica, very close to Antarctica, it is very cold, and the temperature goes below negative. Now I am showing you one slide which I have taken from Dr. Ashok, and this has been published in JGR as well in Nature, and this gives a very nicely about the El Nino southern oscillations. And here actually you see this, if you see that the person is blowing, that is actually representing the wind, how the wind is coming, from which direction is the wind coming, and the clouds actually you can see that is the actually convection, cloud convection, and that heating etc. is giving in the color in the ocean. And this actually, this El Nino refers to the warming of sea surface temperature over equatorial Pacific Ocean. Now recently we have found that there is two variations of this El Nino. One is we call canonical El Nino, which is on the East Pacific, East Equatorial Pacific Ocean, and another is called the El Nino Modoki, which is in the central Equatorial Pacific region. So all those, both this El Nino as well as El Nino Modoki, they have a very good high correlation with the Indian summer monsoon rainfall, and this gives a predictive skill for this our seasonal prediction of the monsoon. Now, just like earlier speaker also said, there are certain feedbacks to the climate feedbacks we call. There is some water vapor feedback, there is Suno albedo feedback, then infrared flux temperature feedback. Water vapor actually, it is also a greenhouse gas. Actually, it also actually when it absorbs some solar radiation, and then it gives away in the long wave radiation. So it absorbs the short wave radiation from the sun, and it gives away the long wave radiation. So this long wave radiation OLR actually captured by the lower atmosphere, and it hits the atmosphere. So in addition to the water vapor, there is carbon dioxide and methane and many other pollutant gases. They are also having this greenhouse impact. And then snow is snow actually that refers to the albedo changes, because the snow albedo is very high. It is having very high reflectivity, snow and ice, whereas the other, just like water, has got much low albedo, and the different places in the land will have different albedo. And then IR flux, that is also regulates that thing. So all these feedbacks actually makes a relationship with the changes, and in that also the aerosols also come into play. That is the chemistry also come into the place. This aerosol can be said as a colloidal system in which the dispersed phase is composed of the solid or liquid, whereas the dispersion medium is some gaseous material. So some small particles suspended in the air, and this actually, when it is becomes some of this actually hygroscopic. That means it is a water attracting. So when they attract water, they are called CCNs, that is cloud condensation nuclei. And in the atmosphere, when the upper atmosphere, there is some moisture gets condensed, and this condense over this condensation nuclei. So if there is more amount of CCN, so more amount of water vapor can condense, and it can actually give the small water droplets, and these water droplets suspended in the atmosphere, that will be creating the clouds. And these clouds actually, when grows very high top, and there in the upper atmosphere, it becomes the ice crystals actually, and those things actually can in the thunderstorm clouds actually called cumulonimbus clouds, and that can give something not only rainfall as well as sometimes snowfall. That means the hails. And so we can see, depending upon the clouds, actually we have got, that means just like cumulus cloud, which can have very high vertical development to growing up to that is called cumulonimbus cloud. Nimbus means giving rain, actually rain giving thing. So cumulus come very high, which is giving rain, that is called cumulonimbus or CB clouds. Then we have got stratus cloud, which is like a seat and layered cloud. It also gives rainfall to a large place. And actually in our this monsoon season, we have got a lot of stratus clouds, whereas in thunderstorm, you have got cumulonimbus cloud. But the cirrus clouds, which is actually very high clouds, actually it is containing the ice clouds, and this actually said to be fair weather clouds. Actually. So just like actually it does not have much more rainfall, but it actually affects in the heating of the atmosphere actually sometimes. So this time actually that nature of the clouds also determine the temperature. And so we can say that the high clouds actually and the low clouds, if you see, that means here the high clouds actually operates to relatively heat the atmosphere, whereas the low clouds is actually will be giving little cooling of the atmosphere. So that's why that is when there is a raining type of event, just before that we get a cold air advection before the rain. So I come to the main topic, that is the climate modeling. And this modeling requires actually, that's background actually see that does all these thing has to put into some physical laws which govern this climate. And this physical laws which relate with all the systems of the climate, that is the atmospheric temperature, then you have got winds, you have got pressure, you have, so many variables are there. So those, all these variables you have to connect together, make a physical laws out of them, and then make that physical laws into mathematical calculations. And this mathematical calculation have to given it to the computer system, and the computer system we have got the output. So this is a very long procedure actually. That's actually, I think I will not go into that detail now. So this mathematical expression of these laws is very much important. And because many of the physical laws in the partial differential equations. Now these partial differential equations may not have analytical solutions. So then we have to go by some numerical methods actually. So numerical methods actually approximately give the solutions. It will not be giving the exactly. And that's why every time we should remember that most of the models which we are using is the numerical models, and the numerical models has inherent error in it. So naturally we cannot ever get 100% accurate, 100% perfect prediction. So 100% perfect prediction will never get, because there will be error something, but we try to make the error as small as possible. We don't want to get the error as higher as possible going. So for that actually you have got different computer methodologies which tries to make the errors as much as possible less. That means truncation error we try to weigh it down, other just a systematic error we try to decrease down, so that when it is goes for, that means we have to going in a time integration. Prediction means from the present we are going into future. So in the time integration place, actually if the errors continuously grows, then the prediction will be useless. So that's why we have to control the error so that the prediction will be useful. So these things actually have to do. We have to incorporate radiation. We have to incorporate the dynamics. Dynamics means all the winds, ocean currents, winds is that, and also winds also have three components. So we can say meridional wind, zonal winds actually, and the vertical winds. So that means east, west, north, south, as well as vertical. So three direction winds we have to compare. Similarly, ocean currents also in different direction. We have got convection. So convection is making the systems to go from lower to higher level. So that means then we have got water formations. So then there are so many surface processes, just like ocean, sea ice, albedo, emission. Then already I told that there is some chemistry. That means the carbon exchange, all these things. So I will not go into that detail. So we have got several models, just like that is energy balance models, then radiative convective models, and dimensionally constant model, then global circulation models, and the dynamical ocean atmosphere coupled model that actually Dr. Pai was telling about. That means recently we are using the latest model, which is the dynamical ocean atmosphere coupled model based on the CFS, that is the coupled, this is coupled climate forecast system, which actually we adapted from NCEP, but our MOES organization have it to make it very proper for this Indian monsoon system. And then we have made what is called MMCFS, that is the monsoon mission climate forecast system. And through that, we are giving the whole seasonal prediction for the whole country. This energy balance model actually it gives the energy, how much energy is coming from the sun and how it is being utilized. And this different radiation, I think will require more time. Afterwards, I can get in more detail when we get some higher time like it. So 70% of the incoming solar radiation is getting absorbed by the Earth's surface, and 30% is getting reflected, which we call the surface albedo. That is an average value, because that depending on the place to place, the albedo changes. But average, we can say around 30% is reflected and 70% is. And then from that, we can calculate what is called the relative equilibrium temperature. So for that, actually, we have got starts with the 0-dimensional model, then we go to the first dimensional model, then 2-dimensional, then 3-dimensional. So now the 0-dimensional model says that how much solar radiation is coming. Now we have something called the solar constant, that is represented by capital S. That means how much solar energy is coming per unit area in per minute time. And if you give that how much area it is covering, so if it is coming in the circular area, that is pi r square into S will become, that is the energy it is coming. But when it is coming, it is the distributed in the whole spherical, nearly spherical. Earth actually shape is a geoid shape, but we can approximate it as a spherical Earth. And then it becomes 4 pi r square is the total surface area. And then sigma is the Stephen's constants actually, and the T, this is the Stephen's law actually. Stephen's law is say that this energy is actually proportional to 4th power of the temperatures. So if you get that, that is this incoming solar radiation and this is emitted, and this, but this temperature, equilibrium temperature, is it the only thing that we will see? That no, there is something else also, that is the temperature because of the emitting because of the global warming. So actually the incoming solar radiation, which is the short wave, actually short wave, that means high energy, and that is getting absorbed by the earth, then becomes the long wave, and this long wave is getting actually absorbed in the lower atmosphere, and it is hitting the lower atmosphere. And this actually has got an importance. Actually, generally we see the global warming is a bad thing, but actually global warming is required. Global warming is a good, but the global warming is become high, then it's a problem. Just like we have got a body temperature 98 degree Fahrenheit, it is required. Where body temperature should not go 0 degree Fahrenheit, it should be 98 or around 99. But if it goes 100 and more, then it is a problem. So similarly, that global warming is required, but too much global warming is not good. So this thing is actually there. So how much solar emitted radiation is there and how much absorbed radiation is there. So this we can make a balance of that, and from that you calculate this temperature, and we find the temperature, equilibrium temperature comes about 255 Kelvin, which is minus 18 degrees centigrade. So if there would have been no global warming, the temperature could have been minus 18 degrees centigrade in the globally. So that means everybody would have been like that, Greenland and Antarctic, Arctic, like. So this is not there. Fortunately, we have got atmosphere, and this atmosphere is actually having some global warming inside it. So that becoming that some temperature increase is happening around 32 to 33 degree temperature increases because of the global warming. So this part of this increase is required, and that is happening because the natural, that blanket of the atmosphere around the Earth's surface, and this, since it is not available in many other planets, so that's why you are not having that facility in other planets to live in. So this actually we see that this global warming is required, but when we are increasing again more it, just like from 98 Fahrenheit to 102, we have to go to the doctor. So similarly, it is actually global warming is good up to the natural things, but when we are giving away more global warming because of the carbon dioxide emission, that is not a good thing. So these things actually, this is the absorbing infrareds that is becoming hitting for the whole atmosphere. So I will not go in much detail because the time is restricted. So we see a lot of mathematics is there. So we go all these things, try to put into some model. These are called the numerical weather prediction models. So we first initially predict the weather, and then we go for the climate. So this numerical weather prediction model, all the governing equations of the atmosphere, we are connect them, and we put into different grids or in the spectral frame. So there are two kind of techniques. One is called grid point method, that is called the finite difference method, and the spectral technique. And generally, we are now using the spectral technique more for the recent atmosphere ocean coupled models. And that's why we are calling our T126, T382. These are referring the truncation of the how many waves we are truncating. So this actually, these are that we have to need that wind, temperature, and this pressure. All these things has to be put into the model. So for that, we have to mathematical equations, and this mathematical equation will make a prediction system, which is called the dynamical prediction system of the weather and climate. And for that, actually, we have got several equations, and that's just like for the motion. Motion, I know Newton's second law, and that is called the Newton's second law. Actually, we make it more generalized because that is only that change of we can say, that means the acceleration is actually related with the we have got the pressure gradient force, we have got the Coriolis force, we have got the gravitational force, other. So that means the what is the Newton's second law gets much more extended in our atmospheric system, because the atmosphere here, it is not a linear motion. Just like in Newton's first law, it says we continue to move in the straight line. We are not continuing to move in the straight line. We are revolving, we are retreating, we are moving. So naturally, the system in the atmosphere and climate, it is much more complicated than ordinary mechanical systems. So here we have to coordinate all these pressure gradient forces, Coriolis forces, gravitational forces, and other all different forces. So then we have the mass continuity equation is there. We have got the equation of the state, that is because the atmosphere is actually a gaseous mixture, and it follows that Charles law, Boyle's law, and other laws. So all these laws we have to put into the model. And then the first law of thermodynamics also should be there. That means how much heating, how much it is going to the internal energy, and how much it is going for the work done. So all these things actually have to put. Then moisture continuity equation, because we say that the moisture is a variable thing, and the moisture actually how much it is evaporating, how much it is precipitating, all these things has to go. And then in addition, there are so many physical processes that we have got large scale condensation producing clouds, etc. Then we have got surface energy, we have got shallow convection, we have got deep convection, we have got radiative process, we have got planetary boundary layer processes, we have got surface fluxes changes in the different fluxes, and then land surface processes. All these things together we have to put in the model, and we have to see the data from the wind, temperature, rainfall, surface pressure, and so many other fluxes actually have to put. We have to put the values of the Coriolis forces, we have to put the greenhouse impact, we have to put all this together. Actually, NCEP actually made one model that is called the CFS climate forecast model, which we took in 2020. It was much low resolution. It was T62, that was around 200 kilometer resolution. Now what we are actually using, that is around 36 to 38 kilometer resolution, around 37 we can say approximately. So we have made the model 6 times more resolved actually compared to whatever the NCEP USS model was there. So now this actually we have got two systems. One is atmospheric GFS, that is the global forecast system, and ocean MOM, that is the modular ocean model. That was in 3.0, but now we are using MOM 4.0, and recently this MOM 5.0 is coming. So this atmosphere and ocean coupling to that, there is a coupler. So that will be taking all the atmospheric equation as well as the ocean model equations and together and make the and these are the in the atmosphere we have got 64 levels. That's why it is called T62 64 levels. Ocean there are 40 levels. All these things actually we have to put into the model. So for calculating we need supercomputers. There is no other way, because the small computers cannot do all these things. So that's why actually the ministry first gave us Prithvi, which is some 70 teraflops. So, but we found that is not sufficient. We started with that in 2010, and we started some preliminary exercise of this seasonal prediction. It was going in a proper direction, but that time the bias etc. was not that good. That we have to make, decrease the bias, and then we have to increase the skill. So gradually we started with the second version of the CFS, that is called CFS version 2, and that has gone from 62 to T126. T126 refers to 100 kilometer resolution. So that resolution is better than that. But we thought that in Indian region, if we want to do, we should do for better, again better. So we went for some T382 model. So that is T382 as refers to around 37 kilometer resolution. So that resolution is quite good. Actually, we are getting that prediction skill. What was earlier around 0.35 to 0.38. Now we are getting prediction skill about 0.63. So we are around 62 to 63% accurate so far by the dynamical models, but which is quite good, quite nice in the global scenario. And we are using the ocean model, that's MOM4, and this land surface called NOAA 4-layer model and other models. So this actually together we are making what is the new CFS version 2 model we have started. We started with IITM Pune, and then that we found that we require more computation requirement, because when you suppose that increase the resolution by 3 times, the computation requirement becomes more 9 times, because we have got in the north-south as well as the east-west. So in the horizontal direction, if we increase 3 times resolution, our computation requirement goes 9 to 10 times more. So naturally 72 will require some 700, 800. So the second computer was given by 790 teraflops. It was called Aditya. Aditya means sun. Earlier was Prithvi, and now it is sun, that is the Aditya. And then another that is we got recently, that is called Pratyush. In the early morning, we have got Pratyush. So this Pratyush actually is inaugurated by Dr. Harshvardhan sir, and then that was actually that is in the from the we have got teraflop, we have got now peta. So this is in the peta, means 10 to the power 15. 10 to the power 15 actually it is crore into crore into 10. That is after 1 there is 15 zeros. Means in 1 second it can calculate 10 crores into 1 crore. So many calculations it can do in 1 second. That is the speed of this actually for one actually petaflop machine. And now we presently at IIT we are getting 4 petaflops. 4 petaflops means 40 crores into crores. So this many calculation can be done in 1 second. That is an enormous actually computation requirement, and that we are doing at IITM Pune. And in NCMR Noida we have got 2.8 petaflops machine. So ministry is around now around 10 petaflops actually. It is actually in the world it is now around 4th position, all these things. So this actually had improved the prediction skills, and that actually just like I saw in 2013 itself it started very nicely. And then we made one, initially we made what is called IITM CFS model. And then it was given to IMD because we need it for the operational prediction. And that we call the Monsoon Mission Climate Forecasting System, MMCFS. And this model actually tried all the links together. That means the atmospheric CFS GFS model, that is very high resolution, T382 and L64. Now this 64 we are trying to more, means in the vertical levels also trying to increase actually. That will be coming in the next few years. And then the ocean model, that earlier it was some 1 degree by 1 degree, then we have got it into half degree by half degree. Now we're trying to, in the tropics region, we have got 1/4 degree, nearly 27 kilometer actually, and then 40 levels and different levels. And then we have got a coupler to couple this atmosphere ocean. But in addition, we have got this NOAA land model and the sea ice model. And this together actually is modeling. But every model requires the input data. And input data, atmospheric initial conditions, we are getting from NCMRW Noida. And the ocean initial condition we are getting in COAS Hyderabad. So actually, this is actually put the all ministry organization, that MOES organization, come together to work together. So earlier what happened, IITM does something, IMD does something, NCM does something. But now all these organizations coming together and doing something for the country. So that is actually now we're becoming Atmanirbhar. Because earlier all the initial data we used to take from US. So we have to depend on America. So Paranirbharta. So Paranirbhar se abhi Atmanirbhar ho raha hai. So we are all this initial condition we are preparing it in India, and we are using the model in India, and we are giving, so it is becoming indigenous. But original base started from US. So like that, actually 2013 monsoon forecast was good. And one thing actually I want to say that in 2013 there was a Uttarakhand disaster, and the monsoon, it was predicted very nicely, and the Uttarakhand government was also knowing that thing. Unfortunately, the state government didn't take so much precautions, because they thought that in the month of June the monsoon doesn't come, because in the month of generally they get the monsoon showers in July. So we told that in the 15th June of 2013 there is a possibility of heavy rainfall over Uttarakhand, and if that could have been heard, then this Kedarnath issue, actually a lot of people died in the Kedarnath disaster, so that may be avoided. So that's why actually for this human population, these predictions are very, very useful. And just like Dr. Pai has told and Dr. Saha has told, that it gives lot of, actually in the Orissa super cyclone, that death was more than 10,000. But in 2019, Orissa, but another Hudhud super cyclone, but of the similar intensity, but the casualties were around 78 or something like that. So naturally, from coming down from 10,000 casualties to 78, it is very quite good. So we can see in the last few years, actually trend is I make. So this year also prediction was quite good. So there was in between there some one of just last year prediction was not that good, and that last year prediction no agency in the world could predict properly. But this year prediction was quite nice, and we have got predicted very nicely. And this actually, I think Dr. Saha has also showed that from the there is a variation in the year-to-year variation that is called interannual variation. So this is there, and because of that, this slide is also Dr. Sai showed. So this is the flood and floods and droughts are there. And then we have got that the fluctuation of the temperatures, that is called the increase of the temperature, making the climate change. And so we actually, said, prepared one paper, and this paper actually came in the climatic, and this climatic change, there is a journal called Climatic Change. In March 2012, this paper came. And there I said that one of the major impact is this, because the Indian Ocean whirlpool, that is also gradually actually expanding. And the temperature, that's actually because water, if stores and heat, just like if you say somebody wants actually hot water, so they get in the hot water inside, and that hot water remains for long. So that means if the ocean or the ocean part gets hotted, so that heating effect remains for a long time. So that's why actually when Indian Ocean warms, so that will have a very high impact of the climate change over India. So that's actually what was mentioned. And we made the trends of the analysis. I will not go into detail of the scientific issues, that sometime afterwards I can say in more detail. So that we have taken data from 1984 to 2001, and this took actually nearly 3 decades, actually how the temperature actually increased and what are the reasons for that, actually we have tried. And then we have made that this winds also plays a very important, that is ocean currents, ocean winds also plays very important, and this we actually made. And this actually made a hypothesis, and this hypothesis was actually well accepted by the scientific community. And after that, actually, I found that lot of papers is coming over the warming of the Indian Ocean, actually. So, and this recently, actually, I got a from this what is called research gate that they told that your read this within few years it has gone more than 10,000. So that is actually because so this actually naturally what is happening we cannot change, but what is the human induced changes? Actually the greenhouse gases is increasing because of the fossil fuels, and this we are burning by the cars and other things actually because of the factories there they are emitting so much actually pollutant gases. And the population growth, how the population growth is changing, because we are inhaling oxygen, we are giving carbon dioxide. So as the number of the population is increasing, carbon dioxide will increase. So I will summarize very quickly. So this land surface changes, and then ozone changes is there. And obviously okay, I will
Mute.
be
Please
so
mute.
গ্রাউন্ড ফ্লোরে থাকে গ্রাউন্ড
all,
ফ্লোরে
all,
থাকে
Please
all
mute.
this all this
আমার বলছে
radiating
গ্রাউন্ড
effect
সত্যি
actually
তো স্পাইজেট হলো গ্রাউন্ড স্টাফ
So sorry, sir. Again, somebody's microphone got switched on.
হ্যাঁ
Actually.
okay,
অপারেটিং
kindly mute it.
Yeah,
অপারেটিং
please mute.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So this actually, this greenhouse radiative forces is changing all this. So for that, actually, IITM we have made one center called Center of Climate Change Research, and we have to. So suppose we want to give advice to others, first we have to. So before giving advice, we should do ourselves. So that's why the building of the CCCR made called the natural cooling system. So it will be naturally cooled. We don't need ACs and all these things actually. So that way actually decrease CFCs and other things. So this building actually, it's not a building, it is a very good scientific platform. And actually this now we have got one model. This is called the IITM Earth System model. And this is actually participating in the SMIP 6 actually model comparison. Actually earlier what happened, Indian models were not compared with the international models because they told that the standard is not that good. But now Indian models has been started to be compared with other global models. So that's why actually it is the very good beginning. And we are also coming with the World Climate Research Program. Actually, also I am a part of the International Climate Project Office, which is at IITM. That we are having that relationship with the World Climate Research Program as well as World Weather Climate Research, that is WWRP. And this also this facilitates the change, this actually research of the climate variability, and this how the ocean is making all these things, and it's a part of this WMO actually, W under that, and it has got several organizations inside that. That means and different programs inside it actually. That's like biosphere climate, which is relates to cold actually ice etc. facing this. Then ocean atmosphere relates with the Cliver, and then GAVEX relates to the land atmosphere. Spark is the troposphere stratosphere, and Codex is the coordinated as the regional climate downscaling. That is CCCR is also related with Codex, and we are related with the Cliver actually, Cliver project office. So this Cliver actually, this ocean variability, predictability, and change, all these things we are making a joint collaboration with all the different countries actually. And we have got actually what is called the monsoons panel. And this international monsoon panel, there are three parts actually. Indo-Australian, that means we can say Asia-Australian monsoon. We have got American monsoon, we have got African monsoon. So there are different panels. Asia-Australian monsoon panel is there, and similarly American monsoon panel, and we have got African monsoon panel. So all there together, we are sitting actually, a lot of teleconferences are happening nowadays. Everything is in teleconference. And then we are actually sharing our results and all these things. So this is the thing. I will not go for this. There are, we have also made certain survey within ocean. Actually, ocean, we are taking data. And these are actually, we are also taking data in the atmosphere through that means called cloud aerosol precipitation enhancement experiment. And then lot of actually activities are going at IITM and different MOEs organizations. So I can see that means we have covered the whole India and taken data for the clouds at different levels through aircrafts, actually, the instrumented aircraft. And then also we are taking data from the Doppler radars. We are having the Doppler radar systems in Mahabaleshwar, and we are fog campaigning. We are in the New Delhi. That means because the pollution level is very high in the New Delhi, so we are making fog and pollution controls, all these things. So then we have also the past climate also, we can go through the tree rings. So for tree rings are what is called the dendroclimatology. That is also one laboratory is there, dendroclimatology laboratory. We are taking tree samples from different parts, just like in the Uttaranchal, Malari Glacier, in the different Gangotri near and other places in Himalayan region and central India. And these things actually, all this data we are taking for the tree rings and from the tree ring analysis, because 200 years back, there was no instrumental data. So beforehand, what happened? For that, actually, treatings were very useful, and that gives some proxies for the climate change issues actually. And this this is actually analyzed in treating density measurement instruments. And then we other climate change proxies are there, just like we have got flora and fauna, different fossils, and we have got different isotope analysis also is there. We have got this means Antarctic ice core; those things are also there. So we have got one mass spectrometer, and that is called stable isotope mass spectrometer. Through that, actually, we can find the ratio of the isotopes, and that we can give, and say we can have so many proxies, actually sediment. So all these things that gives the past climate. Why we require past climate? When we want to model, what will happen? We require the past data, present condition, and from past and present we can go for the future. So for running a climate model for 100 years or 200 years, we need data from 400, 500 years back. So that's why it has to be the data, because this instrumental data was not available before 200 years back. So then we get for all these proxies also put into our climate models, and then we can go for the climate scenarios, what we call climate. Actually, we cannot, we may not say the predictions, we can say climate change scenarios. And that actually IPCC, etc., has made a lot of climate change scenarios, and that those things says that the climate change is happening. Many people don't believe, but United Nations framework, they say that climate change is there, but it is not only natural; it is all for the human induced. And they have defined climate change refers to change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity, because the natural activity we cannot change, but human activity we can moderate. So that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and which, in addition to the climate variability, gives these things. So these things actually we have to see. So we have got increased warming. 100 years we have got so many heating, and actually in 2020 also they are telling a very hot November, December was there, and carbon dioxide amount has increased from 278 parts per million to 379. It was showing in 2005. Now it will be around 400. So this actually happening. Sea level is rising, and for that sea level rise, many of the islands, they can go inside the sea. So that will be a problem for the, just like in West Bengal, there is in the West Bengal delta, there are so many small islands which are very close to the sea level. So now if the sea level water increases, then those islands will go down. So that means whatever in the just southwest Bengal, all these small islands, they may go inside the sea if the climate increase in the temperature, global temperature increases, becomes high. So all these things will make a lot of changes. Then ice cover is actually changing, then glaciers are melting, glaciers are receding, Arctic is warming. All these things people are knowing from the internet, all these things are available. So that's why I'm not going much detail. But you see that all these things in there is a melting of the sea ice in Antarctica and in the Arctic. So this actually Greenland ice sheet is also receding, all these things. Then there is a lot of changes happening. So all this actually we have to put into the, not only to the experts, but to the students, to the common man. Because this climate change is not just like a very big to be read with the big people only. It has to go to each and every people, because it is so, it has to be propagated very intensively, and that for that actually I see that we need to know all these things actually. So human induced, just like industrialization, burning of fossil, how can we control the emissions? We cannot do away with this, because there will be cars, but the cars engine should be such that it is whatever it is exhausting, that can be properly filtered. And similarly, the factories, etc., they can make proper. Similarly, deforestation is causing, because deforestation, if you that the trees are decreasing, so trees actually taking away carbon dioxide. We are giving away the carbon dioxide. Trees are taking away carbon dioxide. So if the trees we cut away, the carbon dioxide naturally will grow. So all this we have seen that there's natural forcing as well as anthropogeneous forcing. But what is the climate change we are finding? That is the togetherness. That is the natural. Anthropogeneous means the man-made. So this natural and anthropogenic together is making the problem, and this that is also increasing the extreme weather events. So nowadays you will find so many cyclones. Earlier, what happened? You used to see that in the monsoon season there will be no cyclone. We thought that. But in the monsoon also we'll get in West Bengal there was a cyclone, in Maharashtra there was a cyclone. So naturally what is happening? The more extreme events are increasing. So abruptly there is a very big rainfall, and afterwards there is no rainfall like that. So this is that means we need a gradual, actually we don't need too high, too less. So these are extreme events is increasing. So for that actually you have to think, and this climate changes has to be not only going to the big institute, it has to go to the school children, and it has to go to the every public. So this actually I will see That emission actually, if we see, 22% is given by the United States of America, 16% by China, and India contributes 5%. So naturally, actually, if we see these things, so naturally the Western countries, many other Eastern countries also, they are producing a lot of, but India, we should not say, because all these things, emission are going globally. It may be produced at some place, but it is through the circulation, it is going to everybody. So naturally, somebody may create problem, but that problem will go to the everybody. So that's why actually you have to be very careful. Globally, it has to be done, and all these things actually we see variations in temperature per 100 years in the northern hemisphere. Also, we are seeing, and if you see in the recent past, there is an abrupt increase, and we call it a hockey stick increase. Hockey stick just like abruptly increases, it increasing. So annual temperatures from 76, it can be updated to 2020. So all these things are actually taken from this report actually, and this sea level, etc. Those things actually are, this makes a lot of impacts actually. Climate change impact, marine life gets impacted, coastal erosion is there, so naturally the coast becomes much vulnerable. Then coral reef get damaged, forest fires, floods are there, and droughts are there. All this bird life is there. So all this tropical storm increases like that. So all this carbon dioxide, we have to minimize these emissions actually, and to make the earth better. So for the greater consequence, we have to see the temperature rise, we have to control, and more consistent can come, and these things actually have to see. So future projection is not that good in the 21st century. At the end, that may increase by 2 degrees centigrade, which is maybe very, just like I told that 98 degree Fahrenheit is okay, but it become 100 and 101, we have to go to the doctor. So that is why the temperature also, many people say 1-2 degree mein kya hota hai, हाँ, इतना तो टेम्परेचर है ही है, तो लाइक दैट एक्चुअली एवरेज टेम्परेचर इंक्रीजिंग बाय 2 degree make a big problem. So these things actually you have to understand, and for that actually a lot of things actually you have to do in future. So this I will not go, these things are actually available in the internet also, I think. And what is the IPCC report says that who pays the price? The rural poor and the indigenous people who are actually not in the city. City people can have some other means to get a little bit uh, affinity, but other people, that poor farmers, they will be getting more impacted. Urban poor also gets, coastal dwelling people, they have a lot of problems, because if the coastal water goes inside, then already affected in the different sectors. So we need certain thing, that means called adaptation and mitigations. Adaptation, we have to get gradually acclimatized, and then there are certain ways of the adaptation, that climate change integrated framework have been made. So these two important things, one is the adaptation and one is the mitigation. Mitigation means we have to change the system so that the emissions are decreased, and adaptation, we have to live with the system in a proper way. So those things actually you have to do in future. So this climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation, that will be coming in future in a broad way. And this is 2080s how it can happen like that. So we have got so many things. So so we have to make something called clean development mechanisms. Actually, the atmosphere, etc., whatever is polluted, we have to try to make it more clean. This water and air, these two are very important vital things. So these to be as clean as possible. Then we have got the priority.
Sorry, sir, for the interruption.
Yeah, I will complete.
Hello, sorry, sir.
I will.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, because of time constraint, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, I will finish on. So all these tree plantation is required. We have to decrease fossil fuels. We have to renewable energy sources. So citizens can do a lot of things, just like they can go for CFL well, then they can switch off when they go outside. They can use natural things, and actually we need not go for this. The school children also do many things. These are for the students actually, and now I will not go. And then we don't need to purchase Washington apples. So the planted tree is very important. This is actually Dr. Pachori, who actually IPCC report chairman, and the Bachchan family, Dr. Amitabh Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, and this. So these things actually we encourage rain harvesting in schools and residents, plan for your locality to combat heat waves and intense clean airs, and all this actually their advisories. I thank you very much. You pass on this, that act before it is too late. So perhaps the most important thing you can do is to tell your students and other people about why it is important to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and slow climate change. Start with your family, then think about how your school and community would be encouraged. And so you can make a difference. So I've got this from internet, books, films, and our research things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And it's hard to summarize. It deals with the advances and development in atmospheric science as a whole, and also how India developed its infrastructure along with. So, thank you, sir, once again for providing such a comprehensive talk.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Next,
Thank you all.
thank you. Next, I move on to Dr. Jitendra Kumar Meher. He did his PhD from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya in 2019, and his interest was statistical downscaling study of precipitation over Western Himalayan region through in situ observations and global climate models. Dr. Meher has more than 20 scientific publications in renowned journals like Journal of Climate, Climate Dynamics, and he's a weather scientist at Create Energy Private Limited, one of the leading onshore and offshore business places in renewable energy trading. He strongly supports the sentiment the future is green energy, sustainability, and renewable energy. So I think he is one of the channels we should be focusing on because he is bringing an industry into this field. And so I leave this to Dr. Meher. Dr. Meher, are you there?
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good
So,
evening. Yes, we can see you and hear you.
okay. Yeah, I'm just presenting my screen.
So below your picture, you have a share screen option, green box.
Yes, yes. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. So, so my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So, myself, Jitendra Kumar Meher. Presently, I'm working as a weather scientist at Create Energy. Create Energy, let me introduce first, is one of the leaders in power trading of renewable energy and commodities. And there are different sectors where Create Energy is working that we can will see in our presentations. So basically, I will present what is the present status of climate research in renewable energy sector, particularly in an industrial perspective. So let's begin with the presentation. So I'll be presenting on the renewable energy and its types. Then how the climate change and renewable energy are both in a combination. The nexus. Then India and the global scenario of renewable energy. Then application of climate research in renewable energy sector, and we'll also discuss about the Create Energy, where we do where we believe the future is the green energy, which is the renewable energy. So, and the issues and challenges we forecasters generally face, and the road ahead, and what is the future of RE forecast. So before starting my presentation, I would like to inform I would first thank you, SAIARD, for giving me this opportunity to give this presentation. So I think this presentation will help all the attendees and all those who are viewing this presentation to understand that how in industrial sector we generally do this renewable energy forecast. So doing research is a different thing what we generally do in our study career, and and implementing these things in practical life and facing challenges and whenever you if you do some wrong forecast, you have to pay some penalty in terms of um, if your forecast is wrong, then you are paying more penalty. So this is the real time challenges means the research that we have done during our PhD time, during MSc time. These will all help you to take daily challenges. Means every 15 minutes there is challenges, because this is not the means uh, we cannot just publish it, means work it and publish it somewhere and it is got published. That's not, means this is everyday challenge. So we'll start with it. So first you can see, we know this is a general thing. So what are the renewable energy? There are different type of renewable energy, and basically they are falls under like solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and tidal energy. These all are renewable energy resources. They will not finish, and they will always be persist till the sun dies or the wind stops blowing. So they will be always there. So how we can connect this renewable energy with climate change? We know the climate change only occurs when there is when there is a change in some patterns. Like before some years the rainfall was high, and now the rainfall is low. So this, consider such type of example. Then if there is a significant pattern is seen for a long period of time, then there is a climate change. Okay, and why this climate change is occurring? Because of the greenhouse gas emission. We know different type of greenhouse gas emission, and there is a way out to tackle this climate change that is happening. So some believe there is climate change and some do not believe climate change. But in any way, we are seeing, we can see there is changing patterns of temperature, and the signature is very clear from the temperature itself, because we see every day, means every year we see there is the temperature is either increasing and sometimes it is suddenly decreasing. There is different type of patterns we can see in the different variables like temperature, rainfall, then these things, and greenhouse gas emissions. So presently, if you see the pollution at Delhi is at high. So before some 50 or 70 years ago, the pollution level that was that time, now the concentration has increased several folds. So how to mitigate with these issues? So we have, the only solution is the renewable energy. So renewable energy plays a very vital role in our everyday life, and it is very it don't produce any greenhouse gas emission. Basically, if you see the wind and the solar and power generation, then there is not at all any CO2 emission from these sources. So if you see from 2018 to 2018, the last 10 years, the share of renewable energy is increasing, and towards 2008 to 2000 mid of 2011, you can see the share of non-renewable energy, that is the petroleum, coal, they were having the high proportion. But after 2011, we can see the trend is increasing, because the human society has learned from its previous experience that if we are not going to stop using this non-renewable energy like the petroleum, coal, then we have to pay a price, and our future is very dark in such case. So we thought, and there are, we see different talks, different conference, different meetings are happening, and everyone is concerned about these things, and that's why we are trying to increase the use of renewable energy more as compared to non-renewable energy, because we know at some time this non-renewable energy will stop, or it will end at some day. You can see the increasing price of petrol and diesel every time. When I was in class 10th, I can see the diesel price is like 33 rupees or 36 rupees. Now it is around more than 70 rupees. So maybe someday you will see, after maybe 30 years, you can see it will be like 150 rupees. So that is not a very big surprise. And that time, first you will say, first you will think whether I will buy an electric bike or whether I will buy a petrol or diesel vehicle. So that's the way we have to think in future. So if you see from 2012 to 2018, so in 2012, the proportion of renewable energy that we are using has increased to two folds in 2018. Not couple, you can say more than that. If you see the solar power, the yellow bar, in 2012 it has around 30 gigawatts, and now it's like 180 gigawatts presently all over the globe. So it is the addition of technology, means this extra added, means whatever we have some energy previously, we had some generation, and these are the extra added power from the renewable energy sources. So in 2018, 55% of the RE was solar PV wind power. Wind power had only 28%, and hydroelectricity was only 11%. So we can see the solar is much more safe than any other renewable energy, and we are and due to the cheap nature of installation of solar panels, and we prefer solar mostly over the other renewable energy, and the trend is also seen in India also. So if you see our previous president has already told that India must achieve the real goal. So what is the real goal? The real goal is to achieve the freedom from oil, gas, and coal imports. So if we need freedom from this oil, gas, and coal import, then what does it signify? It signifies we have to securely, or we have to take the help of renewable energy. Then only will be freedom from the. Then we will get total freedom from these non-renewable energy resources, and our future will be brighter. So if you see the Indian RE sector, renewable energy sector, you can see at presently out of means only 38% we are using, only means whatever the power we are getting from all the sources, including renewable and non-renewable, 38% are only from the renewable energy resources. So still we are using 72%. Still we are using 72% non-renewable energy, and that's why in the INDC, in the Paris Agreement 2016, India has targeted 40% use by 2030. So now we are using 38%, and we have a target of 40%. So we are almost very close, and 2030 is very far away from 2021. So we can achieve it very easily, but our main target should be the 57%, which is set by the Central Electricity Authority target by 2027. So we should this target we should achieve 57%. So in this way, what will happen? We are using more than half of the power generation from the renewable energy only, and we are slowly ignoring the non-renewable energy. If you can see the power capacity from all the sources in India as of 31st March 2020, only coal has 55.4% of share, and the renewable energy, except the large hydroelectric, they have the share of 23.5%. So the coal, which will one day finish, and it's that we are presently using with more than half of the share. So this trend we need to be decreased. So if you see only the renewable energy part, then you can see the wind power is presently 42.7%. So means if you consider the renewable energy as 100%, then out of 100% wind we are getting power from wind around 42.7%, and in solar it is around 40%. So the both wind and solar itself, they both accounts for around 81%, more than 80% of the renewable energy power in India itself. So, and the other sources are other renewable energy sources are there. We try to use them very less. So, so that's why we should focus on wind and solar. So if you see what is the present condition of electricity, means see in generally at home we generally use 30 to 60 units in a home of 4 to 6 member. So presently in February 2020, if you can see, we have generated 11,241 mega units of million units of electricity from the from different renewable energy sources, and this is as per the Central Electricity Authority. So from where we are getting this much amount of energy? The major player is the solar energy. You can see the yellow bars, and the second highest we are getting from the wind source, means wind plants, wind farms. And if you see the India versus the global scenario, what is where we are standing? Actually, India is presently India is standing at a very better place. Whether we are at 4th or 5th place, but we can see China is always at the top place, who is much more focused as compared to any other countries around the globe to use the renewable energy sources. So yeah, if you see here in case of renewable energy power capacities in world, the top 6 countries of as per the report from 2018, you can see the China was responsible 32% of the all global renewable energy, means 1/3 itself is used by China, means China is taking the 1/3 part from the entire globe, means they are much more concerned about the use of renewable energy. And at some point of time, India also stands at 4th position in terms of wind power. In terms of solar power, it stands at 5th position in the entire globe to use the renewable energy sources. So now we'll see the application of climate research in renewable energy sector. So actually here I have I made this presentation very long, but then I thought to limit it to so that everyone will get to know about the how the climate is getting affected without the how the climate is getting affected, or how our studies in climate will help us using forecasting renewable energy. So that's why I remove some part of industrial means regulations, like what are the regulations of electrical authority, and they have Central Electricity Authority imposed on different industrial sectors. So there are some regulations and rules that I have removed, and that will be I think that will be that will not good to put here while we are working, means discussing on the climate research and climate research in the RE sector. So that is different topic. So yeah, now why I have put this 2 plots here, 2 maps here. The left side is the Indian mean wind speed map from 2018 to 2017. This is the climatology map, and the right side is the solar climatology, the global horizontal irradiation from 1999 to 2015. So see, if you are industry and you are planning to set up a solar farm or a wind farm at some location in India or in any other country, so these are the preliminary information you have to keep in your wallet. So here you can see these what these maps are showing. These maps are showing the red colored regions are hot spots. In the left color left side map, you can see the red color portions are the hotspots of wind, means high wind speed regions, and they accounts for like more than 7 to 10 kilometer per hour, sorry, meter per second. So and these are recorded at a height of 100 meter from the ground level. And in case of solar, you can see the regions where you will get more solar energy, you will select those places only to set up your solar farms. So here also I have given some information on what is the amount of GHI that we receive daily, in terms of daily totals and yearly totals. The red color portions are the hotspots like the Gujarat, you can see. Then this is the Tamil Nadu, then Telangana, then Kerala. These regions in the South Indian part and the western part of India, they are the major hotspots of, and also including the Rajasthan. So these are the hotspots of solar farms in India, and the states which produce highest amount of solar energy. Similarly, you can see in wind also, Gujarat, Rajasthan, then here the entire South Indian belt. These are the high, means these are the hotspots, means the hotspots of producing good amount of wind throughout the year, so that we can set up, or we will plan to set up a wind farm, a solar farm in this region. So these are the very preliminary analysis. So secondly comes the what is our potential and how we are using it. So see, there are two things, means how much power you have and how much power you are using. So if you see this right side map, you can see our solar potential at a particular state, as Rajasthan is itself starts from 64 to 142 gigawatt power, but over the entire India, we are using only 38 some or 40 gigawatts of solar power. So means if you use the entire potential of all the states, then we will. I don't think we need any non-renewable energy or like the petroleum or coal, these things. So this is the second step, means you have to identify which states have the higher potential to generate more amount of solar. And in the left figure you can see the wind means wind power. Basically it falls, I have already told, this is like the Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, then Gujarat, and in solar the Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. These are the and also Maharashtra, and these are the means highly potential states from where we can get high amount of solar energy. So selection of site is a very means before selection of site, we see that we need some research and development, and after that you can see the site selection for wind farm development need to follow some major criteria, like the superior wind speed at that particular location, then suitable terrain and geology for on-site access. You can see in the Himalayan region, we generally don't see these wind farms, because the terrains are very complex, and it's very difficult to reach remote locations to set up these wind farms. So generally these wind and solar farms are we set up in low population density areas, so that there will be no interference with the general public. Means there will be minimum risk also of agroforestry operation, means there will be no agriculture and forestry risk to these farms. Then it should be very close to the suitable electrical grids, and also it good industrial support from construction, like and ongoing operation. And also land use is primarily for grazing and cropping. So you cannot set up a farm in agriculture means uh, uh, yeah, land use is primarily from grazing and cropping. So we can set in the land use where grazing and cropping are allowed, we can use there also. Yeah. So next, I have just taken a case study of how to select a site. Suppose I have taken 5 locations, and suppose I have put anemometer at some 80 meter above ground level, and I see means now I will see at which location I will install my wind tunnel or wind farm. I will set up my wind farm. So from location 1 to location 6, we have some distribution plot, frequency plot of your wind velocity, and how many times that wind velocity is reached throughout a day, or whatever the time period you are doing research, means working on that, whether it is an entire day. I will not say it is an entire day. Generally, it is several months, and the counts at which location the wind velocity is high. So for different sites, if you see the analysis, then site 1 has more counts nearer to less than 5 meter per second. Site 2 has more counts, means the velocity, wind speed between 6 to 7 meter per second. Site 3 has more counts of about 3 meter per second and fewer counts greater than 5 meter per second. So overall, we will analyze these things and see which site has more counts in the range of 8 to 10 meter per second. So why we are selecting 8 to 10 meter per second? Because these are the cutoff wind speed. Means above 10 meter per second, generally the energy generation is very constant. So if you take a range very close to 10, then then that is the suitable criteria. That is the suitable criteria for site selection. Means your number of counts, means the wind, how many times the wind speed reached to 8 to 10 meter per second. So supposing in 60 minutes, sorry, in 1 minute, there are 60 seconds. And out of 60 seconds, if your wind speed is highly fluctuating and you see a count of around 10 to 15, 15 times the your anemometer is showing 10 meter per 10 meter per second, then then that is good for us, because we have already reached the cutoff wind speed. And if it is like less than 5 or less than 3, then on that particular wind speed, we don't get much power. Means the power generation is almost zero. We generally see below 4 kilometer per second, even in some location or type of wind farms, below 4.5 wind speed, there is no generation of 4.5 meter per second. There is no generation of electricity or power. So above 4.5 meter per second only we get energy from the wind tunnels. So depending on the number of counts and this type of exercise, you can select the best site to install your wind farms. So now you can see how we generally do the forecast. So in RE sector, the forecast we generally there are 2 types. One is the intraday and is the day ahead. Some clients also need forecast in week ahead, and some also need in 30 day ahead. So but they are very few. In general, there is intraday and day ahead. In intraday means in a particular day there are 96 blocks. 96 blocks means every 15 minutes we have to send a forecast. If your means sorry, every 1.5 hour there is regulation of sending one forecast. Means in a day you can six forecast only for the next time blocks. So suppose you have sent a forecast at 10 o'clock, then you cannot send forecast till 11:30. So whatever forecast you have sent at 10, that will be valid from 10 to next blocks. So forecasting is a very big challenge here, because we have the means you can see the global weather condition we have to first bring to the regional weather condition, then the regional weather condition we have to bring to the local. Yeah, and the local weather condition is very much. We know the global weather is very much constant. The global weather is very not fluctuating as compared to local weather. You can see in a particular location, suddenly there is a low pressure. So the wind will blow very fast. But if you compare that with the global weather, then that you will not find sudden change. But in local, there is very frequent changes of weather condition. So if you see the detailed forecasting methods used globally, there are different methods. First is the NWP based methods, the numerical weather prediction based methods. Then second is satellite based forecasting, and this is generally for the solar forecast. Then total sky images and statistical approaches. So and there are different refresh rate. Means NWP model generally refreshes from 6 to 24 hours. Means 4 times a day majorly. Then the temporal resolution is 1 to 6 hours. And the forecast spatial resolution is 4 to 120 square kilometers. See, the NWP model is the highest resolution. That's why the forecast quality is poor as compared to the other methods. Because here in satellite-based forecasting, the resolution is very high. It's like greater than 1 square kilometer. And statistical approaches we reduces it to 1 square kilometer. So, and if you see the best forecast accuracy, when you can achieve that, in case of NWP, it is greater than 6 hours ahead. And in satellite-based forecasting, the best forecast we can get at any time between 1 to 6 hours. So, and total sky image rate is means highly accurate, like less than 0.5 hours ahead you can get very good forecast. So these all related to the error, the RMSE. So in case of NWP, the RMSE is very high. In satellite-based forecasting, it is 20 to 25%, and there is no data available for this total sky images. And in India, we generally depends on NWP-based forecasting and satellite-based forecasting. So we don't have any sophisticated techniques or forecasters which can provide total sky images. And also there is some up to some cases, the satellite-based forecastings are also limited in India. So this I already informed. There are two type forecast in RE forecast sector. The day ahead forecast. So today's forecast. Suppose today is 11th. Then you have to send the forecast for 11th on 10th, and that is the day ahead. And in intraday, you have the provision of sending only 6 revisions. Means at every means every 1.5 hour you can send a forecast for the next time blocks. For the next 1.5 hour is minimum, but you can send it up to next 24 hour also. But then you will revise it if you see that your forecasts are wrong. Then there are also extra revisions you can use them. So in So what about the NWP based model? If you see different type of model, then we'll see each one of these NWP based, then satellite based, total sky imagery, and statistical approach one by one. So in case of NWP based model, you can generally the United States spends around 1.25 billion in 2013 for meteorological R&D, part of which went to the global forecasting system. So we see United States have its own global forecasting system, and generally this type of system is also adopted in India by the IMD. So still among the NWP, GFS rank low on accuracy, especially for the Indian region. So this is developed by USA, but still we see the accuracy is not very good over the Indian region. that is the GFS is good over the US region. There are no publicly or commercially available accurate NW models for the Indian subcontinent. Means we don't have access to the initial files boundary conditions of the NW models in India. Means generally in Europe and USA, they made it publicly. Means you can use their initial condition, you can use their initial condition to model and get your forecast. But in India, there is no such provision. There are some rules and regulations. That's why we are not getting it either in commercially or in publicly. So regardless of these models, they are not very much accurate in small regions over shorter time scales. So under a few hours. Suppose you have heard about the moving clouds. Suppose your sky is very much clear from sunrise to 12 p.m. in the afternoon, and suddenly there is a suddenly there is a moving cloud over the region where your solar farm is located. Then generally these type of things NW models cannot predict. Means the sudden means in 15-minute fluctuations. Means at 12 o'clock till 12 o'clock from morning the entire sky was clear, and at 15 p.m. you see there is a dip and sudden drift, and after 12:15 and 12:30 we see again the sky is very clear. So if you cannot forecast that particular dip at 12:15 p.m., then you have to pay the end, means very huge penalty. And sometimes this type of things occurs 2 to 3 times, and if these things happens 2 to 3 times in a day, then you are losing the entire day's forecast and you have to pay the huge amount of penalty. If you have means whether you have forecasted very accurately for in case of solar, there is around 45 blocks you have to forecast from sunrise to sunset. So if you have, suppose you have forecasted 40 blocks very correctly, means more than 95% accuracy, but if your 5 blocks are inaccurate, or you cannot capture that deep, then you have to pay, then that day is just a worse day for you, and that is a nightmare for every forecasters. Means you have to pay the whole penalty for that 5 blocks only. So it doesn't depend whether you are forecasting correctly for all, means for 40 blocks or 39 blocks. You have to forecast that. That's why we always set target to forecast each and every block accurately, whether it is a very cloudy condition or it is a moving cloud. So in general, we see the NW models are not able to capture this.
Sir, why do we have to pay the penalty?
Yeah, because you are forecasting something and the forecasting is wrong. You are saying I will give you X amount of electricity or X amount of power, but if it is less than 70% of X, then you have given a wrong forecast. And this wrong forecast means you have to means there is wrong information fed into the electricity authority. Then this information means suppose you can see there is frequent electricity cuts in your region. Why? Because that particular day means you are not you don't know whether you will have this electricity cut, but suddenly there is electricity cut because there is wrong information is passing into the grid. Okay, so if wrong information passing into the grid, then you know these things are under the regulation of penalty. Means there are different regulations in which you have to pay the penalty, because this type of instance should not happen in, at least in developed countries or at least in urban areas. This, if this happens, then see in your home it is okay, means if there is electricity cut, but in several industries, if there is a electricity cut for some hours or maybe few minutes, not hour, few minutes, then also there is a huge loss for them, and they pay huge amount of money for their needs, I mean for this electricity. And if you give them wrong information, if you give them less electricity, then they will complain, and their complaint means penalty from our end, so from the client's end. So that's why means the accurate information means wrong information means penalty, because wrong information is going to hamper everyone in the grid. Okay. So the typical RMSE for parameter using these models can range from 15 to 35% depending on the location and season. So, and we try to reduce this RMSE to less than 5%, but NWP gives 15 to 35% of error. So because the resolutions are very high, means at every 9 kilometer you have one grid point, every 13 kilometer you have one grid point for icon. And if you see the GFS model of USA, at every 55 to 50 to 55 kilometer, there is one grid point. So what happens between these grid points? At Kolkata, you see there is one grid point at Kolkata, and you see another grid point at Kalyani. So what happens in between these two? So between these two locations, we just approximate, and approximation always don't work in RE forecasting. We know because at any time, if your forecast is wrong and approximation is wrong, then you are going to suffer. So, and also see, if you see the updates are also very less. Generally we see from IMD there are 4 updates per day, means every 6 hours there is an update. Okay, but if these updates can be increased more, then we are means we will get good means accuracy. So in between these 6 hours, if anything happens instantaneously, then there is no information for you. So in case of the ECMWF model, there is two updates per day. So, and this is the highest resolution NWP model presently available, and it is up to some extent it is it performs well in the Indian subcontinent for the wind particularly. I will not say for the solar, because for solar there is no NWP which is performing very good at the Indian regions. We either use satellite based methods, or we use these sky imagers and this type of things to get a correct forecast. So
Dr. Meher, if you can summarize, we are running out of time actually.
Yes, yeah. So this is yeah, just I'll finish very soon. Okay, this is the this is just case study of a NW model, that is the weather research and forecasting model WRF, where we generally, I have already informed this, we just bring the global information to regional scale and regional to local scale. So this is the domain means we are selecting in a NW models, from where we select first select a big regions, and we come to a smaller region of our interest, and we do the modeling work and get the forecast from the weather research and forecasting model. So this is the majuscule model which generally used by IMD, NCM, and WF, and also you can set up by yourself if you have a good provision of either a good fast computer or a supercomputer. If you can use that with ease and generate forecast for yourself for any research and development method. And there are different physical parameterization schemes and equations of different processes in the earth that will be that you have to select in the model so that that is particularly suitable for the region of your interest. Yeah, these are already I have informed statistical satellite based forecasting, then total sky imagers and statistical approaches. I have already given one example how to do forecast using these methods. So I'm not discussing about this more. So there are also we have already we know that there are different national forecasts in India, like the NCM, RWF, the IMD, then IITM. They are doing a great job in forecasting this renewable energy, and they are helping the private forecasters like us to means focus to the future in forecasting renewable energy and targeting a green future for everyone. So yeah, these already I have informed. Yeah, Just to inform about Create Energy, it is the leading real-time power solution provider in India, and generally Create Energy providing renewable energy, power trading, energy serving certificates, trading, commodity trading, and energy management to various clients across the country and abroad. So it is among the top 2 power trading companies as per the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission market monitoring report. So, and it's already traded more than 73,855 million units of electricity since 2009. And we have pan India and overseas offices, and also at different states. So these are our different networks over which Create works, and it is also associated with different state utilities. Means most of the state utilities we are working with, and for different clients. Yeah, these information, this is the prime information I just want to share. We use one project, RedFX project, from which we generally forecast our day ahead, intraday, and week ahead forecast to the clients. We generally start from the data ingestion, and we get the data from different commercial and residential, industrial, and agricultural area, and also the wind farms and solar farms, and actual data. Then there is some sort of data cleaning and preparation. Means there is always outlier in the data, so we have to remove outlier in the second step, and some historical data also. And also there is turbine specification and different specifications of a farm, that this information pass in the second step. In third step, we generate an ensemble approach plus do some analytics, like we do linear regression of the forecast data that we get from NWP models or satellite images with the actual data, and also use the historical data for training, and use different multi-thread metrics, support vector machine, and random forest. Then different boosting techniques and neural networks. These are different techniques we use to through our artificial intelligence and machine learning method. And we take in the ensemble approach, we take means different weather sources and select the best weather sources to make a ensemble forecast, and then the results are sent to the client as per their requirement. Yeah, there are some challenges I have already told. In NWP, there are some like the cloud, the long wave scattering and 3D effects. These are the constant in the NWP models, and also NWP models are very rarely accessible to everyone, because it is accessed through high-speed computers only, and the outputs you can generate using high-speed computers. And there is and below below boundary level, there is lot of fluctuations that is very difficult to capture by the NW models. But above the boundary level, the fluctuations are very much consistent. So that is not difficult to forecast. But below boundary level, we see there is a lot of inaccuracies. Due to sudden fluctuations in the climate conditions, weather conditions. Yeah, these are already I have informed what are the challenges we are facing, starting from the resolution, starting from the different cloud information and cloud cover, sudden moving clouds, and wind speed and low pressure. So these are the different challenges we are facing. And these already have told 16 revisions we sent, and every 15-minute blocks results. So this information I have already informed. So the road ahead, what is the road ahead? So the government is committed to, this is my, I think, last slide. Yeah. So the government is committed to increase use of clean energy source, and is already undertaking various large scale sustainable power projects and promoting green energy heavily. In addition, renewable energy has the potential to create many employer opportunity at all levels, especially in rural areas. Here I just want to inform the solar energy it gives means the double amount of employment as compared to any other renewable energy resources. So the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has set an ambitious target to set up renewable energy capacity to the tunes of 225 gigawatt by 2022, of which about 114 gigawatt is planned for solar. So it is double than any, the hydro and bio among others. So India's renewable energy sector is expected to attract investment worth US $80 billion in the next 4 years. About 500 compressed biogas plants will be set up across India by 2023. So it is expected that by 2040, around 49% of the total electricity will be generated by renewable energy, as more efficient batteries will be used to store electricity, which will further cut the solar energy cost by 66% as compared to the current cost. So use of renewables in a place of coal will save India rupees 54,000 crores annually. So we should read this last line. We are going to save 54,000 crore annually if you just choose renewable energy in place of coal. Just to replace coal, we are not we can reduce the annual the extra burden that we are presently getting from the non-renewable energy resources. So renewable energy will account for 55% of the total installed power capacity by 2030. So that's with this I just finished my presentation, and these are our pan-India location and outside overseas locations of CREATE. And connect me if you want any further clarification on RE forecast.
Thank you, Dr. Meher. Thank you, Dr. Meher. And what I gathered was wind and solar energy both have very low uh, intensity in the eastern region. That's the West Bengal and the Northeast. Over parts of West India and South India, they have pretty appreciable amount. So I think we better plan to, if we go to the tidal and wave energy, that's also a renewable source.
Yes,
What do you think about that?
Right?
Right?
Yes,
Okay.
right. Yeah. See, West Bengal, the eastern belt of India is like the West Bengal and Odisha, then Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. These regions are, rich source of tidal energy. I agree with that. Yes,
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Meher. Thank you. And with this, I leave this session to continue with by Dr. Suman Maiti, who has already been introduced by Dr. Javed Akhtar. Dr. Suman Maiti.
Yeah, am I audible, Dr. Nag?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for the earlier speaker for their valuable contribution to this, inaugural session, as well as for the technical part, first technical session. Now we are moving to the second technical session, having a number of speakers from different organizations. Our first speaker is Professor Saha, Dr. Abhijit Saha from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Dr. Abhijit Saha is a professor in Department of Agricultural Meteorology and Physics, Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, which is located in West Bengal. He joined in the department 2001 and working as a professor since 2008. He has 29 years of teaching as well as research experience in agricultural meteorology and allied fields. Till now, he has supervised 14 postgraduate students. Dr. Saha has published more than 35 publications in peer-reviewed journal. His area of research includes agroclimatic risk assessment in tropical agriculture, crop weather modeling, pest-weather relationships. He has been associated with following major projects. So over to you, Professor Saha now.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, sir, you are perfectly visible and you are audible too.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Suman, for introducing me. Actually, I am representing a different kind of institution. So since the start of this seminar, I was hearing all the topic.
And I am from a different kind of institute. I am coming from agricultural university. And so, of course, my interest will be on crops and weather relationship. And when I heard that SAIARD has introduced one Center for Climate Studies in Calcutta, I was very excited. I am very happy to note because I live in Calcutta also. Because though I work in BCKV at Mohanpur, but my home is in Calcutta. So I am very happy to note that they have developed one institute. Okay, so now I am sharing my screen. Is it visible, my entire screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's perfect, fine.
Okay. In our university, agriculture university, there are different departments. Like say, all the departments may mainly deal with the improvement in the quality and quantity of the crop by using different techniques. So one of the techniques in our department which we deal is how to tackle the weather variability to improve the agricultural production, both in terms of quality and quantity. So that is our main concern. So in the few slides, I will try to discuss what are the kind of work we do in our university, our different students and different projects, through different projects we do, so that these kind of work can help to quantify the amount of risk associated with the production system, amount of work related to the production system, and how they are going to affect the quality and quantity of yield. We know that in tropical part of our country, the success of agriculture is mainly dependent on rainfall. So it is the distribution of rain that is most important so far as the crops productivity is concerned. So rain-fed agriculture, as we know, is a major area where the agrometeorologists do different kinds of experiments to find out the kind of risks involved. Because the rain-fed agriculture is practiced, we know that around 80% of the world agricultural land area, and it generates about one of the world's staple foods, most of the, 70% of the staple foods. And India ranks first among the countries that practice rainfed agriculture to the extent of 86 million hectares. And it has been found that the growth rate of agriculture in the rain-fed agriculture is around only 1%, which is 4 to 5% in case of irrigated agriculture. So major concern is on rain-fed agriculture. And rain-fed agriculture is normally practiced in an area where the amount of annual rainfall varies from 400 to 1600 millimeter. So what are the kinds of problems that is associated with the rain-fed agriculture, which is also related to the crop production? The long dry spell and droughts, unseasonal rains and extended moisture stress period, with no mechanisms for storing or conserving the surplus rain during the scarcity or deficit period, which comprise the major cause. And assessment of agroclimatic risks and their dynamics, which is past and future, which constitute the major decision support system. So in agricultural production system, particularly the rain-fed agriculture, our, particularly in agrometeorology, our one of the kind of work that we do is to find out or assess the agroclimatic risks, and how these kind of risks, how different kinds of management options are there in case of crop by analyzing such risks. So when we assess the agroclimatic risks, it can be of different kinds of risks. So one kind of risk is risk assessment. That means summary of risk and probabilistic estimate. That means what has happened in the last 15 years or last 30 years or last 100 years. And based on that, the risk can be identified. And the second kind of analysis is the analysis over time. That means how the risk has changed over time. So there's a temporal trend analysis of agroclimatic risk. So one kind of temporal trend may be the past trend. That means what has happened in the, say, last 50 years, 100 years. And the second kind of thing is what is going to be in the future. Because through lot of sources, the global circulation model output, we are getting synthetic future data. And with the help of those data, we are trying to understand what is going to happen in future in different crop sector, production sector, or yield sector. And the third kind of thing is the spatial variability. So when we want to compare the productivity of the crop over different region, then we go for the spatial variability analysis. And when the first step, actually, my main objective of this study, of this means presentation, is to help the young scientists of your institution so that they can pick up their work. So I will just try to give all the sources of information on how that can be analyzed. First of all, when we go for developing some risk assessment, so far as the crop production or productivity is concerned, we have to think of different indices. Because if we look at the normal climatic studies, as we have already seen in the few lectures, mostly the trends of temperature and rainfall, which are the very principal weather variable, and a lot of studies are available with respect to the change of rainfall over time and change of temperature over time, which may be the minimum temperature or maximum temperature or rainfall, etc. Though these are very basic weather parameter, but so far as its influence on crop is concerned, this simple parameter cannot tell everything about the possibility on the production or productivity of the crop. Because we know that there is a complex relationship between crop and the weather. Because crop is not, a plant is not sensitive to weather condition in its entire growth stages. So there may be some stages of life where it is more critical to a particular amount of rainfall or more critical to a particular level of temperature. And again, the productivity of the crop may not linearly related to rainfall only. It may be related to a group of weather information in a complex way. So one of the easiest way to develop such relationship, to find out such relationship or quantify such relationship, is to develop some indices. The indices take care of the influence of a composite weather variable to different growth, development, and productivity of the crop. So that is why for the purpose of assessment of agroclimatic risk, we have to first identify the agroclimatic indices. And these indices is required for delineation of the crop growing period, because under rain-fed agriculture, as we have mentioned, that we don't know when the crop is to be grown and when the crop is to be harvested. Because under, say, irrigated condition, the water is at the disposal of the farmer, so he can decide when to sow the crop and when to end the crop. But under rain-fed condition, he cannot decide because everything depends on the availability of weather. So with the help of these indices, we have to find out how to determine the start of the crop growing season and how long the crop can be maintained in the field. So all these things will determine the amount of weather resources available, particularly the water resources under tropical region is available for the crop. So more than a single weather parameter influences the crop performance in a complex way, and the importance of the quantitative as well as logical indices. Now, when we develop indices for the purpose of assessing the agroclimatic risks, major part of indices are developed mathematically, but there are some indices which are developed logically. In the right, I have just given one example how the development of indices is important so far as the crop yield variability can be explained. So this is a very popular example. Suppose the variability of yield of groundnut in this experiment were tried to explain with the help of the rainfall distribution. But in the first graph, no such relationship was exist because of the variability of rain. Now, when this rainfall was used in some model to find out the water requirement satisfaction index of the crop, and when that index was related to yield, then a very nice relationship was obtained. So that is the beauty of developing some proper index, because here we found the total amount of rainfall. The total amount of rainfall always does not take care of the entire requirement of the crop. So when we refine that value to some effective weather index, they can change the relationship. They can change the relationship, and they can make a better relationship with respect to crop. This is the importance of the developing an indices. And how we can generate these indices? There are many different kinds of indices, but it all depends on the type of data available. Because if we look at the agriculture university or agriculture related experiments, all the institutions, all the centers do not have access to the very good amount of or good quality of data. So there are different kinds of indices, of course, based on the degree of precision. Those are normally used for the agroclimatic assessment study. So one of the indices is using only the rainfall-based indices. So the rainfall-based indices, some of the examples are estimation of the minimum expected rainfall at a definite probability level, estimation of the risk of availability of a threshold rainfall for consecutive period. A threshold rainfall means, suppose a 20 millimeter per week rainfall is required for growing an upland crops. 50 millimeter per week rainfall is required for growing rice crop. 10 millimeter per week rainfall is required for land preparation. So these are the threshold amount for various agricultural purpose. And what is the risk of getting those particular levels of rainfall in a certain region? Estimating risk of having cumulative rainfall for a definite purpose. That means there are certain threshold values, like say from the start of the rainy season, from the start of the monsoon, if say 75 millimeter rainfall is accumulated, then at that particular time upland crops can be grown. If the accumulated rainfall is 200 millimeter, a transplanted rice crop can be started. So these are the conditions which have tested over various places. And when we estimate risk, we just find out what is the risk of getting such situation, such scenario in a particular region. Now, some rainfall-based indices are not sufficient because we know that ultimately the availability of water to crop is a complex function of the rainfall, the atmospheric water demand, and the soil water holding capacity. Ultimately, the rainwater enters into the soil, and after taking care of the evaporative demand of the atmosphere, they becomes available to plant. So here things become more complex. Now, in addition to rainfall, it comes the atmospheric water demand, because the same rainfall in two different places having two different atmospheric water demand may have two different meaning to the crop with respect to water availability. So here we have to define some different kind of indices, like say distribution of humid, moist, or dry week, distribution of risks having a particular value of indices corresponding to crop needs. And the final thing is the best one is the meteorological water budgeting. So this meteorological water budgeting techniques, they take their interrelationship of the rainfall, the atmospheric water demand, and the soil water holding capacity, and sometimes also the crop needs. So this kind of complex water budgeting analysis, they tell us about the possible start of the crop growing season, possible end of the crop growing season, and what should be the possible length of the crop growing season. Because that is one of the most important criteria for rainfed agriculture, because a farmer need to know when to start the crop and when to end the crop to grow the crop successfully under rain-fed condition. Because the crop is not assured, water is not assured. He has to follow this planning, otherwise his crop will not produce the desired yield. So temporal estimates of profile soil moisture, that is an important thing, particularly in the rain-fed condition. A farmer is interested to know how will be the profile soil moisture during his entire growing period. Seasonal water needs vis-a-vis seasonal water deficit, potential for water harvesting. So we know that in the time of the year where the rainfall intensity is higher than the infiltration rate, a good amount of water is lost in the way of surface runoff. Now, if these excess surface runoff water can be utilized for water harvesting, these water can be used in the lean season, particularly in the dry season, for the purpose of giving irrigation. Now, what is the amount of potential of this water harvesting in a region? So this kind of answer we can get from this meteorological water budgeting technique. And finally, in these days, some popular remote sensing based indices are also available. But I will not highlight those indices, but these indices can also be developed. And next is source of data. If we want to do such kind of analysis, where from? Suppose you, the young scientist, if you want to do such kind of data for your region, then where you can source the data. We know that there are some traditional uh, sources of data, like the India Meteorological Department. We had to approach to them, or state agriculture department, state meteorological department. Now these days have gone. People are now searching for data in some archives. So in nowadays, the source of data have changed, and I will here mention some of the sources of data for such kind of work which you may utilize for your work in future. One of the major sources, you all know that the daily rainfall data, which is very important for such kind of agroclimatic analysis, and which is available for say 119 years up to 2019 at 0.25 degree, 0.25 degree for the whole country, and daily temperature data from 51 to 2090 at 1 degree and 1 degree in the IMD, and this data is freely available. Now, if we are interested to relate this thing with the crop production, crop productivity, etc., then India AgriStat is a very good source. And there are a lot of agricultural production, marketing, and even meteorological data is also available. And one problem is there to get the soil information. So initially, we normally used to go to the National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning to get the soil-related data, soil physical properties data, so far as the soil chemical and physical properties are concerned, because that is an important part for the meteorological water budgeting technique and for assessment of agroclimatic indices. But nowadays, FAO has developed a harmonized world soil database, and based on the latitude and longitude of a place, you can find out the various physical and chemical properties of the soil at that place. So this you can use in your model or any other purpose. And future data, because as we have mentioned, that when we do some trend analysis, that is not restricted only for the past, but it is also for the future. So where from we will get the future data? So there may be different sources, but normally I have found that this is a very good source is a Mark-Sim DSAT weather file generator. You will find in this this link, and there are 17 different GCM output is there, because this is an actual regional circulation model, and 17 GCM output is there at 4 representative concentration pathway level. So this is very good data, future data, synthetic data, and which is authenticated because the CGIER, Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, they have developed this site. So you can depend on this data and use this data for generating the future scenario. And so far as the remote sensing based indices, Google Earth Engine is a very good source, and we can harness this source for get the remote sensing based data like NDVI, NDWI, etc. And some of the sources of software information that we can get, I have found it very good, is one is a local climate estimator. So when you are going to have some agroclimatic estimation, we first want to know what is the local climate. So if we know the local climate, we don't have to go to any institute. So FAO has generated, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, they have generated this software, local climate estimator, by which we can get many climatic information, complex climatic information of a particular place. But this gives only the climatic information, not the variability over years. Then India AgriStat, as we already have mentioned, one of the source. India Meteorological Department, already have mentioned, gridded rainfall data is available. Then in this data, you will find the gridded data not directly usable. So there are also good program I have found in the GitHub to transfer this data in the Excel format. So these are very important source where we can get good programs to transfer this IMD data into Excel format for further analysis. And this is what I was mentioned as a DSAT weather generator. So DSAT weather generator is a good source, and there are a lot of, say, 17 different fish models which we can select based on our choice, on our study, and you can find out the future data, daily data sets up to 2099. And this is the harmonized world soil database from where we can get. These are all free data. We can collect it and harmonize world soil database. We can collect a lot of information on the soil, physical and chemical properties throughout the world. And this is the kind of information that we get from the harmonized world soil database for a particular point on this global scale based on lat and long. We can get so many information about the soil. So this we can use for our further analysis. And Google Earth Engine, you all know the source of the remote sensing based information. And source of software we have used, a lot of software people use, but I have found one very good software for agroclimatic analysis is an Instant Plus, because they are a standard statistical package, but they have a particular climatic component, which is very useful for the agroclimatic analysis part. So all the different agroclimatic indices is very useful to generate the water balance, the dry spell, the extremes, and the start of the rain from the data can be generated. So these are also freely available, and we normally use, our students normally use this software for their thesis work or their paper works. And for the agrometeorological analysis, the weather analysis, All India Coordinated Research Project on Agrometeorology, they have developed a software for weather clock for different kinds of agroclimatic analysis. This is also freely available. And some of the R packages I have found very suitable. Maybe there may be more than this, but I have found this suitable particularly for agroclimatological study. One is evapotranspiration package, by which we can estimate around say 21 different formulation. Then the different drought indices that we can develop with this SCPDA, PDSI, and SPI package. These are very useful, and we frequently use this kind of things. Now, finally, I am coming to some case studies. That means using these data, using this program, what kind of product we can generate that will be useful for our client. So these are some of the case studies. Now, one of the case studies, as we are mentioning, that in the rainfall-based indices, we can analyze the minimum expected weekly rainfall at different probability level. Suppose we have done it for one district, you can do it for any of your place, no problem. But the kind of information that we can generate with such kind of analysis is what is the amount of rainfall beyond certain threshold. Suppose I have put a dashed line on 20 millimeter and 50 millimeter. You know, the 20 millimeter is the threshold for the upland crops, which is the minimum requirement for weekly water requirement for upland crops. And this is the minimum requirement for rice. So using this simple rainfall analysis, we can find out what are the period of the year which is suitable for a rice crop, and what are the period of the year which is suitable for another upland crops. And that is also at different risk level, because we know under rain-fed agriculture, the risk level is different. In irrigated agriculture, farmer is applying water, so he does not have much risk of water. But in rain-fed agriculture, farmer has to anticipate risk. He has to perceive risk in different manner. So one farmer can take a better risk, one farmer cannot take a better risk. Normally, the input-rich farmers, they can take a better risk. Suppose a farmer which is growing crop under rain-fed condition, but a farmer in his neighborhood, he has a source of water, maybe a pump or other thing. So he can take a higher risk, because if his crop is stressed, he can hire that water from his friend or some other source. So he can take a better risk. But another farmer in the same village, they don't have any other source of water. So he has to operate at a lower risk. So under the same village, under the same block, two farmer has two different kinds of risk perception, and for whom we have to give two different prescription. So that is why we normally analyze the agroclimatic resources under different risk level. And these are the risk level of different threshold amount of water, like the amount required for land preparation, amount required for upland crops, and amount required for the rice. And what are the consecutive periods, suppose 2 dry weeks, 3 dry weeks, 4 dry weeks, because we know that, okay, if there is 1 dry week in a crop life period, the crop cannot suffer much towards the productivity. But if there is a longer dry period, then the productivity will suffer. So we have to see what are the possibility of having longer dry period during the crop growing season. So these are one kind of analysis we normally use. Now, another kind of analysis what we do is to find out that earliest time, as we have mentioned, that it is very difficult for rain-fed condition to find out the suitable sowing time, because it is a particular threshold amount of moisture which is available, then the crop can be sown. But how to know that threshold amount of moisture has occurred? So these are some threshold limit. Say, for example, upland crops, it requires 75 millimeter of accumulated rainfall, and for transplanted rice, it is 200 millimeter of accumulated rainfall. Now, thing is, now if we want to know, okay, in West Bengal, what are the areas where these conditions arrive at 21st meteorological week? These areas of the West Bengal, these conditions are available at 23rd meteorological week and 22nd meteorological week, this way. So in this kind of model, we can see that how the places are different with respect to the possibility of the start of the growing period. So this kind of analysis we can do for the start of the season. Next thing is to find out when we do the meteorological water balance analysis. So it's a complex analysis, and it takes care of the rainfall, the water holding capacity, the evaporative demand of the atmosphere, as well as the water holding capacity of the soil. When these three factors are taken together, then this kind of water availability scenario is generated, and by which we can find out what are the periods of the year when a good amount of water is available. And another kind of analysis that we do so far as the agroclimatic potential is considered is the find out the drought, because we know under rain-fed situation, crop is subjected to drought at different growing period at different months of the year. So there are models by which we can estimate the agricultural drought and the frequency of those agricultural drought. We can find out in a different region using a historical data. So we can find out the amount of risk associated of growing those crop in those regions. And this is a cropping system approach, because we know that not all the farmers grow a single crop throughout the year. Normally, it follows a cropping system approach. Now, if we think about a cropping system approach, a farmer grows a rice crop in the Kharif season and a mustard crop in a Rabi season. So there's a rice mustard cropping system. So under rain-fed conditions. So in rice mustard cropping system, what is the condition of water availability throughout the cropping system? So this is the three different stages of the rice crop. This is the requirement of the crop, and these are four different growing stages of the mustard crop with different requirements. So this bar shows the requirement versus this line shows the actual availability. So by developing this kind of scenario, we can find out the potentiality of growing a second crop under rain-fed condition in a cropping system. Okay, of course, it will never be up to the mark, but how much is deficit? Okay, if there is 25%, 30% deficit of the optimum requirement, then we can suggest the farmer to grow a rain-fed crop. But if it is below that, then we suggest the farmer not to grow a rain-fed crop under such situation. So this kind of analysis help us in identifying the total amount of water availability throughout the cropping system. One very important thing under rain-fed condition, particularly in the Rabi season, after this rainy season is over, if the farmer is interested to grow a second crop under rain-fed condition. Normally, if the soil moisture is very poor, farmer cannot grow a Rabi crop under rain-fed condition. He has to resort to irrigation. But there are good areas where a substantial amount of soil moisture is present even after the harvest of the rice crop. So one of our objective was to find out that how much soil moisture is present in different parts of the state and whether some Rabi crops can be grown successfully. And another thing is, during the Rabi season, the farmer cannot grow the crop in the same point of time, because we know that harvesting of rice is not at the same time, because due to delay in the onset of monsoon, there may be delay in the transplanting of rice. So if there is a delay in transplanting of rice, there may be delay in harvesting of rice. So if there is a delay in harvesting of rice, the successive crop will also be delayed. So the time of sowing of the Rabi crops is not fixed in the state of West Bengal. which may vary starting from 40th SMW, means standard meteorological week, October 1 to 7, to November 12 to 18. Now, thing is, we have to find out what are the soil moisture available during this period. Suppose you see in the initial period, soil moisture level is very high, but as the time is delayed during the Rabi season, the soil moisture period is not very high. So we have to find out that what kind of soil moisture is available and whether this kind of profile moisture can be used for a successive crop. And this is the kind of study is a variability, because when we are studying a long-term data and how the variability has come over time. That we have mentioned that how a particular resource for agriculture is a combination of resource which lead to water availability to crop, how it has changed over time, whether it has been reduced over time or whether it has been increased over time. That is the main concern. And what are the kind of variability involved in those resources? So these are variability of the profile soil moisture. I will find that these are the variability, and these are the trends over time. So as we find that the trend in the earlier sowing weeks is much flat time, but as we move towards the later sowing time, that means if the sowing is delayed beyond say November or maybe in the first week of December, then the trend is a little bit different. So this kind of analysis helps us to know how the soil moisture resources have changed over time and whether we can take a particular crop under Rabi season. And this is a trend of the growing period, as we have mentioned, that under rain-fed condition, we do not know when to sow the crop and when to end the crop, because it all depends on the substantial amount of moisture present in the soil. So if we analyze this period year after year, and if we study the trend, so that gives us an temporal trend of the length of growing period and its variability. So we can find out this variability and we can accordingly take some decision, and it helps the decision support system for gives us some recommendation for the crop management or crop sowing. And this is about the how the deficit has changed over time, as we are mentioning, that suppose a crop, even after irrigated condition, the farmer does not know how much amount of irrigation water will be required, because sometimes water has to be purchased, farmer has to pay for water. So this kind of study has helped us to know that how the water deficit has changed over time under different region and of course under different risk level. So we can identify that what is the present amount of risk associated with a particular water deficit and whether there is a possibility of changing this water deficit in future based on such kind of trend. And based on these deficit, that means suppose water requirement satisfaction index is an index which is a which take care of a cumulative effect of water availability throughout the growth period of the crop. And it is found that the index has as we have already mentioned in the earlier graph, that this index has a very good relationship with the yield. So on the basis of the value of the index at the end of the crop growing season, the crop performance index can be found out. Suppose if the index value is around 100%, it is very good, and it is 10% like crop failure. So based on such wisdom, we can find out what are the chances or frequency or probability of this situation in a particular region. So suppose in this case, we have found out in a new alluvial agroclimatic zone and the mustard crop, which is grown in a Rabi season. And these are the meteorological week, suppose 38th, 40th, 38th means suppose the middle of September, then the first week of October, like that. So if we extend the dates of sowing, which is normally happen in case of a Rabi season, so what will be its chance of failure and having a very good kind of yield? Okay, so this kind of analysis help us the possibility of having a good crop under a rain-fed situation using some standard weather-based indices. And from the past trend, now we are also studying the future trend, because earlier future data were not available to us, but nowadays with the help of this MARSIM and other sources, the future data up to 2099 is available to us. And using this data, of course, we are now assessing what will happen in future, because all the climate change studies, they are only mentioning the what will happen to rainfall intensity, what will happen to temperature change, mean temperature, maximum temperature. But we are concentrating on the condition. There is not only the single weather variable like rainfall and temperature. We are seeing how this condition of growing crop will change over future. Okay, so and what whether there will be a very gloomy picture or in a good picture. So based on that, some agricultural planning has to be developed. So these are the situation where we have studied the future variability of water requirement satisfaction index, and we all found that as we move away from the Rabi season towards the November, the amount of water requirement satisfaction index gradually lowers down. So these are the kind of things we have found out, and this is also the trend. And this kind of trend we have also developed for different scenario, as we all know that the IPCC report, there's a on RCP, the representative concentration pathway, and we have mentioned high and low and how it is different. And finally, this is my last slide. I will not take much time. So I have just shown what are the kind of work that we are doing in our Department of Agricultural Technology, and what are the source of data that we can use, what are the methodology that we can use, and what are the type of weather product that we can generate, which can be helpful to assess the condition of the crop productivity, particularly under rain-fed condition. So now the question comes, who will use that? Who are the client of this kind of information? So of course, first of all, satisfying research interest. All of us are interested to do some research, publish some paper, etc. That is the basic thing of academic activity. But we must think beyond that. After publication, is there any economic benefit of that? Yes. The major consumer of such kind of projection, such kind of development of thing is the state agriculture department, because state agriculture department has to take different planning decision, policy decision, that which block, which district they will give more resource, more input, which district they will think which crop or whether some irrigation resources has to be developed. So agricultural department in their planning process needs this kind of agroclimatic resource analysis. And another thing is the weather-based agro-advisory services. As it has been mentioned by many workers that the Gramin Krishi Mausham Sheba GKMS has been developed, and it is working under 130 agrometeorological field units over the country. So they will have to give advice to the farmer of their region, of the target area. So this kind of analysis will also help them to make suitable plan for the farmers of their target area. The third kind of client of this kind of information is weather insurance company. And we all know that there are a lot of companies, the Agriculture Insurance Corporation, which is government undertaking, but there are also private like ICICI, Lombard, IFCO, Tokyo, etc. Now, they are interested to have some weather-based indices. Now, earlier it was a crop insurance. Now it is a weather insurance. So they are not going to see plot by plot what will happen to the crop, whether this is infected by pest or disease, or whether it will be affected by weather. Now, they are just monitoring the crop. They are monitoring the weather condition through their weather network, and they find out whether some critical weather situation has crossed, which has a biological impact on the crop. So when that critical value is crossed, they have to give some money to the farmer. Okay, so the weather insurance company has a good requirement of such kind of weather analysis. And finally, we all know that a lot of hue and cry is going on in our country on this agricultural bill. And one of the components of this agricultural bill, of course, is a contract farming. The government wants to develop some format, some protocol of this contract farming, when some big corporation may come to have contract farming with the farmer to purchase their produce. But if some organization comes for contract farming with the farmer, first of all, they have to assess the risk associated with developing a contract of a farmer with a farmer in a given region. So I think this kind of information will be very useful to different stakeholders, and that is why we are performing this kind of research, this kind of study with our students, with different research projects in our department. And I think in the future time, the scientists of SAIARD, it will also help the scientists of SAIARD to find out some work on this line. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saha. As I understood that you spoke about crop and weather relationship, basically agricultural meteorology kind of risk in agricultural meteorology, as well as you explored correctly the impact of weather and climate risk to the yield of different crops, specifically rain-fed crops, as well as other type of crops. It was very basic, informative lecture, having very vivid and nice representations of different types of data sources, softwares, as well as ideas. I hope, I'm sure it will be a very useful for the students as well as future researchers. Thank you so much. So far all good. I am moving to the next session. Next presenters. Our next presenters is Dr. Malsala Murali Nageswar Rao, who is working presently in UCAR as a visiting scientist, NOAA Center for Weather and Climate Prediction, National Center for Environmental Prediction, NCEF, USA, for inventory of heat waves over Africa by using various definitions. During PhD, he has worked as a project scientist in a project funded by the Government of India entitled Development of Extended Range Forecast System for Climate Risk Assessment, Management in Agriculture, which is national and international collaborative project at IIT Delhi and IIT Bhubaneswar. After his PhD, he joined as a project scientist 2009, he is generating experimental real-time forecast of monthly and seasonal rainfall surface air temperature in meteorological subdivision level over India using atmosphere ocean coupled general circulation model outputs throughout the year. He has, over the years, he has already published more than 20 research papers in national and international reputed journals. Now over to Dr. Murali now. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, please go ahead. Hello, Murali? Dr. Murali? Bapaditya, everything is fine for our side, na?
Yes.
I don't know what is the technical difficulties he's facing. He's not able to connecting actually. Hello, Dr. Rao, am I audible? I hope your voice is not coming out. Maybe there are some issues from your system.
Is he online?
He was online, but now he has left.
Yeah,
Probably he will come back.
I think he's online now. He's online.
Yeah, he can. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, Professor Saha. Yes, Professor Saha.
Yes. Do you have any query?
No, thank you, sir. From the, we have already introduced our next speaker.
Okay.
We will surely contact you if we have any query.
Okay.
We'll surely for the later time. Hello, Dr. Rao. Hello, am I audible, Dr. Rao?
Yeah, it is audible.
Yeah, please go ahead. Actually, your voice is very low. Will you please, increase your voice?
Dr. Murali, your sound is coming low actually.
Now it is audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much introduction to me, and good evening to all. And I will share my presentation. it is.
Yeah, it is visible. Now, Murli, you can proceed.
Okay, my slides are visible.
Yes,
Okay.
just make it full screen. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Actually, my studies at Northeast Monsoon or the South Peninsular India under the influence of the climate change and past, present, and future. And in the recent decades, a significant increase in the global temperature has been observed. And some of the findings also indicate that the last 3 decades, from this figure you can observe, from the last, it is from the 1882, it is 2010, and from the last few decades you can see this last 3 decades, it is the too much warming when you are compared with the any decade since 1880. It is already reported in the IPCC 2004 report 14, and the changes in the temperature primarily affect the rate of evaporation from the oceans and leading to increase the water vapor content in the atmosphere all over the globe, and hence it is leading to huge changes in the rainfall distribution and variability at a global, at a regional and a local level. And the impact of climate change are also felt not only at the global scale but also at the regional scale and the local scale. Some effects comprise of the fluctuating droughts and excess and cold wave, heat waves also there. The changes in the cyclone intensity and the sea level rise, and it is there and are very critical to address. And particularly in India, generally have 2 rainy seasons. It is the southwest summer monsoon and northeast monsoon, northeast monsoon. About the 80% of the annual rainfall, it is contributed by the southwest summer monsoon. However, large portion of the South Peninsular India that falls under the rainy shadow region during the summer monsoon. That area it is receives most of the rainfall in the northeast monsoon. That northeast monsoon means it is October to December, particularly. And the northeast monsoon season, it is and rainfall, it is the huge societal importance as it is support to the main cultivation, particularly for the rabi crops or the South Peninsular India. And it is already proved, already some evidence it is there, the variability in the northeast monsoon rainfall over the South Peninsular India is a huge impact on the agriculture production. Even you can see the association between the rainfall and the crop production index. It is when the rainfall is the above normal, those cases the crop production is more, and when it is the deficit cases, it is the crop production is low. So that much importance it is there. But when we are compared with that variability, it is 2 months in the northeast monsoon rainfall when compared with the summer monsoon. Summer monsoon at all India level, it is 10% only. But when it is the northeast monsoon rainfall, the variability is around 28%. It is too high. The variability in the seasonal rainfall, NEM rainfall, it is a huge impact on the agriculture production. And this variability in the northeast monsoon rainfall is a strong relationship with the climate indices like ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation, and Indian Dipole Mode, and those it is there. And also some relationship with the Indian summer monsoon rainfall, it is the inverse relationship. You can see particularly already some studies it is there. The ENSO with the Indian summer monsoon, it is negative inverse relationship. When answer is the strong, and we will get the mostly we will get the below normal rainfall for the Indian summer monsoon. But when we are looking for the northeast monsoon, we will get the positive relationship, and we will get the more in the same year. And even though the La Nino, even Indian Ocean dipole mode also, in that case also you can see when it is the equatorial west equatorial Indian Ocean, it is the positive anomalies compared to the equatorial east equatorial Indian Ocean. If it is the negative anomalies, you can tell this is the positive IOD. And in those cases, the wind flow from the northeast wind flow, it is too strong, and it is experiences the more rainfall over the south peninsular India in the positive phase of the IOD. And at the same time, ENSO phase also, during the ENSO years, particularly equatorial Indian Ocean having more convection over that area, and during that because of that it will get some rainfall. Actually most of the rainfall, because of the cyclogenesis, it is forming cyclogenesis for the Bay of Bengal, and that is the most of the reason mainly contributed to, due to the cyclones over this region. And it was suggested that it is already I have explained the positive trend in the NEM rainfall over the south peninsular India during the decades when Indian dipole mode is more active. When it is the positive cases from the long term analysis, more number of years when it is the IOD is the more active than the northeast monsoon rainfall also, it is the positive direction above normal. Most of the cases it is there, that much influence it is there. The positive trend of the NEM rainfall during the IODM positive phase is due to the anomalous wind flow pattern, and it leads to strong moisture transport from the southeast Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal towards the south peninsular India. However, the Prakash et al. Also pointed out that the relationship between the IOD and the NEM rainfall has decreased in the recent periods, but the relationship with the ENSO, it is strengthening in the recent decades. And my main motto is because of the due to climate change, the alteration of the rainfall may cause the severe threat in the sustainability of the life of the region. And say detailed study of the rainfall characteristics and its rainfall events, various rainfall events for this region, it is a vital provision of the information to the risk management sectors for development of the sustainable resources for the region in the present global warming era. The goal was to intensively analyze the long-term climatology and variability and trends in the daily rainfall events for the South Peninsular India at the subdivision level during northeast monsoon, and its changes in the recent periods under the influence of climate change. I want to see in the past how it is influenced the climate change and present climate, and in the future also. That is my main goal. And at the same time, I want to see investigation the variability of the rainfall events and associated rainfall with the climate indices, Southern Oscillation Index and Nano 3.4 region SST and IOD mode index and Indian summer monsoon also have done some analysis, and what is the relationship, how it is changing with the time in the changing climate. For understanding of the possible changes in the NEM rainfall future, 10 Codex regional climate model simulations in representing the NEM rainfall to at subdivision level over the South Peninsular India are evaluated. And I have applied some bias correction methods also to improve those. I want to see, I want to project better projections, reliable projections. For that's why what first of all I estimated the bias in the 10 GCMs, 10 Codex South Asian regional climate model, and I applied later on after estimation of the bias, and I applied the suitable bias correction method and for the better projections. And these analyses are critical for the climate risk management sectors to build a proper plan for the adaptation and mitigation measures organized developed and resource utilization in the agriculture and energy sectors of this region. This study is also vital in the context of the contributing the superior goal of the Codex project and local scale impact studies. And this is my study domain. Particularly, generally the South Peninsular India consists of the 6 meteorological subdivisions, that is the coastal Andhra Pradesh, Rayalaseema and Tamil Nadu, and Kerala and South Interior Karnataka and the coastal Karnataka. When we are looking for the all India case, it is only this season. October, November, December northeast monsoon season, it is contributing only 11% at all India level. But while we are particularly seeing South Peninsular India, it is almost around the 17 to 49 regions. Some areas it is 60 also over the Tamil Nadu and those areas. And some interior parts, it is minimum 17% it is there. But even that rainfall also, it is very highly important for the rabi crops and the South Peninsular India. And for analyzing the long-term trends and long-term climatology and interannual variability and the trends and the secular variations relationships of the northeast monsoon rainfall, to analyzing those things, I am using the 0.25 degree data of IMD India Meteorological Department. And the rainfall events, I want to see not only the seasonal rainfall, I want to see what is the relationship, what is the trends, and how the influence of the climate change on the various rainfall events. Because of that, I have categorized, for this purpose, I have categorized the rainfall events based on the IMD criteria. It is like dry events, wet events, and up to extreme. These are the ranges of the various types of events, rainfall events. And the entire study for know the past and present and future, the entire study I have divided. It is in the two periods actually, present and past. It is the entire study conducted. It is I have taken the data from 1901 to 2016. It is divided 58 years and 58 years, 258. One is the pre-warming period, and another one period is the recent warming period. And to explore the trends, and simple linear regression methods are used computing the trends, and the student test also applied for to know the significance of the trends and the differences between these two periods. The secular variations in the relationship of various NEM rainfall events with the Southern Oscillation Index and 3-point region SST and dipole mode index and Indian summer monsoon rainfall or the SP have been obtained, finding the sliding correlations of the 31-year moving window for the period of 1901 to 2016. That data of these climate indices we obtained from the NOVA, while the series of the Indian summer monsoon rainfall prepared using the IMD high resolution 0.25 daily gridded data. And this is the spatial distribution of the NEM rainfall, northeast monsoon rainfall or the South Peninsular India for the long term 1901 to 2016. These are the climatology. Particularly, we can see the most of the rainfall it is experienced over the southeastern part and the south part of the Kerala, south coast of the Kerala. And you can see only along the coastal region it is more, and it is particularly over the northern part of the Tamil Nadu it is more, and south coast of the coastal area of the Andhra also it is getting more rainfall. The rainfall it is decreasing towards inland areas. And this is the interannual variability. In the similar pattern you can observe for the interannual variability. The variability is more over those areas, and southeastern part and south part of the southern coastal part of the coastal Andhra Pradesh, and it is also variability. It is more over the Kerala region, also southernmost. And it is the variability is less inside. When you are compared between the two periods, so you can see the rainfall it is increasing in the recent, particularly over it is more particularly over the Tamil Nadu and Rayalaseema, and it is also southern part of the coastal Andhra Pradesh also it is more. And however, we have observed it is the decrease in the Kerala in the recent warming period, it is decreasing significantly. But what it is interesting to notice, even where it is decreasing the rainfall, even those places the variability it is increasing. The fluctuations in the NEM rainfall in the recent periods it is increasing, which is the highly impact on various sectors. And I have taken daily climatology of the post-monsoon rainfall and what is the distribution of the rainfall enter the South Peninsular India. We have observed it is particularly these are the at subdivision level. In most of the all the subdivisions, the rainfall it is more in the October and it is decreasing with progressing with the season. But Tamil Nadu and particularly Tamil Nadu, you can see it in the first week and second week it is less, and second week from the second week onwards, second and third week it is increasing more, and later on it is like other subdivisions it is decreasing with the progressing with the season. And this is the difference between the two periods on the daily scale or the SPI and on an average. And you can see here particularly the difference also here you can see in the recent periods the most of the subdivision rainfall, most of the subdivision it is decreasing on second and third week, and later coming 2 weeks October fourth week and now first week it is increasing. That remaining it is not that much changes because the rainfall also it is decreasing. Actual climatology pattern also itself like that, but the changes it is observed in the recent period. This is for the various events like wet days and very light rainfall events, and moderate and heavy rainfall events, various rainfall events. We can see this, the number of rainfall events also, various types of rainfall events also more in the October, and it is decreasing with the season progress, and the dry days are the increasing with the season progress. That is the climatology look. This is not a trend, and this is for the difference between the two periods. We can see in the particularly the second week and the third week of the October, all types of events it is significantly decreased, and it is increasing and next 2 weeks it is increasing. Like it is some changes it is there in the even not only NEM rainfall, it is various frequency of the various rainfall events also, it is some alteration it is there, changes it is there. And here particularly I have plotted for the frequency of the I have plotted the normalized anomaly of the frequency of the various rainfall events, and even light rainfall events, moderate rainfall events, and heavy rainfall events also it is there, and wet days also it is there. I didn't present here. And the number of wet days and the low very light and light rainfall events and medium intensity rainfall events, it is significantly decreased in the recent periods. But here I have putting in the recent periods the extreme high intensity rainfall events. This is the rather than high intensity rainfall events, very high intensity rainfall events and very high intensity rainfall events in the EHR. You can see it is clearly in the recent periods the extreme high intensity rainfall events it is increasing compared to the earlier, but the total number of wet days and light and very light rainfall events it is significantly decreased. Particularly this is the which are the leads to the floods, high intensity rainfall events in this recent periods it is increasing compared to the earlier. And this is the percentage of various categorical rainfall events in the NEM northeast monsoon wet days. And what is the percentage? You can see the percentage contribution of the total number of wet days. It is particularly almost almost 80%, 60% from the very light rainfall and light rainfall events to the total number of wet days. Total number of wet days out of 92 days of the month, it is 29. Out of these 29 days, 30%, 60% of the days, it is the very light and light rainfall events, and moderate rainfall events, it is the only around 30%, 32% at the South Peninsular India. And when you are seeing the medium range and medium intensity and the low intensity rainfall events, almost 90% it is only those events, and only remaining 10% rather than heavy rainfall and very rainfall and extreme heavy rainfall, it is around 10%. Even this this 10%, it is almost contributed almost 40% of the rainfall for that region. This is the rainfall, this is the wet days, and that is there. The contribution of the even these two light rainfall events, it is the only 60% to the 60% to the wet days. But when we are going to the that contribution of this to the total seasonal rainfall, it is around 13%. It is less. In the same similar pattern we can observe for the all the subdivisions, all the subdivisions of the South Peninsular India. The similar, the around 60% more number of events, it is for the very light rainfall and light rainfall events. And but the contribution, the maximum contribution of the rainfall from the medium intensity rainfall events, almost greater than 50% as most of the subdivisions. Here only except this, most of the rainfall, it is yeah, it is most of the rainfall from the medium intensity rainfall events. And this is the, I have divided the, I have seen how it is changing at the subdivision level, the changes in the precipitation. I have, this is the climatological mean of the entire period, this black one, and this red color, it is the period one, first 58 years. This is the next second period, 58 years. When we are observed the entire period and the rainfall, it is decreased. This is the period one, it is more, and the recent period, it is the rainfall decrease, it is there. And the same difference of the percent, the difference, it is calculated in the percentage. Percentage change also calculated from the first period, in the recent period. When we are observed in the entire South Peninsular India, this is for the particularly northeast monsoon rainfall events. The events are decreased in most of the subdivision in all events. This is the wet days. This is for the very light rainfall events and light rainfall events and moderate rainfall events. And in the three cases, you can see this is the medium intensity and low intensity and medium intensity rainfall events in the most of the subdivisions in the recent periods, it is decreased. Even this line also, it is showing climatological difference, and these are the and but however, when we are seeing this is the for the high intensity rainfall events rather than high intensity and high intensity, very high intensity and extreme high intensity rainfall events. And the extreme high intensity rainfall events, it is increased, particularly Rayalaseema and Tamil Nadu area, it is increasing. And yeah, some other also coastal Karnataka and most of the other subdivisions, it is increasing for the high intensity rainfall events. But while it is the moderate and low intensity rainfall events, it is decreased. But what is the interesting observed, the interannual variability of the various rainfall events in the recent periods, it is increasing, even low intensity and high intensity rainfall events. The variability, it is increasing, but the number, it is decreased in the low and medium intensity rainfall events, while it is increase in the high intensity rainfall events. This is percentage contribution of the, this is percentage contribution of the rainfall events to the increase or decrease in the NEM rainfall of the recent period with respect to the earlier period. You can see this is the, this line plot, it is indicate the percentage decrease or increase in difference between the two periods, P2 minus P1, period 2 minus period 1.
Hello everyone. Last week I gave some assignments, so have everybody checked?
Hello. Yeah, particularly you can see in the rainfall, it is decreased in all the subdivisions, except it is increasing Tamil Nadu and Rayalaseema, it is increasing the seasonal rainfall in the recent periods. All other subdivisions, it is decreasing. That decreasing mostly it is contributed because of the number of medium intensity rainfall events. It is decreased. These are the medium intensity rainfall events. This contribution to decrease the rainfall, the seasonal rainfall in the recent period, it is almost 100% contribution. It is from the 120%. It is like 110% of contribution from the medium intensity rainfall events for the South Peninsular India, and where other also it is there, like rather than also it is there somewhere, and it is the very light rainfall events also. It is decreased because of this decrease of the frequency of the medium and light rainfall events. The rainfall it is decreased because most of the rainfall it is contributed from the medium intensity rainfall events. Not only entire South Peninsular India, even its individual subdivisions also, we can see the medium intensity rainfall events are decreased, even low intensity and rather than also. And but we observed the extreme high intensity rainfall events in the contribution of the high intensity rainfall events in the recent periods, it is increasing. And secular variations of the, and this is there, and I want to know the variations, how it is impact the climate indices, how it is impact to the seasonal rainfall and total number of wet days and other total number of wet days and other various type of wet day events also. This is the correlations, 31 years moving window, sliding correlations, and we can see the relationships are varying with the period to period. It is varying. Some periods it is the significant, it is more, and some periods it is the relationship is deteriorating. In the recent periods, you can see particularly it is the deteriorating. Again, it is started. This is for the with the entire northeast monsoon rainfall, and these are the Southern Oscillation Index and NINO 3.4 SST and dipole mode index and Indian summer monsoon rainfall. That is the relationships. So from this, what we can observe, it is the relationship, strong relationships it is there, but it is the varying the period to period, and in the recent periods the relationships have decreased. And when we are going the same relationships obtained with the number of wet days also, it is very prominent when compared with the season. The number of wet days, it is the relationship is more with the number of wet days. It is also vary with the season, and this is for the various rainfall events, like very light rainfall events with relationship with the various rainfall events of the climate indices. And you can see it is the very prominent, particularly in the recent periods. This is for the high intensity rainfall events. The high intensity rainfall events, it is not that much earlier. It is there in the recent periods. It is not that much prominent actually compared to the low and medium intensity rainfall events. And it is published in somewhere. And my next one is the I want to project the I want to see the influence of the climate change on the future. So for that purpose, numerous studies already done worldwide, and which upholds the use of the GCMs in the understanding of the climate system in an enhanced manner and being able to predict the future climate. Though there are a lot of uncertainties in the related various climate models evident from the range of studies, and GCMs have evolved in the producing fairly reliable climate projections at a global scale. But the climate projections at regional scale are essential to comprehend local scale changes in temperature and rainfall and circulation patterns for the widespread impact of the management and the management studies. Thus, there is an increase in the implementation of the regional climate model for the impact studies in the recent periods. So for that purpose, the World Climate Research Program launched a coordinated regional climate downscaling experiment project to develop the coordinated framework to produce the regional climate projections. It has been shown that the Codex simulations, which comprises a set of regional climate models, was able to capture the spatial pattern of the Indian summer monsoon rainfall properly over the most of the regions. It is already there. And Chaudhary et al. Conducted that present set of the Codex simulations also to add value add value to their driving GCMs as seen in the Indian summer monsoon over the Indian region up to an extent, and that application appropriate and bias correction technique improve the accuracy of the climate projections. So in my study, I have considered the 10 codex models. It is that 10 codex models have, it is generally these codex models, it is prepared by the basically 5 RCMs, and the combination of the 5 RCMs and 8 GCMs are used, and the data and the spatial resolution of this codex data, it is around the 50 kilometers grid spacing, and it is available daily scale, and it is available CCR Indian IITM Pune. And these are the models I have used. This is the experiment name, and this is the what I have what combination they are using. This is the RCM description, and these are the driving GCMs, and that is the contributing institutions. So I have used the 10 models, 10 experiments outputs I have used for my study for the South Peninsular India. This 10 models data, it is not available actually completely. This data is actually, it is available from the 1976 to 2099. It is there. For that purpose, I have divided the entire 124 years periods. I have divided the 3 slices. One is for the ANDCAST mode, that is from the 1976 to 2005. For the near future, 2022 2049, and far future purpose, I have used the time period 2017 to 2099. But the models are, all the models data, it is not available for the all the periods. Some models it is available only some period only. So here these models have the different scenarios, RCM scenarios, representative concentration pathways, different scenarios like RCP 2.6, RCP 4.5, RCP 8.5, it is there. And the first near future, we can see RCP 2.6 only, we have the only 2 models, it is there available, only this model and this model MPA. These 2 models it is available. Even far future also it is available 2 models, RCP 2.6. But RCP 4.5 it is available the 10 models, but far future it is available only 8 models. Like that, when we are going for the RCP 8.5, it is 8 models data, it is constantly it is available for the near future and far future. It is available. So the annual rainfall simulated 124 years used in this study. Actually, the ANDCAST period already I have seen, and near future we are utilized. We are taking from the 2020 to 2049, and far future it is 2017 to 2069. For doing the performance evaluation of these models, the 10 models in the ANDCAST period, 1976 to 2005, we analyzed what is the climatological mean, how it is distributed. We are compared with the observation, and what is the interannual variability, and also statistical skill scores also calculated, mean bias and root mean square error, index of agreement, pattern correlation coefficient, and temporal correlation coefficient. And for the particularly, we want to know the performance of those models, particularly categorical rainfall years, like that is the excess year, deficit year, and normal years. When it is the standard deviation of the anomaly, and the particular year anomaly, it is within the 1 standard deviation, then we can consider like normal year. If it is the above normal, but the anomaly is more than 1 standard deviation, then you can consider like excess years. And if it is the anomaly below normal, and it is the anomaly is the more than 1 standard deviation in the negative side, then we can consider as a deficit. And particularly those years, how it is impact, what is the performance in the identify those years. We have used some categorical statistical skill scores like accuracy, probability, and false alarm rate, and thread score. And after estimation of this all the skill scores, and we have seen we are estimate the bias, and we are applied a lot of bias correction technique. But in this study, it is the sortable method, standardized reconstruction bias correction technique. and we are using to remove the systematic bias for the better future projections. And these are the climatological distribution of the codex output, codex 10 models output, and this is the interannual variability. The models are able to reproduce the climatological patterns. It is well, but however, the magnitude, it is not well predicted, and even interannual variability also not that much, and even climatological mean rainfall magnitude is also it is not. But some models, it is identify the pattern. Suppose this is the observation, IMD observation, these are the 10 models. You can see where it is the maximum rainfall it is experienced during northeast monsoon. In the models also it is showing like that. The pattern wise it is well predicted, but the amount wise it is not that much well predicted. And this is the main bias. Most of the models have in the most of the regions having the dry bias, but some models, some points have the wet bias also it is there, but most of the models have dry bias. This is for the root mean square error. Particularly that root mean square error, you can see the error is more or the where is the maximum rainfall it is occurred. Where is the rainfall itself it is low, those areas is the error also it is low. And this is the index of agreement. The index of agreement in most of the models have. Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Murali.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you actually. Will you please, edit your presentation within a very short period, because we are running out of time. You please, if you,
okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the some parts it is an index of agreement it is good, and somewhere it is less. And this is the correlation. When we are going to the temporal correlation, it is not that much good. But some areas, particularly or Tamil Nadu and those areas, it is coming. It is good correlation. This is the after bias correction. After bias correction, after applying the standard reconstruction technique, lot of improvement it is observed. These are the 10 models output. After 10 models output, this is the climatology. When we are applying the standard reconstruction technique, then we can see that climatological mean it is improved. This line it is the observation. This is the light color. Light colors it is the raw model output. Thick colors it is the after bias correction. The bias corrected outputs it is exactly matched with the observation, while it is the dry bias, while it is the underestimation in the raw model outputs. And even interannual variability also it is improved a lot. The same thing we can observe. It is underestimated the interannual variability in the raw model output, but after bias correction, significant improvement is observed. Even mean bias, you can see these light colors means it is the most of the models have the dry bias. All the models, it is almost zero after bias correction implemented. And this is the root mean square error. Root mean square error also it is decreased a lot. This is the light colors, it is the raw model, and thick colors, it is after bias correction. And index of agreement also it is increased, and pattern correlation coefficients also spatial how it is the spatially matched, and the spatial correlation coefficient also it is improved a lot. And this is for the categorical skill scores of the rainfall, and this is the accuracy. Accuracy it is good in the models to identify the normal years and excess years, and normal and excess and deficit years. You can see particularly in the normal years a lot of improvement it is there. Even though false alarm rate it is decreasing, the error it is decreasing, and particularly in the normal years. And when you are going for the probability of detection, it is improving a lot. Even thread score also it is increasing. And this is the future projections. From the future projections rainfall or SPA, we can see the most of the models, individual models, you can see the particular RCP 2.6, in the near future. This is the near future. The near future, the rainfall it is increasing in the most of the area. It is two models only it is available. In RCP 2.5 and RCP 4.5, some models it is shows it is increasing, but most of the models it is shows the deficit rainfall in the near future. That is the 2022 2049. And this is for the inter-annual variability. The inter-annual variability, it is where it is the model source, it is the decreasing. But the inter-annual variability, it is increasing almost all the models, most of the regions in the near future. In the far future, most of the scenarios, RCP 2.6, 8.5, and 4.2, all the scenarios, it is shows the rainfall is increasing. That is from the 2070 to 2099. And this is the all the most of the models, it shows the rainfall, it is increasing most of the areas. And this is the inter-annual variability. The inter-annual variability, it is increasing a lot. Even near future and far future also, the inter-annual variability, it is increasing a lot. But the near future, the RCP 2.6 only, it is shows the increasing rainfall, and other two scenarios, it is shows it is the deficit cases are more. And this is for the the individual models for better projection. So we are applied the multi-model ensemble technique. This is taking for the all models, and this is for the RCP 2.6, RCP 4.5 case, and RCP 8.5. And in this case, you can see it is clearly reflected the RCP 2.6 in the near future, it is increasing, while other two scenarios, it is shows the decreasing rainfall. But when we are going for the future scenario, that is shows the most of the models, it is shows the increasing only, but somehow the RCP 2.6, some cases it is decreasing. And this is for the inter-annual variability. The inter-annual variability, it is mostly all the scenarios, it is shows even near future and far future, it is increasing. Even multi-model ensemble also, it is showing like that. This is normalized anomaly of the also calculated. It is you can see in the first period, this is the two scenarios at so enter the South Peninsular India. You can see the near future, it is the most of the scenarios, it is shows the below normal, and while the far future, it shows the above normal cases are more. And this is the projection, and it is published also. And this is my summary. It is almost ending. In the recent warming period, what is my summary? In the recent warming period, the seasonal mean rainfall remarkably increased in the eastern part of the SPI, that is the Tamil Nadu, and even Rayalaseema also it is increased, while widespread decrease in the noticed Kerala and South Interior Karnataka and coastal Karnataka. However, the IAV is found increased in the all the subdivisions, particularly Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the inter-annual variability is increasing a lot in the recent period. And it was found that the contribution of the medium intensity rainfall events and seasonal rainfall is more compared to the other rest of the events. But although the recent period, the contribution of the total rainfall is total rainfall events, it is decreased. The contribution also it is decreased. And while it is the number of high intensity rainfall, it is increased, and that contribution also it is improved a lot. And those high intensity rainfall events, it is leads to in the nowadays flood situations for that area. The decrease in the overall seasonal rainfall in the recent period of the SPI is attributed mainly decrease of the number of medium intensity rainfall. The entire over the rainfall, over the season on an average, it is decreased because of the number of medium intensity rainfall, it is decreased. And the various NEM rainfall events associated with the seasonal rainfall have promising relationship with the Southern Oscillation Index and NANO 3.4 region SST and dipole mode index and Indian summer monsoon. However, these relationships are vary period to period in a wave manner throughout the entire century. It is noticed that the relationships have decreased in the decreased a lot in the recent decades after 1988, but in the after 1995 again it is increasing. Although the relationship of the NEM rainfall with the ENSO is found to have increased in the recent years after 1995, but the relationships are same with the IODM remain comparatively low. The NEM seasonal rainfall pattern and IAV over the SPI is well captured by the most codex models, but however the uncertainty in the estimating the magnitude, the up to 90% is also some locations. The rainfall pattern capturing ability is shown by the pattern PCC, pattern correlation coefficient, fairly good. It is greater than 0.5. The categorical skill scores indicate the accuracy of the all codex models are fairly good at the range of 0.5 to 0.85 is generally higher in the models for the extreme categories, deficit years and excess years. The lot of improvement it is observed after incorporation of the standardized reconstruction bias correction technique. Even not only the rainfall distribution and rainfall, and even it is improved a lot in the intra-annual variability. In the context of the future projections, it is seen that this model SHMI RCA4 shows an increase in the NEM rainfall or the SPI near future and far future for the three greenhouse scenarios, all scenarios, RCP 2.6, RCP 4.5, and RCP 8.5 in the present climate, from the present climate, while decreasing trend to exhibited CNRM CCM with the RCP 4.5 and 8.5. On an average, what it is showing in the near future, the rainfall it is increased from the scenario MSN scenario to RCP 2.6, while other two scenarios are it is decreasing. But far future, it is all the scenarios it is shows, even multimodal ensemble technique also it is shows the rainfall it is increasing. Not only rainfall, the intra-annual variability it is increasing even near future and far future for that area. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Burley, for a detailed and very large analysis over northeast monsoon over southern peninsular India based on rainfall as well as inter-annual variability. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we will talk you later, or we will contact you later. So so far all good. Okay, bye bye. Take care of yourself.
Bye.
Yeah, so it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Alexander Gagnon from the University of Liverpool, John Moores, United Kingdom. Dr. Alexander Gagnon is a senior lecturer in Schools of Biological and Environmental Sciences, Liverpool, John Moores University. Prior to joining Liverpool, he was a lecturer at the University of West Scotland and held a number of research fellowships and postdoctoral positions, notably at the Environmental Research Institute of the University of Highlands, the University of Liverpool, and obviously, very importantly, the Scripps Institution of Oceanography of the University of California, San Diego. Dr. Gagnon is a geographer by training with expertise in climatology. His research interests range from understanding the temporal and spatial patterns of climate variability to vulnerability, resilience, and adaptation to climate change. Today, he will be talking about building resilience to cyclones, current research and opportunity. Over to you, sir, Dr. Gagnon. Am I audible?
Yes, thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You should be able to see my slide now.
Yes.
Okay. The outline of my talk today will be, well, first mentioning what are my research interests and some recent research projects in India in order to encourage collaboration, and then give an example of a research project that I am currently working on. My research area is on vulnerability and adaptation to climate change. And I'm very interested not only in understanding risk and vulnerability, but also in adaptation to climate change and the information required for informing adaptation decision-making. Recently, I was working on a project funded by NERC in the UK and the Ministry of Earth Sciences of the Government of India through the India-UK Water Centre. It was a pump priming project titled The Influence of the Monsoon on Freshwater Availability for Agriculture in the Sundarbans region of West Bengal in India under current and climate change conditions. So in this part of this project investigated the variability of the Indian summer monsoon and ensuing freshwater availability for agriculture in the Sundarbans region through the collection and analysis of climatic data and outputs from GCMs, and understanding how those changes in water resource availability are affecting livelihoods and discussing issues related to adaptation to those changes. In this project, we look at past changes in freshwater availability and how communities, farmers have adapted to those changes. And we also look at how those climatic changes and water resource availability might evolve in the future. But we didn't look in this priming project at adaptation in the future. So I will be interested in pursuing this, and because I have an interest in participatory and co-production in climate change adaptation, notably in water resources, but also in buildings and infrastructure. And other projects funded by the same organization, of the India-UK Water Centre through NERC and the Ministry of Earth Sciences in India, was this time in central India. So it was to found an event, like meeting different stakeholders throughout the state, but also organizing a conference to engage state and regional level water policy and management bodies in discussions about how the latest India and UK scientific outputs could be used to help in improving the management of water resources in the state of Madhya Pradesh. One of the research requirements listed in the water brief here that can be obtained from the India-UK Water Centre was to explore nature-based solutions to water resource management as alternatives or complementary to engineering approaches. And a number of delegates from the conference then worked together in the subsequent months on this topic. That was only one of the recommendations from the event. There were many of them, but I'm just focusing now on one of these. And we worked together on a joint publication that got subsequently published this year in Science of the Total Environment, where we look at the issues affecting water, what quantity and quality in the city of Bhopal, and how nature-based solutions could alleviate this issue. So this is a summary of what I've been working on in India in the past 2 years. But now for the next part of my talk, I will talk about a project that I've been working on through recent funding in Madagascar, using some of the techniques I have learned and applied in India, and also seeking for opportunity of how this could be moved forward, for example, in India. As in India, Madagascar is susceptible, as in the west of the state of West Bengal in India, Madagascar is highly susceptible to tropical cyclone. These cyclones happening almost every year, and one that was actually quite extreme in the last few years was Cyclone Enawo, that caused 81 deaths and destroyed 38,000 and left 250,000 people displaced. In order to, through funding for 1 year from the Royal Academy of Engineering, we had £20,000 to develop a project. So just a 1 year project to get result data, to write a paper, and also to develop a larger project for which we got funding from the Royal Society. Cyclones damage a lot of the residential infrastructure of Madagascar. So the built environment is one of the sectors that's particularly affected by cyclones. And during such events, there are a large proportion of building stocks of the country collapse under the associated high winds and also the flood events. And in this project, we decided to focus on the traditional houses of Madagascar, so the typical houses in Madagascar. So focusing on this occasion only on residential houses. And secondly, focusing only on damage from wind. So the flooding aspect will be for another potential project in the future. So we have here on the left a typical coastal house, whereas on the right, we have a typical highland house. So what is the rationale of this project? But as the development of cyclone is related to sea surface temperatures, there is a risk that they will become more frequent or intense under climate change, therefore further increasing Madagascar's vulnerability to extreme events. So we have here on the right, for example, not for Madagascar, but for the hurricane basin in the Caribbean North Atlantic Ocean, that with the wind speed on average hasn't been increasing, but then there's been an increase in intensity of highest wind speeds during cyclones, which we call hurricane there. So in this project, the overarching aim is to understand and address the vulnerability of traditional housing infrastructure of Madagascar to cyclones. So it's a partnership of my university together with the University of Edinburgh. UMAG is a university in Madagascar, Conservation International in Madagascar, and also a university in Kenya working on disaster risk reduction. The resilience of the built environment is complex and related to the structural integrity of buildings, regulations and policies, local culture, and climate change impacts. So this project is interdisciplinary and bringing together climate scientists, engineers, and experts in disaster risk management from the UK, Kenya, and Madagascar to understand and address vulnerability of communities to cyclones in the country by taking into consideration the true structural capacity of the local traditional residential buildings on the current and future climate, but also the capacity of society to respond and adapt to cyclones. So we have here the conceptual model that we're dealing with. So what you will be interested in terms of the audience here today is the exposure aspect. So that will be the climatology aspect. Then there's a sensitivity aspect. So what is the sensitivity of the buildings to a specific hazard, in this case a cyclone, which engineers are involved with. And thirdly, what is the capacity, the adaptive or the coping capacity, so the social aspect to deal with the impact of cyclone. So we have a number of objectives in the project, but what is more relevant to today's audience is to characterize the exposure of Madagascar to cyclonic winds under current climate and climate change condition, and then to develop a tool to assess the structural capacity of the traditional houses that I've mentioned earlier to resist cyclonic winds in the recent past, but also under climatic condition, and then to engage with stakeholders, notably the NGOs that provide training to communities to rebuild their houses following a cyclones, to increase, to look at whether the building code, for example, what they're proposing, the structural aspect of the building in their training material is increasing, is suitable for the resilience of those traditional houses. So we're using climate modeling in this project. So why do we need climate modeling? Well, first it is to determine the wind forces on structure. We need climate data, we need reanalysis data, create a data set. And Madagascar is currently adopted the Eurocode in terms of its infrastructure. So that means that to look at the resilience, the vulnerability of the infrastructure to wind, the impacts of winds, we have to look at the 10-minute mean wind speed calculated at a weather station at a 10-meter height. And they are interested in a return period of 50 years. And the hypothesis here is that we're aiming to achieve by examining the resilience on the future climate change is that wind speeds will increase. So we need to be able to quantify this. So we haven't yet done the GCM aspect. What we have done now in the project is looking at past climate. So there is a postdoc involved in the engineering sensitivity aspect, a postdoc involved, like a research scholar involved in the adaptive capacity, and there will be a employment opportunity for a postdoc that I'll advertise soon to look at using the CIMIC 6 models, but it could be Cordex too. But we have written the proposal, the CIMIC 6 models, to look at how the wind speeds might be evolving in the future. In order to do that, we need obviously to validate and rank the various models that are available. So we'll be following the same approach that we've used with Professor Lalu Das in West Bengal when we did our recent project on Sundarbans. So evaluating the ability of the models to simulate past climate and linking that with observation. So which observation are we using in this case? But we've been looking at the validation of the ERA5 data set. So what we've been doing is we've looked at the results, the validation of ERA 5 with the climatological data from weather stations. And we find from across the country that we find that the ERA 5 data set, it's a reanalysis data set, quite recent, similar to NCAR reanalysis in the US. So that data set gives a good simulation of the current and the recent past climate, especially for maximum, minimum temperature as well as precipitation. But for wind speeds, there's a consistent underestimation of the wind speeds, especially for wind gusts and extreme events. And there's also, on the other hand, errors in the observational data set. And obviously, when we do the validation between the observation and the gridded data set, we have to consider that the error output are average over a large area and do not necessarily represent local spatial variations. So we've did that for all the weather stations, and you can see, for example, the validation here for one station in the northeast of the country, where the seasonal cycle of temperature is well simulated, as well as the seasonal cycle and quantity of precipitation, a bit less during the monsoon season. But then there's for average wind speed, although the cycle is well simulated, there is an under simulation. And even more for the maximum annual average wind speed, there's quite a strong underestimation. And this is not the wind gust. The wind gust, just here plotted, okay, sorry, that which we plotted. So in addition to the wind speed that we get from the reanalysis, ERA 5, we also can get the 3-second instantaneous wind gust, which we plotted here over a climatological time period. Sorry, not over the climatological time period, but I'm not showing that here. What I'm showing here was the maximum, the wind gust during Cyclone Enamo in 2017 that formed the rationale of this project. So it made landfall here, as shown on the map, in the northeast of the country. It was a very intense cyclone and caused a lot of damage, as I mentioned earlier. So we can see here that the cyclone was fairly well simulated by ERA 5, although what you might not be able to see here, but it just where it made landfall, the wind speed was 48, almost 45 meters per second, which is about 160 kilometers per hour. And when the cyclone reached its peak, according to observation, that was 205 kilometers per hour. So there's still an underestimation in the wind gust speeds. So what we had to do in order to look at the impacts of past climate on the, obviously on the building. So what will be the damage of past climates on the building? That's what we've been looking at with our model, and in the future we'll do that on the climate change conditions. So we had to calculate the wind forces on the dwellings in Madagascar. So the wind speeds, the 10 meters, the wind speed, the 10-minute wind speed at 10-meter elevation must be converted to wind forces, and we use the Eurocode for that, as it's a standard that's been adopted, it's being adopted in the country to define this as a procedure for converting that wind speed to a wind force. And we can see here what so what we have to do is that we have to plot a probability distribution in order to, like we see here, the probability distribution just at one station here in the northeast of the country with the time series, and we can see a very high wind speed in 2004 that corresponded to a very intense tropical cyclone called Gafilo during that year. And ERA 5 was then used to provide two probabilistic wind speed distribution at representative location for current climatic conditions, so not yet climate change, at a location in the northeast of the country. So what we had to do is to fit like the wind speed data to distribution. So we use a technique that fits a distribution considering both cyclonic and non-cyclonic years to identify the 50-year return periods, which was then converted into a force on the building. So our model then identify what is the weakest point. So what is actually causing damage to structural damage to the building. So this is what the engineer working on the project has been working on. So there are different points here that we're interested in. So the model identify which one will cause the collapse of the building, cause damage as a result of the wind speed. And then we identify the percentage of buildings that will be damaged as a result of past events, which I cannot show here because it will be presented at a forthcoming conference and they don't allow us to show that specific result until that conference, until the paper is published here. So while we're doing that, we also have the assessment of adaptive capacity that is being done by another research scholar and including meeting with different stakeholders to look at the capacity, at building capacity and looking at the resilience of through the reconstruction guidelines provided by NGOs. So just in summary, my research interests are on risk, vulnerability, and adaptation to climate change with a focus on water resources and infrastructure. I give you an overview of a project I'm currently working on in Madagascar, and especially the application of the conceptual model of risk comprising exposure to cyclone, sensitivity of the residential infrastructure to cyclone, and the capacity to adapt as our methodology for the project. And with regard to the assessment of adaptive capacity, we do use research that has been done on coping with cyclone in West Bengal, in Sundarbans. So the next step of our project is expand the ERA 5 validation. To date, it's been done on the climatological period. So the next step is using a time series approach, so looking at the old time series as opposed to the 30-year or so average. And then it will be to extract the CIMIC-6 model outputs to investigate the resilience of typical houses to the projected changes in wind speed. So using the model that we've developed, for which I presented some results today about the collapse of the building stock, the percentage of buildings collapsing under a specific wind load, but using future changes in wind speed as opposed to past changes. And where are we with regard to the third parts of our conceptual model on adaptive capacity? We are at the national scale. We are currently conducting interviews with different stakeholders at the national state, and notably in the capital city with government and NGOs, academic people that focus on the perceived climatic risk and vulnerabilities, the current adaptive strategies to cyclones and climate change, and what are the plans for adaptation, strategies and action for the future. And the next step, when we're allowed to do so given the COVID situation, or the household survey and the focus group at the community level to increase the resilience at the community. Thank you very much. I'm completed with my talk.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gagnon, for nice and very informative presentations. Am I audible?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So as I understood that you talked about your current ongoing project on cyclones susceptible at Madagascar since its inception to the implementation level, basically different steps and all.
Yes.
Okay. Very nice and very informative presentations. I hope to the audience as well as for the students as well as current researchers, it will be a valuable information to them. Thank you very much for your presentations. Yeah. So, okay. May I ask if we have our next speaker, Dr. Chakraborty. May I ask, Professor Chakraborty is there? Hello. I hope Professor Chakraborty is not there. So I think it's better to thank all the speakers in this technical session, Professor Saha, Professor Dr. Emin Rao, Professor Gagnon for their valuable presentations as well as presence for this inaugural session of our CCRS, a new center for under the umbrella of SAIARD. So thank you very much, all of you. We hope we will do some kinds of collaborative research in future if there is any opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now I am going. I'm over to Kajari to conclude the vote of thanks for this entire program today. Now, Kajari.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. So now we just have came to almost the end of today's program. First, I'd like to thank all the dignitaries and resource persons present in this e-conference. I am extremely thankful to our chief guest, Dr. D.S. Pai, senior grade head CCRS IMD Pune. Then I am sharing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Bappaditya Nag, project scientist C IITM Pune, who is the coordinator of today's technical session 1. Thank you very much, sir. I am extremely thankful to Dr. A.K. Sahai, sir, Senior G, IITM Pune, for sharing his view. Next speaker of this session was Professor S.K. Media, Professor, Department of Atmospheric Sciences, Calcutta University, for your wonderful presentation. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Arun Chakraborty, sir, Associate Professor, IIT Kharagpur. Your elaborate description. Next, I am extremely thankful to Dr. S. Mahapatra, sir, Scientist, IITM Pune, for such an interdisciplinary studies between climatic, mathematical, and computational studies. Thank you for all dignitaries for such technical session 1. In the next session, we also have some dignitaries and resource persons as well. I am thankful to Dr. Shuman Maiti, sir, who is the coordinator of this session. Thank you, sir. Then I am thankful to Professor Abhijit Shaha, Professor, Department of Agriculture, Meteorological Physics, BCKV, for this topic, agroclimatic risk assessment and resource planning in this context of climatic change. I am grateful to Dr. Meher, sir, weather scientist, New Delhi, for your value addition. Next speaker of this session was Dr. Rao, UCAR visiting scientist, NCEP USA, talked about climatic model. Then I am thankful to Dr. Alexander Gagnon, sir, faculty, Liverpool, JM University, UK, for his excellent speech in Cyclone. Next, I am thankful to all the dignitaries present here to make this conference a grand success. I am thankful to our guest of honors, Dr. Bandopadhyay and Dr. Duwari, sir, whose valuable presence and lecture means a lot for our organization. Last but not the least, I am thankful to all, the organizing committee members of this session. Special thank to Dr. Akhtar, convener, Dr. Nag, co-convener, Dr. Maiti, co-convener, and without whose effort this program will not be possible, Dr. Roy Choudhury. A special thank to all. Thank you everyone for your presence, valuable feedback. Hope to get you all in our upcoming events. Thank you everyone. Good night. I think, sir, we can end this program.
Yeah, Kajari, I'm just to add up one sentence actually, last but not the least, thanks to SAIARD team as well as Biswajit, Professor Biswajit actually to organize such kinds of events, as well as to give an opportunity to attach such kinds of events to us. So we are hopeful that we can be organized such kinds of events in future, as well as with all these in national as well as international dignitaries. Thanks to all of you, and good night, and to all. Maybe we can talk to you in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye. Bye.